Welcome to the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women 2026. This is the next round of the UCI Women's World Tour, and we have got 5 spectacular days of racing to bring you. My name is Danny Rowe, and I can't wait for this stage race to be kicked off here in Cockermouth. Stage 1 of 5 stages of this tour, the biggest race we've had so far since the takeover from British cycling, and a world-class field of riders lining up on the start line today. We had an epic race last year in 2025, won by Ali Wollaston. She's back again to try and defend that title.
1,000 metres remain. It's going to be Faulkner who leads this breakaway duo through. Can Kim LaCour try and outsmart the Olympic road race champion Kristen Faulkner, or will they start to look at each other, play cat and mouse? Will these riders here behind come back into the frame of things?
If they do start looking at each other, they can't afford to do it for long, because any hesitation in that group behind are going to pounce.
Well, they're not giving up behind. Lizzie Deignan is trying to help Anna Henderson right now. Megan Jastrab on the far left side in the indigo and orange jersey is getting herself set. Look at the way that Ali Wollaston is telling her teammate Amber Crack to get over and give her some shelter her from the wind. But meanwhile, out front, they've still got the gap, they've still got the advantage. And look at the speed that they're starting to travel at. Kim LaCour still taking the shelter on the right-hand side through 300 metres to go. Behind is Ali Wollaston, who's wanting to try and go early. She believes that she could sprint long, but now it starts to open up. Kim LaCour goes in the white jersey. Look at the way that the Olympic road race champion Faulkner is trying to challenge, but it's LaCour who's got the advantage. LaCour has half a bike length. Well, she's going to be able to take stage 1, or is she? Oh, there she takes it. Kim LaCour wins stage 1 into red core of the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women. Behind is the European champion Lorena Wiebes, who takes 3rd. Faulkner settles for 2nd. What a performance. Looking at the body language of Brianna Marcus, she's not going to be able to catch the 21-year-old.
No, I think at this point, Mara Roldan just looks like she wants it the most. You can see how much she's fighting the bike. Every pedal stroke is hurting her, but she wants this so much. This victory is going to mean so much to her and to her team. And sometimes it's that mental advantage that is actually the difference between winning and missing out on the win.
The crowds cheer her on this 300-metre climb, an average gradient of over 14%. The fans cheer, and she's onto the plateau. She can see 300 metres to go ahead of her. Well, this has been a performance of a lifetime for Mara Roldan, the 21-year-old Canadian from Picnic Post NL. They came with a plan. They wanted to try and deliver, and this has been exceptional. No one could follow on the Queen of the Mountain, and Roldan has just cemented herself as a Women's World Tour winner. She's going to take her first Women's World Tour victory, and in some style. That was incredible. It was brave, and they say fortune favours the brave, and it's favoured Mara Roldan. It's exceptional the way that she's ridden, and nobody could do anything about it. Not Olympic champions, not national champions, and Roldan is going to win stage 2 of the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women here into Saltburn by the Sea. Signed, sealed and delivered by Picnic Post NL. Behind, they're sprinting for the points, they're sprinting for the bonus seconds. Brianna Marcus holds on for 2nd place, and behind, Ali Wollaston in the navy blue and red is trying to sprint and take a podium finish. Well, she gets there, just beating Megan Jastrab. A strong group who is chasing behind, but could it be all but too late for them to try and catch these riders? Gasparini is trying tooth and nail to try and get back to this group of 4. Is she going to go straight past them? By the looks of things, she's going to use the speed and power and go on the left-hand side. Where's the reaction going to come from? Kat Ferguson gets out of the saddle in that black jersey. She gets onto the wheel of the young Italian rider. They go into this sweeping left bend. 500 metres remain. Schwinkels is at the back of this group in the white jersey. Meanwhile, the chasing group behind only just goes through 1,000 metres to go. That's the Flamme Rouge, and the leaders are already going into the final over the bridge, and they can already see 300 metres remaining. The question is, who's going to go first? Who's going to get the jump? And who's going to be willing to take it up early? Kat Ferguson sits in 2nd wheel. Wollaston, you have to say, is the fastest rider of these 5. She's sitting in 3rd wheel. She's shoulder to shoulder with Josie Nelson. Onto the cobbles now, And here goes Kat Ferguson. Kat Ferguson's got the acceleration, she's got the injection of pace, she's got the jump on the rest of them. Josie Nelson trying to come through. Well, the Cat is out of the bag. Ferguson wins, and it's a first World Tour victory.
And a second place for another British rider, Josie Nelson, on, let's be honest, a really wet and brutal stage into Kelso.
Meanwhile, the chasers behind go through 300 metres to go. They round the left-hand sweeping bend. They're going to get onto those cobbles any moment now. It's Anna Henderson who's up towards the front. Lauren Dixon is there, as is Sarah Van Dam in the red and blue jersey. Just alongside her, Millie Cousins in the fluorescent gilet. She's looking to try and take a top 10 in this race, as is Imogen Wolfe in the yellow jersey. Look at this for Brits. This is incredible. Millie Cousins is looking to try and take a 6th place on the stage. A lunge for the line. Quinty Ton is up there in the 10th position too. Well, what a finish, but no question about it, Ferguson wins a first World Tour victory, making it a British 1-2. Through 1,000 metres to go, through the Flamme Rouge, and now we're getting ourselves set as we head into the park here in Glasgow Green.
I just saw a glimpse of Ali Wollaston on the right-hand side, but she still looks quite far back. There's a lot of work for her to do in these closing metres.
Marta Lack on the front in the purple is the European champion Wiebes, who's poised and ready. Consoni on the wheel in the pink jersey. Henderson's trying to go early. She's got Loretta Hansen in the wheel. Job well done from Lizzie Dignan. She can wave goodbye and be proud of the performance that she's had. 500 metres remain, and they're getting themselves set. Cole is on the wheel of Wiebes. Now Visma Leesebike starts to move forward with Veenhoven. The Dutch woman is looking to try and take a World Tour victory. Babette van der Wolf is there in the pink, and meanwhile here comes Wollaston. Wollaston being brought up on the left-hand side by Jury. If Wollaston is there, the rider in the red jersey has got the green jersey who's following and tracking every move. What's the score going to be come the end? What is the position going to be? Wiebes strikes, she goes. Wiebes going for the stage victory. Wiebes is going, she's got daylight to call. Wiebes wins a 7th stage here, the Lloyds Tour of Britain. It's a 3rd place for Ali Wollaston, 4 bonus seconds, and she becomes the first rider from New Zealand to win the overall classification here at the Lloyds Tour of Britain. Job well done, and she did it when it mattered most.
What an execution from the team and from Ali Wollaston finishing it off at the end.
Wiebes, what a performance. Daylight between her and Charlotte Cole, a punch to the air. What a comeback. 7 stage victories. No rider has ever won more stages in the history of the sport. 2nd for Cole, and meanwhile Wollaston can thank her teammates, be proud. That was a performance of a lifetime.
Team SD Worx finally get the stage victory that they've been after, but what a performance from this team, FDJ Suez, and you can see what it means to them, the emotion, as tears flow from the eyes of Ali Wollaston.
Well, it did come down to the wire last year, didn't it? Ali Wollaston taking the victory by only 4 seconds to young Kat Ferguson. Caroline Swinkles was in 3rd place. And I am delighted to be joined here in the commentary box by Lizzie Banks. Lizzie, this is your debut commentary. How excited are you for this race?
Oh, I'm very excited. I would be excited watching it, but to be here commentating is an absolute thrill. It's such an important race for British riders and the British public, of course, being the only World Tour race we have in the UK. And it's a race that definitely holds a special place in my heart, being a race that really launched my career back in 2019. So absolutely thrilled to be here. We've got a world-class field, and it's a great parcours this year. Very hilly, very exciting. And like always at the Tour of Britain, anything could happen.
Absolutely. Here are the previous winners of the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women. It was taken over by British Cycling only a few years ago, but some of the best women in the world of cycling here. Ali Wollaston is back. Lotte Kopecky, the winner in 2024, is back on the start line as well. But we are, as Lizzie said, we're going to have a fantastic 5 days of racing here in the UK, and it does hold a special place in my heart too. These are some of the riders to watch. Of course, Ali Wollaston having won last year, but it is a hillier parcours this year. Lorena Wiebes as well, coming from the Tour de France Femmes avec Zwift, having won 2 stages there. Kate Courtney this is a very exciting prospect, isn't it, Lizzie? Because she's coming from the world of mountain biking.
Yeah, so this is going to be Kate Courtney's very first World Tour race for her new team, FDJ United Suez. She actually won her very first UCI race over at Tour de Feminin just a couple of months ago, and great 2 performances at 2 French races. So yeah, first World Tour race for Kate Courtney as we see the riders lining up for the start in Cockermouth. The riders are going to be lucky if they avoid the showers today, aren't they? They all look dressed for British weather.
They are indeed. They know how to pack when they come here in the UK. It's not the sunny skies that we've had recently, but I think that will actually be quite nice for the riders because it's been super tough for them, especially in the past couple of months with the soaring temperatures that we've had in Europe, specifically in the Tour de France Femme. It was such a big talking point, wasn't it, throughout the 9 stages that we had, as to how it added to the accumulative fatigue and how so many riders and teams almost had meticulous plans to keep their core body temperature cool. A few of the other riders to watch, just going to mention those that we missed out there. Zoe Backstead, who had a phenomenal debut in the Tour de France Femme avec Zwift, showed her strength, and it'll be interesting to see how the team of Canyon SRAM take to this race. Will she be the protected leader for general classification? Will she be protected to be the sprinter? Because we know how well Zoe Backstead sprints, but she has Chiara Consoni within that team too. So being a British rider, perhaps she has kind of put her hand up and said, this is a race that I want to target. But I think as the race evolves, we'll know a little bit more of Zoe's targets and ambitions for this race.
Yeah, and talking of sprinters, we also saw Clara Caponi for Little Trek there, lining up on the front. Now, Clara Caponi has had a really good record in this race. She won in 2022. She won the first stage and she took the leader's jersey, and she had a very successful edition in 2021 as well. So she's going to be super happy to be back here. You can see her teammate Rhiannon Marcus alongside her as well, who's also had a very good history with the race here.
Yeah, she was 4th on GC last year and one of the most combative riders in the Tour de France Femme too, and that's something we'll get into. But it's also, this race is much of about who's recovered the most. It's only been 9 days since that final stage 9 into Nice of the Tour de France, and a lot of the riders actually coming here in the UK, knowing how important this race is, and also how much the riders love being here in the UK. That's always a resounding message that we get, I think, because of the crowds, the schools that come out on the side of the road. Of course, it's the summer holidays here in the UK, but hopefully there'll be lots of children watching and with their flags or whatever they might have made to support these women.
Yeah, it's always a really, really tight race here in Britain. Lizzie Deignan winning from Cascini Viodoma by just 2 seconds. Grace Brown winning from Elisa Longo Borghini winning from Grace Brown by 1 second. And of course last year that tight battle with Kat Ferguson and the eventual winner Ali Wollaston. And so, yeah, we expect to see a race of seconds here as usual. There'll be bonus seconds at the intermediate sprints and on every finish line. So we expect those to be very important in the race.
Yeah, I agree. I think they'll be raced very, very aggressively, knowing how much this race generally does come down to the wire. But a different parkour this year versus what we had last year. And let's have a look at what stage 1 has in store for the riders. Cockermouth to Cockermouth, 58.9 kilometres. Sorry, just shy of 2,000 metres of elevation. And Lizzie, what else are the riders going to have to tackle on the route today?
Well, we can split this race up into 3 parts, really. You can see we head southwest from Cockermouth towards the coast in Whitehaven before going up to Workington. And we're going to have a hilly, uncategorised section with a lot of spicy climbs for the riders. And then we've got a long section along the coast through the intermediate sprint in Allenby and up to Silloth before the final 2 categorised climbs and back into Cockermouth.
It's the first time Cockermouth has hosted a start of the Tour of Britain. You can see the weather here, 14 degrees, southwesterly winds, 13 kilometres an hour. But I've had a little bit of a dig, Lizzie, and I think the wind could actually play a big factor in today's race, and most critically the direction of the wind as they head to the coast.
Yeah, you're right, Danny. We've got a howling tailwind as the riders are coming up the coast, and after that, after we turn right back inland from Silloth, the riders are going to have a full gas crosswind. There's a long section there, about 20 or 30 kilometres, which is quite exposed. So the riders are going to need to be aware of that, and they're going to need to look out, because it is a perfect opportunity for a strong Dutch team, potentially like SD Worx, to break up the race. We know how much they love crosswinds, and I'm pretty sure they are going to try.
Yeah, Yeah, I'm sure of it too. You can see now the riders just getting ready on the start line, looking pretty relaxed. That's Clara Caponi and Rhiannon Marcus here for the team of Lidl Trek. Clara Caponi, I'm sure, will have her sights set on a stage like today. It's deemed a sprint stage by race organisers. Eleanor Backstead here, British rider Anna Morris, who is riding for the Great Britain national team. She's just come back from a huge amount of success in the Commonwealth Games on the track.
And she was also the winner, Danny, at Rydale of the North Yorkshire Grand Prix in the British National Series this Sunday. So she's fresh off a win and she'll be full of motivation. We can see Alice Towers, who rides for her trade team EF Education Oatley in the pink helmet, just 2 riders to the left of Anna Morris there as well. She'll probably be the leader, I would say, for the GB team.
Before we begin today's stage, there will be a moment to remember Fin Tarling. Whilst racing at the Vuelta a Portugal last Friday, Fin was involved in a tragic accident at just 19 years of age. Fin was a much-loved member of the British cycling community, and his loss has been felt deeply across the sport. Today, the riders and everyone here at the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women would like to take this opportunity to come together and remember Fin. We all send our heartfelt condolences to his teammates, his friends, his mum and dad, Dawn and Michael, and of course his brother, Josh. You can see the riders, the Great Britain national team, at the front of the peloton here, and we'll now pause and applaud in remembrance, of course, of Fin.
All our thoughts today are with Fin's family, his friends, and his teammates. I ask you all now to join in a round of applause as we remember Fin Tarling. We are 2 minutes now from the start of the Lloyds Tour of Britain for women. The riders will get themselves ready now for the start. Jamie Ann will start to get the music underway, and we are going to get this race rolled out. We are getting the countdown started. Our timekeeper is in the cars. Our leading cars are now ready for this first stage of racing, taking the riders from Cockermouth to Cockermouth, a stage of just over 158 kilometres. We will, of course, our friends here at the finish line come through the line, and you will see the riders race through Cockermouth with 27.7 kilometres of racing to go. The timekeeper is ready. We're going to give the riders the 1 minute countdown in just a moment as we get this stage of the Tour of Britain underway.
So just over a minute until the start of stage 1 then for the riders. You can see them really becoming more focused, and I love being able to see into the eyes of the riders. I think cycling can sometimes dehumanise the riders, but when we get the glimpse into the riders' eyes as they take to the start line, this is a huge chance, a big opportunity for everyone now. It's a clean slate. And stage 1 is going to bring us, I'm sure, a huge spectacle here on the roads of Cockermouth. And as Lizzie said, we're heading down towards the coastline, running back up north and finishing on a finishing circuit of 27.7 kilometres. The riders will have the opportunity to cross the start line, the finish line, sorry, and just suss out how they're going to tackle that final run-in to try and take that first stage of the Tour of Britain.
Obviously the riders rolling out here now, and they've got 8 kilometres of neutral before the race starts properly. And when the race does start, Danny, we are straight into the hills.
We are indeed, and you can see the emotion on Zoe Backstead's face there, of course, after the remembrance of Fin Tarling, and she will hold him in her heart as she races out there today. And the neutral is always just an opportunity, a chance for the riders to calm the nerves, try and find their position out there on the road, and it was always something that I wanted to get over with and get racing quickly, because I felt like everyone was jostling for position, everyone was eyeing each other up, and it was always that anticipation of what was to come.
Yeah, I think especially in this kind of neutral where straight after the race starts proper, we're into really, really narrow British roads, typical British roads, narrow, high hedges, you can't see around those corners, and in a race like this, that jostle for position to be right in the premier spot is often quite tricky in the neutral, because when you're going slower, it's actually harder to find your position in the front often. So it'll be really interesting to see how the beginning of this race pans out. Of course, we've got 158.9 kilometres to go, so it's a very long way for the riders today. If anybody's thinking of a kilometre zero move, that'll be a good 4 hours of racing. So let's see what's going to happen.
Absolutely, you can see almost this ricochet effect at the back of the peloton as well. A few riders happy to be in this position, as you said, more confident perhaps in their positioning skills too. Riders just being able to chat to friends and rivals perhaps. A lot of the riders actually base themselves in Girona, so a lot of them very good friends, albeit maybe perhaps riding for different teams. But you're right, Lizzie, I think that's something that we all talk about, racing. Can see in memory of Fin here, of course.
You're right, Danny, this is going to be a very emotional day for a lot of riders, the British riders especially, and we saw the British riders wearing those black armbands in memory of Fin, who so tragically lost his life just a few days ago.
You can see a few riders just trying to use the width of the road to try and move up. And we have 5 continental teams here, Lizzie, and you touched on it earlier, just saying how important this race is for them. Perhaps their first World Tour race as well, perhaps their longest race. Today is the longest race of the whole of the Tour of Britain, but also it's a 5-day race, and it is going to be brutal. These roads are renowned to be different, actually, to those in Europe that flow nicely. They're gritty roads, they're tough. And so it's a big chance for them as well to use it as a shop window.
Absolutely, we just saw Madeline Cooper there from Hansling Alba Development Road team at the back of the peloton with her hand up, so she must be wanting something. The race can't start properly until all the riders are ready, so if somebody has a mechanical in that neutral zone and we go past the kilometre zero, the race won't actually start. But we've still got a good 5 or 6 kilometres left, so we'll see if she can get sorted out before the race starts. Another couple of riders with their hands up. Often on a day like this, Danny, it is so difficult to pick your clothing. Nobody knows what to wear. You start with your jacket on, you take it off on again, put it on again, and it's really, really difficult to know. It's very humid out there, even though it's not hot. We haven't got a heat wave like you've been saying. Another one of the Liverlula Jayco riders there with their arm up, probably wanting to have a bit of a wardrobe change before we get the race started. And that's Aude Bianique at the back there, coming back from race. She wasn't at the Tour de France, surprisingly, so great to see her here. Now we've got the Backstead sisters, of course, Eleanor and Zoe, racing with those black armbands in memory of Fin Tarling.
I love these sisters. I think they're brilliant, and especially Zoe, from the success that she's had, she oozes that love for the sport, and it comes across. It's obvious that they have so much support from both their parents, of course, Magnus Backstead, winner of Paris-Roubaix, but also their mum, Megan Backstead, was a former professional rider too, and they just always there to support the sisters, and they obviously get on very well as well. I think it can be quite a hard dynamic. We know of quite a few siblings within the peloton, and it doesn't always work out like these Backstead sisters, who clearly just want the best for each other. They're riding for different teams, and I'm sure if it came down to it, they'd want to beat each other, but they're going to give themselves a little bit more space if one of them wants to come through. They're going to look out for each other in the race, and it's nice that they can kind of share this journey together. What a kind of privileged position to be in.
Absolutely, and we see Alice Wood there, former British rider as well, who is the race director for this race. It's her first time as a race director, and she looks thrilled to be there, doesn't she, in that green Lloyds Tour of Britain women jumper.
She does indeed, and they've done a brilliant route. They've done a brilliant job, sorry. creating this route, which I do think is going to be actually one of the toughest routes. When I was looking at the start list, when I was looking at the parkour of each stage, especially on stage 3 where we've got a summit finish, I was thinking, I think it's going to be tough for the sprinters to hang on. We've seen sprinters having had the opportunity to take the general classification in previous editions, but I don't think this is going to come down to a sprinter winning this race overall.
Yeah, you're right, Danny. We've got a much more sort of well-rounded race this year, haven't we? And the organisers are saying we might have a sprint back into Cockermouth, but if I know the Tour of Britain, and I think I do, I think it's not going to be a full bunch sprint. I think we're going to have a reduced group coming in tomorrow into Blackpool. We might have a bigger group, and then of course on Friday we've got the finish at the Great Orme, that summit finish you were talking about, which gave us such a fantastic finish in the men's Tour of Britain with Wout van Aert and Julian Alaphilippe just a few years ago. And then of course we head down into Wales before finishing up in Leamington Spa. So we've really got a little bit of everything today, and that's also reflected in the riders that we've got here. We've got riders who are sprinters, we've got riders who are more sort of punchy sprinters who can sprint and get over those hills, like Ali Wollaston, who we see here in the New Zealand National Championships jersey with those Red Bull helmets, the winner last year of course. But I think this parkour might be a little bit too hard for her today. But I think the big question for a lot of us in this year's edition is, what can Lorena Wiebes do? Now, we saw her in the Tour de France Femmes, and she won the first stage, of course. She won the first 2 stages, of course, taking the yellow jersey with it. And that first stage in the Tour de France Femmes, that really pushed the limits of what Lorena Wiebes was capable of. And now we're wondering if she can even take the overall hilly race like this Tour of Britain this week. I'm sure she will be wondering the same thing. I'm sure her teammates Misha Bredevold and Lotte Kopecky, who may also be going for the GC, will be wondering the same thing too. So that's going to be fascinating to see how that plays out.
And do you think for SD Worx Protime they will have her as the leader? Will they have her as the A plan and go into stage 3 and see how far she can get? Or actually do you think that she is just here for stages, and actually that they are going to back the likes of Kopecky or Misha Bredevold?
I mean, as we see so often with SD Worx, they can have multiple cards and they can often pull it off. So I would think that we would see them trying to ride for Lorena Wiebes on the first couple of stages, and maybe even the 3rd stage, but protecting a little bit riders like Kopecky and Misha Bredevold. They won't want those riders to lose time. We can see here Imogen Wolf just on the right-hand side of the screen behind Ali Wollaston, the British rider, of course. So they'll be wanting to protect those leaders, those 3 leaders, I think, whilst really going for stage wins. Stage wins is the key here, really, and they know they've got the best card to play. Lorena Wiebes is probably the best sprinter that we've ever seen. I have to apologise to British rider Mark Cavendish, of course. But she really is an exceptional rider. She can get over hills, she can do it all, and she doesn't even need a lead out. We've seen her time and time again when she's been left on her own that she can still pull it off.
And just to let you know, this race will be brought to you by 5G coverage, so we could have a little bit of interference, a little bit of picture breakup, but stay with us because we will bring you the best pictures that we possibly can through the roads of the UK. And you can see already how narrow, how twisty and turny these roads are, and as Lizzie said, it's going to be crucial, the positioning of the riders. We just saw Jo Tinley at the front of the peloton as well. She is a British rider riding for the Smurfit West Rock cycling team, and she is always on the attack. She's always on the move, so I wouldn't be surprised, Lizzie, if she's one of the first riders, once that neutral service car pulls away, for her to go on the attack, because again, for these smaller teams, that's the best chance for them, isn't it? It's a chance, an opportunity to get their sponsors out there, to be part of the race and not just be in a position to merely follow.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got 3K to go to the race start proper now. So those riders wanting to get up in the early break will be really trying to make sure they are at the front of the race. Like you said, Danny, we've got 5 continental women's teams. We've got the Norwegian team of High-Tech Products Fluid Control, and we've got the 4 British teams of O'Shea Red Chili Bikes, Smurfit West Rock Cycling Team, which has Jo Tindley, of course, Das Hutchinson and Hansling Alba Development Road Team. Now, Hansling Alba, they of course had Lauren Dixon here last year. She had a fantastic race, and it was actually her her first World Tour race ever, let alone her first World Tour stage race. She also had a great ride up at the Tour of Norway with Hansling Alba, and that's where she was spotted by Demi Vollering, and Demi Vollering was really the one that got her over onto FDJ United Suez, and she's had such a phenomenal rise to the top. She was a key rider for Demi Vollering in the Giro this year, and really helped Demi Vollering seal that overall victory. So we know that Lauren Dixon is super excited to be racing here on the British roads. She had a crash and she unfortunately broke her collarbone. So it is great to see her back here. It is her first race since she broke her collarbone. That crash was at the Tour de Suisse, of course, in June. So it's going to be really interesting to see what she can do here. She's going to be motivated, and knowing Lauren Dixon, she will be in good form.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to look at the team of FDJ United Suez, of course, with Lauren Dixon being a British rider, and it has been such a truly remarkable rise to fame from an injury which ended her running career. She didn't start road racing until 2024, and as you mentioned then, Lizzie, had some phenomenal performances on the UK Continental team, was picked up by FDJ Suez and has been outstanding. She really impressed me. I had the privilege of being on the ground at the Giro, and she just rode out of her skin. So I'm sure if she has recovered from that crash that she sustained in
the Tour de Suisse,
yeah, then she'll be absolutely on form for this race. And I think the parkour really suits her attributes as a rider too. They've obviously got Ali Wollaston, who they'll look after for the sprint finishes, but another rider I don't think we can fail to talk about is Kate Courtney within that team, because she's been announced recently to sign with FDJ United Suez. She's got her sights set on the LA Olympic Games, a home Olympic Games for her in 2028 on the road. Two-time world champion in the mountain bike, in cross country and in the marathon, and now what a target and what a change from this multidisciplinary rider now that we can see, and it's going to be intriguing as to how she gets on this week.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sure we're going to be talking about her a lot this week as probably one of the two leaders of the FDJ United Suez team. Well, we just saw Eleanor Backstead there from UAE Team Limad, the older of the two Backstead sisters, taking her gilet off for her outfit change before the races. And you see Ali Wollaston there on the left-hand side in the white New Zealand jersey. She's got arm warmers on, so if she needs to whip off a layer, that's easy. And Jo Tindley was between those two, the veteran rider we were mentioning just a minute ago. Well, we must be about a kilometre now from the rollout. The riders will be turning left onto the A road, actually out of Cockermouth. They've been taking the scenic route to get there, and we'll be starting the race very shortly. Race director Alice Wood will be dropping the flag. They'll be ready to go. We can see Ode Biernik, number 981 at the back there.
I think Alice Wood have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Obviously a colleague of ours, commentating generally for a lot of the major women's races, but now a race director for British cycling for the Lloyds Tour of Britain.
We can see a couple of riders from the Human Powered Health squad at the back there. There was Petra Stiassny, who of course won that spectacular stage up the Angliru at this year's Vuelta, before unfortunately having an awful crash in training just a few weeks later, fracturing her jaw, and this is her first race back. So it's going to be interesting to see how she's going to cope on these tough British roads where positioning is so key. We know she's a rider that struggles a little bit with positioning. Oh, there we can see Eleanor Backstead again, just fueling up before the race start, and Alice Barnes ready to drop that flag.
Alice just indicating the road, turning left there for the riders, keeping them as safe as they can possibly be. Like I said, the nerves are going to be roaring high in these first few kilometres. As the race settles down, I'm sure we'll have a flurry of attacks at the start of the race for riders trying to get into that first breakaway of the day as we head south, and the race is almost split into three parts. The first 40 kilometres is very undulating. Then between 127 and 75 kilometres to go, it is pretty much pan flat, but we've got the wind to contend with, we've got the coastline to contend with. So by all means, it's still going to be exciting racing. And then that last 75k, very undulating. The 2 second cat climbs are within those final 75 kilometres, and that's something else that is exciting about the stage 1 of a stage race. We've got so many narratives that are going to start forming, so many jerseys up for grabs, so many races within the race, Lizzie, which we don't know quite yet who is going to be targeting what.
You're right, Danny. We've got 12 points available in the Queen of the Mountains competition at the 2 second category climbs of Kulbeck and Parsonbury Brow, and then there's another 20 points on offer in tomorrow's stage. So it is a competition that really could be quite wide open. We've of course got the sprint competition as well. Riders can take points through the 2 intermediate sprints, one in Allenby along the coast, and the second intermediate sprint being on the first pass of the finish line in Cockermouth. There are of course more sprint points available at the finish, and so as the race goes on, we'll see riders targeting those jerseys too. And you know, for the sprints, we could have a really good race here. We've got Wiebes, of course, Ali Wollaston, Maggie Coles-Lister, the Canadian national champion Chiara Consoni, and Zoe Backstead from Canyon SRAM, Lara Gillespie from Team UAE Limad, and Fleur Moores, the young rider from Little Trek, the very talented young rider from Little Trek. And it'll be, I think she'll be given leadership in those sprints today, so it'll be really, really interesting to see what she can do.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Lizzie. Definitely one of those riders to watch, and also being at the back end of the season too, riders coming into these final few races with aspirations of being selected for the World Championships, for potentially trying to find a contract for next year. So these last few races are so important for riders to perhaps race aggressively, get themselves in a break, but also pick up vital UCI points in one of the final World Tour races that we've got this year.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll talk a little bit more about the calendar later on, Danny. We're very, very close to the race start here now. You can see Alice Wood with that British flag. She pops back into the car. She'll be popping back out any moment. There she is. Ready to go as the riders just take this slight course flat downhill. And there we can see the signs for kilometre 0 and the race start in about 300 metres.
Who will be the first to move? That is always what intrigues me. You can see lead camera motorbikes just signalling kilometre 0. 158.9 kilometres today for the riders to kick off this year's Lloyds Tour of Britain women. 5 stages, 5 counties, and almost 9,000 metres of climbing. This is the biggest Lloyds Tour of Britain women we've seen since British cycling took it on. And we've already got movement here from the team of the Smurfit West Rock cycling team, one of the continental teams. And this is what they need to do, Lizzie.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. They need to get up the road and they need to get ahead of the race. Because for these teams, positioning in a bunch like this is so hard. They are not practiced at it. And if you can be up ahead of the race, you can save a lot of energy rather than sort of coming out the back and then coming back in, that elastic band effect. Now, the riders have just got 3 kilometres before they head off this A road into a very, very narrow road and a little chicane down into Ulloch and hitting the really hilly part of the course. So I expect to see the race sort of, you know, speeding up a little bit as they want to sort of get into position for that right turn in a couple of kilometres, in about 3 kilometres time. We've got Cecilia Uttrup-Ludwig at the back there. Now, Cecilia Uttrup-Ludwig was actually in that race-winning move into Kelso on stage 3 last year. She was looking really good, and she had a really unfortunately timed puncture, which took her out of contention. And she's had a pretty difficult season, so it's good to see her back racing here. So we go to the front to see number 155, which is Leila Schwentner from the Smurfit West Rock cycling team, the first rider to attack, first rider to try and get up the road. We can see her on the radio there. asking what gap she's got back to the peloton, no doubt.
Yeah, potentially, and I think she would want some company here, Lizzie, because as you mentioned, whoever's going to be giving it a go in these first few kilometres could potentially have a long day ahead of them. So ideally for her, she will take a look over her shoulder and see some sort of reaction in the peloton behind. Ideally, you would say you'd want perhaps a group of about 8 riders as being the most sort of conducive in a breakaway to work together. 6 to 8 riders perhaps, to be able to sort of share that workload. Sometimes, I guess, when a group becomes too big, it can almost be a detriment to the outcome of the race.
Yeah, I think that 8 is right on that limit of what's workable, really, but it also depends who you've got in the break. You've got riders who are famous for working and riders who are very, very famous for not working. But the one thing that might sort of hinder a breakaway in this first 22 kilometres is the headwind. The riders are going straight into a block headwind as we head down to Whitehaven. And it's only as they turn right from Whitehaven up the coast towards Workington and then up towards Allenby and Silloth that they're going to have that wind right on their back before turning inland, of course, and then having those crosswinds later in the race. And those headwinds can be so difficult to form a breakaway because nobody really wants to use their energy that early on. See Eleanor Backstead and Zoe Backstead still on the front there, almost working as teammates, although of course they are riding for different teams. UAE team Limad and Canyon Shram, of course, for Zoe Backstead.
Yeah, the biggest World Tour teams represented here at the front of the peloton, and that's what's always important, to make sure there's always someone at the front, marshalling the front, making sure nothing too dangerous goes up the road, or perhaps you're represented so you're not on the back foot then having to control the race, because these races can be hard to control, Lizzie, with the sort of terrain here in the UK, with the twists and turns. That does lend itself actually to a breakaway forming quite quickly. You can see here, out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah.
And that's what you don't want to be in a position to have to try and control.
Yeah, it's a typical out of sight, out of mind kind of race, isn't it? And I remember, of course, Kasia Niewiadoma in the 2018 edition. Was it the 2017 edition, of course, I think.
Yeah, you're right, yeah.
And 2018 edition, of course, you will remember well, Danny, because you were, what position were you in that race, Danny?
Oh, I thought you'd never mention it, Lizzie.
thought I was never going to ask.
No, I was 3rd on general classification in 2018, and it was one of the best kind of results, memories that I've got. Oh dear, we've had a crash here from Jess Roberts, I believe, from the Great Britain national team. Yeah, it is Jess Roberts. Unfortunately, has come down. We didn't get to see the crash. Jess Roberts coming back from the Commonwealth Games. She's just getting, as you can see, that is the race doctor, and he will conduct concussion protocols on Jess Roberts to make sure she is fit to start the race again. That's become a lot more prevalent in the world of racing. We're just going to see a replay of the crash here. You can see on the left-hand side, touch of wheels, 2 crashes it seemed actually. You can see one of the riders just ahead of Jess Roberts, so perhaps a slamming on of brakes, Lizzie, which can sometimes happen throughout the bunch if a rider sees a crash happening ahead of them.
Yeah, it looked like there was a little tightening up on the left-hand side. Probably, you know, it can even be one of those little areas right next to the edge of the road. You're trying to squeeze your way up. And actually, Jess Roberts' crash was right on the back on the left-hand side. And she didn't hit anybody, but I think it was probably just that immediate reaction to the crash in front of her and the slowing down in front of her. And now we can see the riders have taken that right-hand turn off of the main road. They're on the little road going down to the hamlet of Ulloch, where they're going to take a little chicane, go over a narrow bridge, and then head up the first little spicy climb of the day up Branthwaite Edge.
Jess Roberts will just have to try and compose herself now, but you never want to hit the deck, even if you come off relatively unscathed and don't have any kind of big injuries, I guess, that can stop you getting back on the bike. Your body's going to go into somewhat recovery mode. You're still hitting the ground at probably around 40 to 50 kilometres an hour, which is what the riders will be racing at now.
Yeah, we saw that broken jersey on her left-hand shoulder, so she's going to come down and hit that left-hand side. And now we see Leila Geschwetner here. She's got about a 30-second gap on the peloton, and let's see if she can hold that over the first steep little kicker of the day.
She's still out here alone. Just seeing her looking over her shoulder to see if anyone is coming across. Of course, Lizzie, she's going to have communication, so all of the riders will have race radios, so they will be aware of what's happening behind them, what's happening ahead of them if they're in the peloton. And what typically would the DS be talking to her about now she's in this situation?
Yeah, well, you've got to sort of dig a little bit deep to get that gap in the first place. And then once you've got that gap, you really need to settle into that time trial effort. Of course, all of the World Tour races, they all have radios all the time. But these smaller teams who race a lot of the British national races, they won't actually be racing with radios a lot of the time. As we see the Backstead sisters still on the head of the peloton, and SD Worx controlling. We've got AG Insurance on the left-hand side of your screen, and we've got Liv, Alula, Jaco on the right-hand side of the screen. No interest to chase from the peloton here, and no need to either, really. One rider ahead, 154 kilometres to go. Absolutely no risk with that rider riding into a headwind. Zoe Backstead certainly keeping herself safe on the front of the bunch, isn't she? She's taking no risks, whether or not she's the leader for this race, with her teammate Chiara Consoni normally being the lead sprinter at Canyon Shram. Of course, that will be an interesting one to see the dynamic between those two riders. We saw in the Tour de France Femmes in the second stage that Chiara Consoni didn't make it over the climbs, and actually Canyon Shram ended up sprinting for Zoe Backstead, who was fourth into the sprint in Geneva. So we'll see. Oh, the peloton has really come to a standstill now, and poor Leila Schwetner will be pretty sad that nobody's come to join her, because when the race goes this slowly, you can't even get around the edge to make that attack. Nobody's moving, nobody wants to work into this block headwind. It's a bit of a standoff now, isn't it?
It is. The road has completely been blocked, and I think, well, in my opinion, I'd like to hear your thoughts, Lizzie, but this is all in anticipation for this section that we're going to have, as the riders obviously head south out of Cockermouth and then east towards the coast before heading north along that coastline and looping back before Cockermouth on that sort of coastline route. I think that would have been the message from the DSs today. Make sure you're there, make sure you're present, and if you're not in a team with Lorena Wiebes, who arguably is the fastest sprinter on two wheels in the World Tour peloton now, how do you beat her? Well, this is one way in which to do that, to make it aggressive, to use an opportunity like we'll have through that intermediate sprint point when it does really open up. We've got the best wind direction to form an echelon, so why not do something there? And yeah, as you mentioned, one rider up the road, easy to control. That's what I anticipate happening here.
Absolutely, Danny. Just to say, you can see how hard these riders are having to accelerate and decelerate at the back of the peloton compared to Eleanor and Zoe Backstead, who were just riding so smoothly and just at an easy, steady pace at the front. Yeah, I expect the race to not really kick off until sort of 94 kilometres to go. So if you're going to go and make a cup of tea, make sure you're back with us by 90 kilometres to go, because that's when we're going to have those crosswinds. And that's when you can really have the chance to blow the race apart. We've seen it so many times in the Tour of Britain that a rider has managed to get up the road. I was going to say earlier about Kasia Niewiadoma, of course, who went up the road in 2017 and ended up with a 2-minute gap on the peloton and ended up winning the GC thanks to that gap on the first stage. She was sort of underestimated, and then none of the teams wanted to work, and in the end nobody could bring her back. And last year on stage 1, we saw Kim LaCourt and Kristen Faulkner take the opportunity for a breakaway. They got up the road. Kim LaCourt won the stage and went into the green leader's jersey, and unfortunately she had a crash and lost time on the second stage, but that is a real opportunity for how you can try and win this race. Then there aren't going to be a lot of teams really wanting to control this race. SD Worx are probably one of the favourites alongside AG Insurance. We know how little SD Worx like to control the peloton. Even then, when they say they were doing the work, they often weren't actually doing it. So if you can break the race apart in those hard moments, you can give a surprise attack, you can get up the road in the crosswinds when everybody is suffering, then that's really your moment to be able to make an impact on the race, because once we get into the hills, it's much, much harder to bring things back.
And do you think that's the only way to beat Lorena Wiebes? I've been asked time and time again, well, how do you beat her? What do you do? Other than using crosswinds, trying to make the race aggressive, what do other teams do? Because when you come into a bike race, if you've got such a dominant rider who has won 133 victories, or had 133 victories in a professional career, 9 times out of 10 will win a bunch sprint if it comes down to it, is such a versatile rider. How do you not be defeated before you even start the bike race?
Just see Lila Schwetner's got up to 55-second gap here. Well, you're in the luxury position, Danny, of being able to ask me this question, and I'm the one that's got to try and answer it this time. But I think the key thing is to not have the other teams playing into the hands of SD Worx. We've seen it time and time again. Perhaps it's a sprint stage, and all the other teams will work, and they'll let SD Worx sit back, have all their riders there for the lead out for Lorena Wiebes. But if we think back to stage 2 of the Tour de France FAM this year, again into Geneva, it was Rihanna Marcus of Little Trek, who was here today, of course, who was super aggressive, made a very exciting breakaway on a stage which on paper you wouldn't think would really be the one she would go for as a sort of a more hilly rider, but she's also an enormously talented time trialist, and she got that gap. Nobody wanted to work. SD Worx were forced to do the work, and in the end they ended up with 0 riders to lead Lorena Wiebes out. Rihanna Marcus was caught with about 400 meters to go. It was very, very tight, and Lorena Wiebes did end up still winning. But that's how you try. You play the game, you put the pressure on, you try and make those moves, and you don't just hand it to her. And we see Tennille Campbell here at the back, number 151, riding for Smurfit Westrock cycling team. Marit Rijmakers, of course, number 105 for Human Powered Health. Just a little bit off the back of the peloton. Perhaps they're not feeling too comfortable with being in the wheels, or perhaps they're just trying to avoid that sort of elastic band effect of coming back in and having to brake. But they're really quite far off the back here, aren't they, Danny?
They are indeed. I think potentially getting used to a new bike for Tennille Campbell, new team, new opportunity here. She's ridden for World Tour teams in the past as well. But it is that confidence too. These are technical roads here in the UK. They're twisted and they're turning, and sometimes it takes a few kilometres, perhaps a stage, to really find your rhythm again. I know for me it was, as the more racing I did, the more confident I got in my positioning, in being able to get my elbows out, sharpen my elbows if I needed to, fight on the right and left hand side of the road. And it's very individual to riders as to how they like to move within the peloton, if they're confident that they can get from back to front quite quickly or not. Again, so hopefully for them they'll be able to get themselves better positioned, because currently it's going to be really tough for them to be able to react to anything that might happen on the road. So just ticked under 150 kilometres to go. One lone leader at the front. This is going to be a long day out. The gap just under a minute here, 58 seconds being given to our leader, and just chilling here in the peloton. We can see Zoe Baxter having a little wave to the couple of the fans that are lining the roads here as we come out of Cockermouth. It's great to see, isn't it, Lizzie? You know, the riders really embracing the fans on the side. And again, it's something that when asked a lot of the riders about why they enjoy riding here in the UK, it's something that they talk about. And this was one of the most prestigious stage races that everybody wanted to line up and race.
Yeah, I think this was sort of the stage race that this was the stage race that sort of set the bar for women's cycling, wasn't it? But you mentioned, Danny, about the bikes that Tennille Campbell are riding. Perhaps she's on a new bike. And of course the Smurfit Westrock cycling team, they're riding the Ribble bikes here, which are based in the Ribble Valley, which is where we're going to be heading tomorrow. But yeah, the Women's Tour of Britain, or the Women's Tour as it was then, the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women as it is now, of course, with our lead sponsor of Lloyds, I think was and is one of the, you know, the premier races on the calendar. And as we see here, we've got this beautiful countryside in the foothills of the Lake District. We're just on that western cusp of the Lake District, and we've still got those foothills there before we've got the flatter plains out to the coast and the Solway Firth, and that border up to Scotland, of course.
unfortunately for the riders. There won't be a huge amount of time, opportunity to take in these spectacular views that we have the pleasure of seeing, of course, from the helicopter, but they are spectacular, as you said, Lizzie.
It's really interesting to see Zoe Baxter still on the front here, and I know she wants to be in position, but she's definitely going to be using quite a bit more energy than if she was second wheel even in this part of the race where we've got that full headwind. So I'm sure she doesn't want to get sucked back into the peloton. As soon as you're even second row, it can get really easy to get sucked right into the middle. And two riders behind Zoe Baxter, we saw sorry, we just cut to Leila Kschwetner now out in the breakaway there. We can see her race notes on her stem.
And was that something that you would have on your bike, Lizzie? Was that something that you would take control over? Was it the mechanic's job? And what information would the riders typically have on their stem that we're seeing here from Leila?
Yeah, I mean, interestingly, you can't really get that much on there, can you? You have to write really small, and you can't actually end up seeing it in the race. Just the key points, really, the key moments to be in front. If there are turns into narrow sections, depending what you're targeting, potentially the QOM points, the feed points as well. Interestingly, in this race, there's only one team car for each of the teams. Often in World Tour races, there are two team cars. There's just one team car. Very narrow roads here in the UK. Now we see there that the leader is Eleonora Gasparini. That's actually Leila Kschwetner still, of course. Still solo, of course, as well. Nobody has joined her, and it doesn't look like anybody's going to be joining her for her solo ride out there.
No, but you can see the gap now is just being held around that kind of 55-second mark, a minute mark. So although the peloton don't look like they're trying too hard at this moment in time, they're still riding at a pretty decent pace, just trying to, you know, keep that gap within reach. A few of them just catching up here too. And the team of, we can see AG Insurance Soudal, they, for me, Lizzie, are the favourites coming in here with Kim LaCourt, who's come back from the Tour de France Femme avec Zwift, where she finished in 9th place on general classification, but of course on stage 6 took that victory. She won the first stage here in 2025, unfortunately crashed out on stage 2, but her kind of rise to the top has been pretty remarkable, and I feel that the team are going to really back her here, and this will be a big target for her to take the overall victory.
Yeah, I think Kim is definitely she's definitely the main rider to watch out for overall victory. There are a few others, of course, but she's definitely the highest up my list. Kate Courtney, of course, big question mark around her, the new rider for FDJ United Suez. And Caroline Swinkels for UAE Team Lehman. She was 3rd here last year. Now, if we get back to the front of the peloton, we could see Kim LaCourt on the right-hand side of the bunch. She's got the multicoloured helmet as the Mauritian national road and time trial champion. I'm sure we'll see her again in a minute, and I'll point her out when we do. And I think it's her race to lose, really. I think she has the opportunity to win it. She has the mindset, she has the talent, she has the capability, and now we're just seeing Jess Roberts getting back to the peloton. That's really good to see. She's going to be a bit sore, but the best thing when you've had a crash is just to get back on the bike and get back going again, and that actually sort of helps stop you getting those sore muscles if you can just ride it out. And she's got 145.9 kilometers to ride it out, so she's going to have plenty of time to do so and to settle back in to the effort.
Doggy fans on the side of the road too, always welcome by the peloton, especially if they're on a short lead, because we have had it in the past where unfortunately the dogs have become too excited and they get a little bit too close for comfort. But that was a cute one, and you can see we're going to just take this right hand turn. The road's still relatively wide here, double lane road, so again not a huge amount of stress for the peloton behind. For Leila, she'll just be trying to be as aerodynamic as she can be, really settle into her effort, try and measure her effort, knowing how much racing she's got yet to come. A slam on one of the brakes here. Doesn't look like anyone's come down, but I think with the severity of the gradient here of this part of the parkour, it's just caused a few riders to slam on as they come close to each other.
Yeah, it's a short climb. It was only about 600 metres in length up to Steel Brow, but it averaged over 10%. So that was a real nasty one for the riders. It's not a flat run-in. It's not a flat start to this race. And none of these climbs are categorised, of course. So if you just are going by the categorised climbs in the race book, then you're going to have a nasty surprise. And now as we go back to Leila Geschwetner, of course, the Austrian rider, who she actually won 4 national titles on the track at the beginning of this month. The Scratch Race, the Devil, the Points and the Omnium. So great to see her taking her chance out front and seeing what she can do in the World Tour peloton. As you say, Danny, she's just holding that gap of a minute and settling into that time trial effort.
We're seeing more and more multidisciplined riders, I feel, being able to tackle not just road racing, but we've obviously got Kate Courtney here. We've got riders who are Olympic champions on the track. And it seems that the teams really look after a rider's best interest when it comes to what they're trying to target, what they're putting more focus on, and being able to almost compartmentalize the difference in training and approaches, rest periods, depending on the disciplines that they're trying to cover.
Yeah, so Leila Geschwetner, she actually used to be a professional skier, and she used to ride the mountain bike in the summer, and we just see the riders coming towards just another uncategorized climb here as they head up and over Steel Brow once again. And so, yeah, she used to be a professional skier. She would ride the mountain bike in the summer, and she ended up with so many injuries that her mum suggested that she join a taster session at the local club, and she didn't look back. She described it as the best decision ever, and now here we see her leading the Lloyds Tour of Britain women. What a feeling that must be. I think being ahead of the peloton always just, I don't know, it gives you sort of a tingling sensation, such excitement, such joy, because when you're out on the road, when you're ahead of the race, those fans by this side of the road, they are cheering just for you, and that's such a nice feeling. So she's going to be lapping up every single whoop and cheer and clap as she goes past all of those fans on the side of the road who are peppered all along the route today. I made a mistake just before. It's actually this climb that's the climb of Steel Brow, 600 metres in length and over 10%. Don't imagine the peloton will be attacking this one, but let's see. You never know. Looks like a nasty little climb. We can see some camper vans at the top, some fans waiting to see the riders to come past.
Yeah, that climb very much looming here in the distance for the riders. You can see the convoy of the lead cars ahead of them, and I think this would be more about positioning, making sure you're in a good position for the climb, giving yourself a little bit of sliding room as we come back to our leader here on the road. And Lizzie, you're partial to a solo breakaway. It must have been the same for you. Haven't won 2 Giro stages yourself.
I
One of
thought you
them
were never
solo.
going to mention it,
Of course
Danny.
I was going to mention it, Lizzie. I could not, could I?
Yeah, it is a great feeling to be out front. I mean, unfortunately for Leila Geschwetner, I don't see this breakaway going to the finish, but you never know, you never know. And you've got the fans there in the polka dot jersey from the Tour de France, absolutely loving the bike race coming past. It's so lovely to see the young girls and boys by the side of the road. Just enjoying their day out. It's a free day out, of course. You can come and spectate anywhere along the route. Do head to the British Cycling website to have a look at the route and see where you can come and spectate, because we would love to see you out on the roadside. And you know what? Today it's not even raining, so...
Not yet, anyway,
Not yet.
Lizzie, because we do have, I think, around a 60% chance of rain as we come into Cockermouth again. But you can see how difficult this climb is now.
That's Connie Hayes there, who's just struggling off the back for O'Shea Red Chili bikes. It's not an easy run into the first stage, is it? It's a tough way to start your first stage of a World Tour stage race. And you can see Leila Geschwetner there. She's just looking back down the climb. She's trying to see how far the peloton are away. Can she get over this climb before they're coming? And she's got plenty of space. 52 seconds gap to the peloton, who's still no interest in chasing the rider down yet. They've got a long week ahead of them, and they've got lots more to come at the end of this race. So they are just keeping it a nice, steady gap up to Leila Geschwetner in front.
Our first point of interest comes with 106.6 kilometres to go. That's our first intermediate sprint of the Tour of Britain this year. 3, 2 and 1 seconds on offer and points for that green jersey competition. And if we just look back at last year, of course, Ali Wallison took general classification ahead of Kat Ferguson and Caroline Swinkles. The points jersey was taken by Kat Ferguson, actually level on points with Ali Wallison, but because of her stage of victory, she was given that points jersey. The Queen of the Mountains, a polka dot jersey, was won by Dominika Wlodacek, who is not here this year, but she won 2 points ahead of Cicely Uttrup-Ludwig, who is here, of course, riding for the team of Canyon SRAM. And the young riders classification was won by Kat Ferguson.
And we see Maeve Plouffe here of Red Chili Bikes, O'Shea Red Chili Bikes. She's got a flat tyre on the front. That is not a nice time to have a mechanical up on that steep climb up to Steel Brow. She's going to be waiting for her team car, who are going to be quite a long way back, unfortunately. It's going to take a little bit of time for her team car to get up, and on these narrow roads it is difficult. If your car 15 or 16, you've got to pass all of the rest of the cars in the convoy before you can get to the front and service your rider. So hopefully Maeve can get that front wheel serviced as soon as possible, get back on the bike. Thankfully for her, the race isn't on, and she should be able to get back before the riders drop down into Whitehaven, using the convoy, of course, to come back to the race. See Steffi Harberlin, the Swiss national champion for SD Worx Protime, on the left-hand side of the screen, with the AG Insurance Sudal riders who are keeping their leader Kim Lecourt safe. That's Letizia Borghese right on the very left-hand side of the screen, on the right-hand side of the road for AG. She's just looking behind her, trying to see her leader, and all she sees is the SD Worx rider, but Kim Lecourt Pinard is there in that yellow, blue, green and red helmet, just behind Steffi Harberlin, the Mauritian national champion, of course, wanting to make sure that she's in a good position, because these roads can be dangerous. We've got a really fast, really steep descent coming off of Steel Brow here, and so many twists and turns that being in the front position, being able to take your own line is really, really important.
The gap has just reduced now after that uncategorized climb, after the natural acceleration of the peloton, who all want to be well positioned, not just for the climb itself, but as Lizzie mentioned there, for the technical descent, to be able to take your own lines. And that's a beauty of being in front. So for Layla, she will be able to do just that, and you can see the dangerous parts of the corners are nicely marked for the riders to be able to see. You can see how the light changes too, through the woodlands, through the trees as well. The dappled light can also be quite dangerous. And Lizzie, sometimes I feel that when the roads are wet but it's dry, it can almost be more dangerous, because the riders are almost racing as if it's dry, but you can see here the roads are still pretty wet.
Yeah, it's that sort of not knowing whether to race in dry conditions or not knowing whether to race in wet conditions. Heading in and out of these beautiful wooded areas as we head towards the coast here. It is such a lovely area to come for your holidays. You can spend some of your time in the Lake District. You can spend some of your time in the beach, Siloth, of course, where we're going to head through later, with beautiful cobbled promenade is a lovely seaside destination. And it really is a beautiful part of the world, Cumbria, to come and have your holidays in. I spent many a holiday there as a kid, and such beautiful scenery. I hope the riders will get a chance to have a look around them. And later we're gonna head back towards as we head back towards Coldbeck and Parsonbury Brow, we'll be heading towards the northern fells of the Lake District, and hopefully we'll get a few lovely shots there over the beautiful Lake District, of course. Neil Campbell here, still on the back of the peloton, just leaving about 6 or 7 bike lengths back to the back of the peloton. She does not want to be in that bunch, does she?
She's making life a lot more difficult for herself by riding a few bike lengths off the back. Of course, having to put out a huge amount more power than if she had the confidence, I think, to sit a lot closer to the wheel. You save a huge amount of energy by sitting behind a rider, of course, and that also comes down to the hierarchy of the teams. who the leaders are, what are your contributions to the team, what are your goals, and what's your job? Essentially, you'll have a manager's meeting, Lizzie, the night before, and again, freshening up on the morning of the race, making sure the DS will talk to the riders about how they're feeling, if they're happy with the plan that they've put in place for the race, for the stage itself. There'll be different plans throughout as to each team's most optimum opportunity to win this bike race. And sometimes that can change and it will have to be fluid on the road. You can't, of course, control what the other teams are doing. You can come into the race with an A plan, but ultimately if another team is something that can kind of disrupt that A plan, you have to have the ability to communicate, to change things on the road, and potentially even change your leader if for whatever reason someone isn't feeling good and hasn't got the confidence in their own ability to be able to finish it off either in a sprint or for the general classification. You can actually see here as well that time gap looks slightly smaller than 30 seconds that were being shown on the screen.
Yeah, it's coming down. We're about to head into Whitehaven now. We'll hit Whitehaven in a few kilometres, and that gap has really shrunk. There's just been that natural increase in speed, like you say, Danny, and we have these fabulous trackers, but it's always a little bit difficult to get the exact GPS data, and so we have to be a little bit cautious with what we're seeing on the screen. There's always a little bit of a delay, of course, as well, so we try and take that information and double check it. We're going to get a pan back to the peloton, or we can't see them. Now that is actually about 20 seconds because Leila Schwettner was already through that roundabout, and the riders are just coming through now. They're really just coming into the outskirts of Whitehaven now, and as we hit Whitehaven, we're going to get a really fast tailwind up the coast. There are points where we could potentially get a crosswind, but it would be a tail crosswind, and the really big crosswinds are coming later at about 90 kilometres to go. And the riders have got Leila Schwettner in their sights now, and that is bad news for her. She's no longer out of sight. She is in sight, in mind, and they are going to be hunting her down as they get into the twists and turns on the outskirts of Whitehaven.
What this also does, Lizzie, though, is opens the race up again, because with Leila Schwettner out front, the peloton, you could see, were very relaxed. They blocked the road. They were happy that only one rider was very much controllable, and if the peloton wanted to, would be able to close incredibly quickly. However, if Leila is now caught, what that then does is it gives other riders the opportunity to go on the move, go on the attack. As we get closer to the finish, yes, we're still very much at the start of the race, but we've still got this undulating section, this first 40 kilometres of undulation into the wind, and because it is that cross tailwind, that does prove a big opportunity for a lot of riders to be able to make it from a breakaway. So riders are now going to have to be super attentive as they come towards the back wheel of Leila, in the prospect that there could be some more attacks coming.
Yeah, we've got that final descent down into Whitehaven now. And of course we're on bigger roads, and as we head out of Whitehaven, we've got another 12 or so kilometres of hilly roads before we hit the flat part on the coast, and they are wider roads. Those wider roads allow for that movement in the peloton. Leila will be wanting to try and stay away. Potentially we could even see some riders bridging over to her, and then the gap going out again. Riders just negotiating that tricky bit of road furniture. The organisers done a great job of putting some padded barriers on there just in case. Seeing Jess Roberts, Ruby Oakes at the back, number 183 for the Great Britain cycling team. Now really you can see that the pace has picked up a lot here. They were absolutely standstill earlier, and heading into Whitehaven they all want to be in position, don't they? There's a natural pace as they head downhill to the coast, but there's that added benefit of seeing the rider in front. And Leila Schwettner is just taking that final kilometre down into the coast in Whitehaven, the historic port of Whitehaven, and where Cumberland sausages were actually invented. Danny, did you know that?
I knew you were going to bring a sausage quote into the mix soon, Lizzie. You did warn me you had some nice sausage info for me, so come on, let's have it.
Well, I think Everybody knows about the famous Cumberland sausage, the twirled around sausage between 50 centimetres and 1.2 centimetres, and it's actually thought to be from Whitehaven originally. Back in the 16th and 17th centuries, Whitehaven was one of UK's busiest ports, and it brought in exotic spices from the east, notably black pepper, but also nutmeg and ginger. And those actually aren't ingredients that are included in today's sausage. It's actually much more lightly spiced these days. But back then they would chuck all these spices in, create this, what is now world famous sausage. And yeah, it's a sausage that obviously you can find anywhere in Cumbria, in any local pub. Lots of brilliant pubs in the whole of Cumbria and the Lake District region. So yeah, if you're in the area, go and try it out and ask them what spices they chucked in and if they know the history of the Cumberland sausage, because now you do. And we see Leila Gschwetner coming here through the streets of the town centre of Whitehaven. How many crowds, brilliant to see. The streets are packed with crowds just for Leila, and the peloton are going to be coming through any second now. And we see them behind here. That's probably about a 10-second gap, I think, now. What do you think, Danny?
Yeah, I think you're about right there, Lizzie, but no, look at the amount of people here as we come through this town. It's spectacular, and it's something that's grown year upon year as we have the growth within women's cycling, and it's what these women deserve. It's a snowball effect from the coverage that we're now having for the sport, for the investment, the money that's coming in, that means these women can now, a lot of them, and not all of them here, some of the continental team riders will have other jobs, of course, but for the majority of the peloton, the World Tour peloton at least, they will be able to be focusing solely on being the best bike riders they can be. And as a byproduct of that, the level has just risen year upon year. And it was astounding, actually, to hear of some of the numbers in terms of the watts per kilo that these riders were putting out. Kasia Niewiadoma on Mont Ventoux in the Tour de France Femmes avec Zwift, of course, 5.3 watts per kilo for nearly an hour, and it just is growing every single year, of course, with the advancements of technology and the way that this sport is just getting better and better. And we're going to have that here in the UK with these stages that we've got, with the depth of talent that we've got throughout, and with some of the best races that we've got within the world of cycling.
Well, Danny, we can really see the pace picking up here. The riders in the peloton had really sped up going through the town of Whitehaven and coming out the other side. They can see Leila Gschwetner 10 or 15 seconds up the road now, and there were riders struggling at the back. It was Ruby Oakes once again, and it's going to be interesting to see if they keep that pace on. We've got some really decent lumps coming up. They're coming up the climb of Arbank now. They're going to be going back down and then back up again through the little village of Lauca before they head down into Workington. And there's another couple of climbs, little climbs coming into Workington before heading to the flat part up the coast. So let's see what the interest is here. You can see Picnic Post NL team there in the blue with the orange stripes down the front. They're looking at each other, looking to say, does someone want to do something here? And this is the kind of gap where somebody from the brunch could bridge to the riders ahead.
If we look at the team of Picnic Post now, they've got Pfeiffer Georgie, Daniela Hetsanova, Audrey de Kiersmacher, Juliana Londono, Dixeline Miamont and Josie Nelson. Well, we know Josie Nelson is a fast sprinter. She had some success here last year, second on stage 3 into Kelso in that horrific weather that we had, the bad crash that took out the likes of Kim LaCourte, Mara Roldan, who had also took a stage the previous day on stage 2 into Saltburn by the Sea. But what are your thoughts on how they'll approach this one? Because I think Pfeiffer could be a rider that they'll protect for that general classification, but do you think they'll look at Josie Nelson to sprint on a day like today if it comes down to it?
Yeah, I think it depends which riders make it over those climbs, doesn't it? I think they'll want to protect both those riders and see which their best card is at the end. Pfeiffer Georgie, of course, has had so many awful injuries, and we can see Kate Courtney there on the right-hand side in the Stars and Stripes, number 6, riding for FDJ United Suez. Now they're really lining up, and now Leila Gschwetner is just getting swallowed up by the peloton, and I think somebody else is going to want to get up the road. We can see Liv and Lula Jaco on the right-hand side of the screens. They are putting some pressure on the pedals. and everybody's coming to the front now. Everybody is interested in doing something. We're going to have a super fast section all the way up for the next 40 kilometres up the coast, really. We're going to have a howling tailwind, about 22 kilometres per hour, and it's going to be a really fast race because of that tailwind. Tennille Campbell there still at the back of the race, but we can see how much the speed has changed. We can see sort of, you know, the riders really getting on it at the front now. FDJ United Suez wanting to get in position, Movistar team there wanting to do something as well, and just everybody, I think, being aware that we could potentially have crosswinds in this area. Although it is a tailwind, if the road turns slightly, we can have a cross tail. Once we get to the sprint in Allenby, which is at 106 kilometres to go, that's when riders really need to start being aware of that, and I think they're going to have their directors in their ears saying, get to the front, stay there and hold your position. Thankfully for the teams, we're on a much wider road here, and so it's much easier. We can see Leia Carinier for FDJ United Suez there on the left-hand side, in the black jersey with the clear glasses you can see behind her eyes today. And Steffi Harbelin, Swiss national champion for SD Worx Protime. They are really gunning it now.
The dynamic of this race has completely changed. It's completely turned on its head now. Our lone leader has been caught. We are heading towards the coastline through Whitehaven, Maryport, where the riders are going to face some roaring cross tailwinds from their left-hand side as they enter the coast, up to around 20 kilometres an hour. And you can see that in the way that the dynamic has changed throughout the peloton. You can see Tennille Campbell here at the back just struggling to hold on. She's clearly not confident in following closely, which is going to be putting a lot more pressure on her, having to produce more power to stay in contention of this bunch. Uno X, good to see Katrin Allerud back. She could not take to the final stage of the Tour de France Fan because of sickness. She was their protected GC leader. They of course had success with Sigrid Hausert, who took a stage, so morale will be high within the camp of Uno X, but you can see, you can feel the nervous energy now within the peloton. You can almost hear the director sportives in the ears of all of these riders, telling them to be well positioned, to be at the front because of that wind and what it could do, how it could shatter this peloton. Taking the uphill, and Liverlula Jaco are another team, Lizzie, who have been on the front for the entirety of this race so far. If we look at the makeup of Liverlula Jaco, Amber Pate, Caroline Anderson, Quincy Ton, Noah Janssen, Josie Talbot and Georgia Baker. I've highlighted Georgia Baker as a rider who I think they'll protect on a stage like today. Pretty versatile, very good on the track, and today could be a good day for her.
Well, they came out on Monday and said that they are here for stage wins, so they are not going to be wanting to miss a beat. They're not going to be wanting to miss any potential splits in the peloton. You can see that flag on the back of the house behind, and it is really rippling in the wind, so you can see quite the level of the tailwind that the riders have got here, and it is enough to split the bunch if we later turn into that crosswind. Erica Magnaldi there on the left-hand side for UAE Team ADQ. She's of course going to be protecting both Caroline Swinkles and Lara Gillespie. Caroline Swinkles potentially for the overall, and Lara Gillespie who'll be really hoping to get a stage win here, but it is going to be difficult to beat Wiebes. She's going to have to work out whether she can beat her tactically, because on brute strength that is going to be hard. We've got this nasty little climb up to the village of Lauca here.
You can see a few riders just using these lay-bys to try and become better position.
Ooh,
like Gladys
through.
the Holster for the team of AG Insurance Soudal, like you said, just squeezing through. I just spotted Maggie Coles-Lister, who is another one that if it comes down to a bunch sprint will be protected for the team of Human Powered Health. And you can see what this is doing to the peloton here as the body language of a few of these riders towards the back, just fighting out the saddle. We've got a little problem here on the left. No, it's not a problem. It is a nature break for a couple of the riders. So Zoe Backstead being one of them, one of the riders for Little Trek. And that is the key, Lizzie, isn't it? Do not stop alone. Make sure you're stopping with others. But this is potentially a little bit of a dangerous moment.
Oh, yeah, it's not the best time to stop, is it? But then I think if you're looking at the map, you think, well, if you got to go, you got to go, Danny. And I think the time to stop is only going to get worse after this moment. Thankfully for her, we can just see that the peloton taking a little bit of the pressure off there as we see the wind turbines. There's a lot of wind turbines in this area, of course, because of the high wind like we're seeing today. And You mentioned, Danny, the body language of those riders at the back. Emilia Sibak, of course, just rocking her shoulders a little bit more than those riders at the front, and Ruby Oakes there from the Great Britain cycling team still at the back. And we also see Amber Pate from Jayco Alula. She is also at the back of the bunch, and we head back to the front and we see Erica Magnaldi there jettisoning her bottle to a fan on the side of the road.
We'll have designated feed-in zones throughout. We'll have the team soigneurs on the side of the road to be able to give assistance to the peloton. They have always the opportunity to go back to the team cars, but they will choose the most efficient way of taking a feed, of looking after their leaders. Generally, that's down to the domestiques within the team. The domestiques are the riders that are essentially looking after their leaders to make sure they're being protected throughout, that they're doing as little work as they possibly need to be doing, unless of course they're attacking themselves or they are coming towards the end of the race. If it is coming down to a sprint, you can see a lot of the riders talking into the radio as well, using this opportunity to get rid of gilets, take on some sustenance. Every team will have their own nutrition sponsor as well, so the riders will use the products provided by their nutrition sponsor. You can see a few of the riders just fighting to get back in. Zoe Backstead, it looks like Ricarda Bauernfein here from the team of Little Trek were the two that stopped for the nature break. Perhaps a couple of riders that were just distant on that climb. Jo Tinley is the rider here with the number of 156, who is just making her way back onto the peloton. Zoe Backstead alongside her teammate Wilma Antilia. On the left-hand side of the road, you can see just with her arm in the air, so she is looking for her team car. She wants to get rid of some clothing from herself, from her teammates, as we're coming into the more dangerous part of the race, where we could potentially have a little bit more of a kick-off, let's say.
You can just see here how those high hedges on this part of the course are sheltering the riders from that wind. It's coming from sort of from the side and from the back as well. We can see the wind turbine, of course. You can very clearly see the direction of the wind, sort of just, you know, side, very slight cross tailwind, but really in the back for the riders. And that's going to make a big difference there. We see Canyon Schramm at the head of the bunch, and FDJ United Suez, of course, keeping Kate Courtney safe. Kate Courtney is looking very, very focused. Tough race to have your first World Tour stage races, or we just see those hedges, how much they're moving in the wind there as the riders go past and create even more of a wind.
You can see, you mentioned her, Lizzie, Kate Courtney, looking pretty relaxed. And I actually listened to a podcast last night where Kate Courtney featured, and she was talking about her aspirations coming onto the road, being seen by FDJ Suez, of course, bringing over the new Red Bull sponsor into the team. Her goals being the ultimate with the Olympic Games in 2028, but also wanting to compete in the best races in the world, and it is a tough one to start with. She's taken herself over to Belgium. She's been riding some Kermesses over in Belgium. She's willing to put the work in. I think she's very motivated by this new goal, by this new plan, and she's got a nice couple of years to really target being the best road rider she can be. And I think by the sounds of her numbers, being one of the best mountain bike riders in the world, obviously can handle her bike, will need to learn the racecraft on the road. That's obviously very different to that on the mountain bike scene. Also being part of a team, Lizzie, because that's something else that will change and that is different with the dynamics of being on the mountain bike scene, which is very much an individual sport, versus the road, where you're part of a team. Here we have 6 riders per team, and you have to learn that dynamic. And she seems like a great person actually to have in the team. Listening to her, she seems like she's bringing a lot of morale into the team, great vibes into the team. And I think she'll be a great asset for the team of FDJ Suez.
Yeah, you're right, Danny. She's been racing for well over a decade, really at the top level as well. She spent 4 years racing on the Specialized Racing MTB team between 2014 and 2018 before moving over to the Scott Schramm MTB team, where she won the cross-country World Championships. She won them actually with the Specialized team in 2018 in Switzerland, winning her second world title again in Switzerland in the mountain bike marathon World Championships in 2025 at the end of last year, and that was started over in the ski resort of Verbier and ended in Grumens. So she's been riding for over a decade, and she's got so much experience, but also when it comes to the road, she's got so little experience. But I think you know, bringing that experience of age and all of those other experiences from mountain biking, of course she's such a brilliant bike handler. I think she can bring something different to the team. She's a great personality, and we see the riders heading down here towards Workington through High Harrington and then into Salterbeck and Workington, of course the coastal town with a lot of industrial heritage.
You can see as well some of the riders using hand signals just to let riders behind them know what's coming. There's a lot of road furniture here in the UK that can pose some difficulty, a little bit of a danger zone as we go through some of the towns, but there are almost some kind of unwritten rules when it comes to cycling, isn't there, Lizzie, when it comes to kind of letting riders know either you're going to get out the saddle, which generally is you're putting your hand behind your back, pointing out maybe some potholes on the road, some road furniture, just to try and keep everyone as safe as they can be.
Yeah, you'll see the riders flicking their elbows and you'll wonder what's going on when they sort of almost look like a chicken flapping their wings. And they are just pointing out an obstacle ahead, and that can be anything really. It can be a lump in the road, it can be a pothole, and we can see the speed has really increased here. We've come down through High Harrington and we're just going into Salterbeck on the outskirts of Workington. We see the Jumbo Visma rider there, just using her left arm to indicate that those cars are there on the side of the road and to keep out of the way of those obstacles. You see the riders use the whole width of the road when they can, and the organisers try to clear all of the cars off the road, but there are always a couple left, and so where those cars are still there, the riders will signal to the others to make sure that the obstruction is known ahead.
I was actually really lucky on Sunday to ride part of the route for tomorrow's stage, and what's also really nice about when a big world tour race, a bike race, comes to any kind of local town, local villages, generally they will repave the road. So if you're local to the area, it's always a really nice thing to have happened when you've got a big race like this. You've got lovely, beautiful, newly paved roads for the riders to be able to race on, of course, but then after you've got the beauty of being able to ride on yourself, because we know here in the UK that our road surfaces aren't always the best and it can be a little bit of a challenge, but it looks like to me that the race organisers, the local authorities, the local towns have really come out to try and, you know, perfect these roads and make them as perfect as they can be.
Well, they're going to have had the whole community out filling in the holes for the British potholes. But Workington's got a very, very strong community focus, so I'm sure everybody will have been on hand to try and promote this race and get people out on the side of the road. We can see Eleanor Backstead there on the right-hand side of the road, the left-hand side of the screen, just coming to the front to protect her UAE teammates. Is that Caroline Swinkles on her wheel? It looks like it. And the Uno X team just to the right, as we see on the screen, to the left of Eleanor Backstead.
Yeah, you can hear the shouts of Eleanor Backstead there, just telling the riders behind there's a car on the right, with that hand signal as well, just keeping her team predominantly safe, but also the whole of the peloton that are behind will be able to then adjust their position to make sure they are safe themselves. But again, the dynamic here has changed. We've got UAE Team Limad next to the team of Uno X, Canyon SRAM just lined up. We're having a replay here. We can see Eleanor Backstead on the left-hand side of your screen. She's not taking her hands off the bars, of course, with how technical this section is coming through that roundabout, but just signalling to the others what's to come. And it looks like they've avoided that nicely. And as you mentioned, Lizzie, she's got Caroline Swinkles on her wheel. I think they will be protecting Caroline, third in the general classification last year. And this is a really crucial point of the race, and why it is so great to have line-to-line coverage, because we see the great work that a lot of these domestics do. A rider like Eleanor Backstead is so instrumental to the outcome of so many of the races and the results that the team have. But this is what she does best. She's such a huge engine. She can sit on the front for a long duration of time, producing those high powers, keeping her team safe, which is exactly what she needs to do in these crucial moments.
Yeah, I was thinking a bit about Eva van Aert, who we can see on the front for FDJ United Suez there, who was such a key rider for the FDJ United Suez team during the Tour de France, but we saw so little of her work. And of course over there, so much of the race, so much of that important work from the domestiques was feeding and keeping the riders cool in those absolutely scorching temperatures. And if you don't see the riders work, it devalues what they do, because maybe it might be in the first part of the race, but it is so crucially important. And you can see the race is fast here. Those riders are having to work hard to keep their riders in position, to keep their leaders in position, and they're going to be using a lot of energy, so we won't see them at the finish, no doubt, but their roles are so important, keeping the riders, keeping the leaders at the front in the hardest part of the race.
Just spotted Lara Gillespie there talking to Eleanor Backstead, making sure that she had enough room, enough space to navigate, being on the wheel of Caroline Schwinkels. And of course for Lara Gillespie, this is a huge chance for her today, a huge opportunity to take a stage victory. Another rider that has really risen to fame in the last couple of years. She actually hasn't, by the looks of things, re-signed as of yet with UAE Team Limad. So another rider who potentially will be looking for another team, or perhaps will have a contract extension in the next couple of weeks, but will want to finish this season strongly. She was recently third in the general classification of the Tour of Poland. She's the national road race and individual time trial champion for Ireland. She had a brilliant Giro with 2 second places, and she's had 11 professional victories to her name, and she will want this one today, won't she, Lizzie?
Yeah, of course, she's the rider wearing the Irish national champions jersey for UAE Team Limad. It's a great opportunity. There we go, we see her. She's got those green gloves on and the white shirt with the green bands on the left-hand side of the road. She just slipped out of view. I was just thinking before you said that, Danny, I hadn't actually seen her. And often in the earlier part of the race, it can be so much more difficult to get to the front because there are so many more riders to navigate. And UAE, and particularly Anna and Eleanor Backstead, are doing a really, really good job of keeping those riders right up front. Oh, it's tough at the back here.
Amelia Seaback here is just losing contact with the peloton, and this is going to be really tough for her. If she doesn't manage to get herself back on, it looks like she will, just with the natural decrease of pace as the riders take that roundabout there. But unfortunately for her, she's doing a huge amount more than the riders at the front, having to keep making these extra accelerations through the roundabout to try and get herself back onto the back of the peloton. And we have percentages of time limits on every single stage. So every stage in this Tour of Britain is 15%. So every rider has to finish within 15% of the leader's finishing time to be able to start the next day. We also have the 3 or 5 kilometre rule throughout this Lloyds Tour of Britain Women. So on stages 1, 4 and 5, we have the 3 kilometre rule, which means in the last 3 kilometres, if any incidents or crashes happen, mechanicals, the riders will be given the time of the finishing group they're in at that moment in time. We also have the 5 kilometre rule that comes tomorrow. That is where the race organisers can designate a longer safety buffer if they deem it's a more technical or more dangerous finish. And stage 3 will be an uphill finish, so that rule will not apply. Riders will just be given the time that they cross the line. So these are all different things to try and take on board and learn. Perhaps if you're new to cycling, we've got races that go on within the race with different competitions, but also the fact that every single rider has got to finish to be able to start the next day.
Well, we're seeing one of the most dangerous parts of the race here, Danny. That is the feed zone. We've seen so many riders. Now we're just having that replay of Femke Heritzer, who missed her bottle and it flew into the peloton. Oh, that is a dangerous moment when there is a bottle flying around in the wheels of the peloton. Thankfully, the feed zone is over now. We saw one rider having to go right into the feed zone where the Soigneurs, the team helpers, were standing to actually avoid some of the chaos, which is even more dangerous for Sonia might step back right into you. And we can see Maggie Cole's listed there right in the middle of the bunch, the newly crowned Canadian national champion. It is so good to see her back on the road and doing really well, because she's come back from a really difficult surgery about a year ago. She had surgery for iliac artery endofibrosis, which is where you have a narrowing of the arteries in your legs. So good to see her back, and it'll be great to see what she can do today. See Kate Courtney there chatting to her teammates. Lara Gillespie now coming through to the front with that Irish national champs jersey on. Riders putting their hand up for service at the back, maybe those who missed a bottle in the feed zone.
Eleanor Baxter now coming back to the front of the race, making sure Lara Gillespie is looked after from start to finish. UAE as well, wanting as much strength and depth as they can, and that is generally what it's all about. Strength in numbers really gives the team more opportunities to play different cards in the final, to have more riders ahead of the sprinter if it comes down to a lead-out situation. But you can see how nervous it is. Riders just constantly communicating to each other to make sure they're in position here, because when it does become more exposed, it could be that a team like UAE Team Lehman, who we know race aggressively, they look at ways in which to win bike races differently. They try to think outside the box. Perhaps that's one tactic that they want to employ, to use this as a chance to not come to the line with Lorena Wiebes, who they know is by far the favourite if it comes down to a bunch sprint.
Well, it's hard work for those domestiques on the front. You can see Leia Carinier there of FDJ United Suez with those clear glasses. She's been gritting her teeth. She's been on the front sitting pretty much since the beginning of this race, keeping her leaders safe. It's not an easy job. Average speed so far of just shy of 38 kilometers an hour. So it's been quite quick as we've headed out of Cockermouth into the headwind. Now we hit the flat section along the coast, and we head towards the intermediate sprint and Allenby.
A lot of riders now using this opportunity to take a feed, to take some sustenance. Anna Morris here with the number 181 on her back. Had a very impressive Commonwealth Games, taking victory in the individual pursuit, also in the points race. Is less experienced on the road, but she is one of those riders who, if goes up the road, is very, very dangerous and could actually be underestimated by a lot of the World Tour peloton, perhaps, who don't know the strengths of Anna Morris and how she could very much hold her own if given that opportunity, if given that chance to create a gap and go solo, even on a stage like stage 3, you know, with that climb. I think it's a climb that she could very much actually hold her own on, being a climb of that sort of 10 to 15 minute duration.
Yeah, she could, but it's all about positioning, and we know that when we have the run into the Great Orme on Friday, it's going to be a really, really tricky run in. There's a little sort of right-left chicane, and if you're not in those top 10 positions, then you've got so much work to do. So we'll see how she fares. There's Annalie Cooper from the Great Britain Cycling Team, number 186. There's a lot of good British young talent in this race. We talked earlier about Lauren Dixon, of course, who was on Hansling Alba last year, and the teams of Hansling Alba and Das Hutchinson in particular are full of British talent. Morven Yeoman for Das Hutchinson just won both the British National Road Race League title and the RAFA Super League on Sunday after finishing the North Yorkshire Grand Prix. So it'll be interesting to see what they can do on the road here, but it is so hard. We can see how that front part of the bunch is just dominated by these World Tour teams, and it is hard to even see the front if you're one of those domestic riders or one of those sort of, you know, continental team riders with little experience in the World Tour. But it is such a great opportunity for them as well to be here and to experience it and to learn the ropes firsthand with the best riders in the world. Rub shoulders with Lorena Wiebes and Kim LaCourte, winners of the Tour de France stages, of course. The sprint is coming up at 106 kilometres to go, so we are 10 kilometres from the intermediate sprint now. And all those riders who are going to be thinking about bonus seconds and, of course, the sprint points will be thinking of that. There are 3, 2 and 1 bonus seconds on the line at the intermediate sprint for the first 3 riders across the line. And there are 10, 7, 5, 3 and 1 points for the first 5 riders across the line in the sprint competition. So we're going to get a real idea of who's going for GC and who's going for the sprint as we hit that sprint point in 10 kilometres time.
Petra Stiasny here, just taking a bottle from the human-powered health car. A nice little opportunity as well for her to have a little chat with the director sportif. Can be quite difficult sometimes to actually hear communication in the team radio, so it's always a nice chance to be able to go back and have a little chat with the director sportif. You can see she is a pure climber, is Petra Stiasny, and it was, as you mentioned earlier, Lizzie, incredible to see how she performed on the Angleroo. And also spectacular now that the women are having their opportunity to write their own history on these iconic climbs that hold so much history in the world of men's racing. And we've had, within our 3 Grand Tours, 3 real historic climbs featured, which have really shaped the race. Eleanor Baxter, still that kind of road captain. And generally, within the teams, Lizzie, you will have a captain on the road, and that's not necessarily the GC leader, the sprinter, perhaps the rider with a little bit more experience.
Yeah, just a rider who just understands the bunch, really understands the tactics, knows when people need to be where, when the riders need to be at the front. A rider who's really good at reading the race. And it may even be a rider who's not there deep into the final. Tiffany Cromwell, for instance, was often the you know, the lead, the sort of race captain for Canyon Tram, even though she wasn't the rider in the final, but she had so much experience, she could read a race so well. And we can see the riders here, they're just heading into the outskirts of Maryport, and they're going to be heading right through the town centre and up the coast towards Allenby.
So this is Chiara Consoni and number 155 Leila Schwetner, who was the rider that was solo off the front earlier in the race. It looks like Chiara Consoni is still looking for her team car. She's obviously got her gilet in her right hand, waiting to get rid of that. A rider that perhaps will be protected for the team of Canyon Tram. We've already talked about how they will share the wealth of talent that they've got with Zoe Baxter, who we know can also sprint, but Chiara Consoni with a little bit more experience in sprinting. But again, we don't know that it is going to come down to a bunch sprint today in Cockermouth. The skies are looking a little bit happier, a little bit sunnier than what we had at the start of today. A lot of the riders now just in shorts and jersey or in skin suits. We know now with the advancements of technology how important aerodynamics is. A lot of the riders, Lizzie, will spend time in wind tunnels, perfecting their position, their equipment, and also what they feel more comfortable in, because ultimately you're out there riding for 4 or 5 hours at a time, and comfort is key.
Yeah, that's a lot of bum time in the saddle. And yeah, it just depends. Some riders prefer to wear shorts and jerseys, some prefer to wear the skin suit, which is of course a lot faster. Now, interesting point about when we just saw Chiara Consoni going back to the car there, Danny. If she was going to be the out-and-out sprint leader, I would be surprised to see her taking her own gilet back. I remember when I was a leader for a race once, and I got shouted at by the best teammate I've ever had, Julie Leff, for trying to go back to the car myself. She said, "What are you doing? you're the leader, you save your energy, you save the bunch, you stay in the bunch, and if you need anything, I will do it for you. So I am a little bit surprised to see Chiara Consoni going back there, especially as she's a rider who we know struggles to get over those climbs, and she's going to need to have every bit of energy that she can to get over those climbs of Kolbeck and Parsonbury Brow, which are coming up later into the stage, quite deep into the stage for Parsonbury Brow, actually, really as we get towards the final. As it calms down a little bit on the front there.
So perhaps an indication that it will be Zoe Backstead as the rider to be looked after for the team of Canyon SRAM. And we are heading closer now to our first intermediate sprint, which comes with 106.6 kilometres to go. And I think it's going to be really interesting as to who's going for the intermediate sprint points, because history tells us within the race that it has come down to the wire, with as little as 1 second separating Elisa Longo-Borghini and Grace Brown back in 2022. A tougher parkour this year, so perhaps we won't see the GC riders jostling it out in the intermediate sprints to try and pick up seconds, but you never know. Or will we have the sprinters using this, maybe, Lizzie, as an opportunity to have a little bit of a run out, a little bit of a warm-up, being so far from the finish. They've still got the time, of course, to be able to reset, recover before the finish itself. Do you think that could happen here in the next few kilometres?
I think that we're going to see a rider like Lorena Wiebes going for those seconds, because if she can take 3 seconds in the sprint, another 3 seconds in the sprint across the first pass of this finish line in Cockermouth, and another 10 seconds on the line, then that's already 16 seconds that she's got. And if she can accumulate bonus seconds here, there and everywhere on the first couple of days, then if she does lose those seconds up to the Great Orme, the hilly stage in Wales, then she's going to have a bit of a buffer. Now we see Zoe Backstead here, right at the back of the peloton. Now we've just got about 6 kilometres to go to the intermediate sprint, so she's going to be wanting to get back to the front. She's just chatting there with her teammate Soraya Paladin.
She looks very relaxed here, Lizzie, so perhaps not actually interested in this intermediate sprint, because if our ticker's correct, it's coming in only around 5-6 kilometres time, and she seems pretty happy here, just having a chat, as you mentioned, with her teammate Soraya Paladin. No stress whatsoever. Zoe Backstead was so impressive, especially in that final day. She decimated that front group on that really tough climb in and around the circuit of Nice. Was talking about putting out over 350 watts for the duration of the climb. Absolutely incredible numbers. She had her DS in the radio telling her the types of riders, the best climbers in the world, being shelled out of the back from her effort. And we are going to hear from Zoe Backstead herself now.
It's super nice to come back racing in the UK. It's not something that we get to do often as Brits. I mean, Nationals and Tour of Britain are really the only races we have, so super excited to be here. The roads in the UK in general are a lot different to the rest of Europe, like more grippy. It really brings out the strongest riders of the field. But it's more the atmosphere around the race for me that is the best part. We have some strong ambitions. I mean, we've got myself and we've got Silla here for the GC, so yeah, we've got some good days, and hopefully if there's a nice sprint day as well, then we have Chiara with us, who's come off, yeah, a good strong Tour de France as well.
Great to hear from Zoe Backstead there, and always one of her favourite races to ride, and clearly just having a nice little time out here, taking on an energy bar, having a little chat with, I'm sure, some of her friends who she's grown up with in the sport. Grace Lister riding alongside her for the Hansling Alba Development Road Team. But Zoe herself also has the opportunity, Lizzie, to do something in this race, not just on the stages, but also for general classification. She is a versatile rider. She's a very strong rider in her own right. And this is a different type of dynamic, the racing on UK roads, to that of Europe, where we've got a lot longer climbs, a lot steeper climbs. The climb on stage 3, that summit climb, 2.5 kilometres at 5.9%. Yes, there are some steep sections, but I wouldn't put it past a rider like Zoe Baxter to be able to potentially do something there.
I think she certainly found her limits in the Tour de France, didn't she? And again, a bit like Lorena Wiebes, it's going to make her realise that more is possible than what she thought. But I've got a feeling, with the way that she's so relaxed at the back of the bunch, that she's not going to be going for the intermediate sprint, and she's really going to be focused just on the stage finish, save all her energy and give it everything she's got for the stage finish. We're just 4 kilometres away from that intermediate sprint in Allenby now. And look how chilled she is at the back of the peloton. She is not interested.
Not interested at all. And we'll soon see the teams lining up, getting their lead out ready at the front of the peloton. Something that the riders practice, use as part of their training camps in the winter, perfecting the dynamic of the lead out, where the riders are used depending on their attributes as a rider, their physical capabilities. Are they more of an engine? Are they used up earlier in the lead out? Are they explosive, fast sprinters themselves who can drop the sprinters off at exactly the right moment in time? And that's what we're going to see soon. It looks like Vittoria Guazzini on the left-hand side from FDJ Suez, with number 2 on her back. She will be really important for Ali Wollaston. She is one of those riders that will be used up in the final. She's very fast, of course. A very, very strong, world-class track rider. Olympic champion on the track in the Madison, of course, alongside Chiara Consoni, riding for the Canyon SRAM team, who we've been talking about. But you can see now the riders, the teams really lining up for this first intermediate sprint here in the Lloyds Tour of Britain. Women, just over 1 kilometre to go here, you can see now, for this first intermediate sprint. So Human-Powered Health are the team here taking control. They have Maggie Coles-Lister just riding in 4th position, but you can see the team of SD Worx who are trying to come alongside that of Human-Powered Health, trying to hug that inside line of the road. First rider to swing off for Human-Powered Health, and they come through trying to launch Maggie Coles-Lister into this first sprint, but UAE team lead at Liman, with the power of Eleanor Backstead, now opening up the gas to try and give Lara Gillespie the chance. But Kim LeCourt is on the wheel of Lara Gillespie, so she's looking to also try and find a few seconds here. 3, 2 and 1 seconds on offer, of course, points for that green jersey too. Maggie Coles-Lister is coming around the outside. Kim LeCourt pioneer as well, and it looked to me like Maggie Coles-Lister there took maximal seconds, 3 seconds, 2 and 1 on offer ahead of Lara Gillespie and Kim LeCourt, but we will get confirmation of that shortly.
I wasn't sure if it was Caroline Swinkles there, actually. It was Caroline Swinkles on the front with Lara Gillespie behind her, and I think it may have been Caroline Swinkles who just took those 3 points on the line. It's very, very tight. I think it was Caroline Swinkles, I think Kim LeCourt and Maggie Coles-Lister in 3rd, but it was very tight.
Now that was really interesting, Lizzie, because it looked to me like Caroline Swinkles was looking over her shoulder, waiting, anticipating Lara Gillespie, but then was in a position as a rider going for the general classification to pick up those seconds, and you can see them continuously moving now. We are coming into this dangerous part of the race with the crosswinds, and look at what it's done to the peloton. Immediately after that intermediate sprint is where we're going to see the potential echelon crosswind action. And yes, it looks to me here like Caroline Swinkles was the first over the line, ahead of Oh, that is so
that is
close
really tight.
between her teammate Lara Gillespie. That will be a
And-
photo finish. Kim LaCour and Maggie Coles-Lister on the right-hand side of the screen there.
Yeah, the race that was really strung out through that intermediate sprint point, and now the riders have got this howling cross tailwind, which is one of the most dangerous directions of the wind to split up the race. So everybody's going to be on edge and have to be careful, and already are. It's happening at the back of the race. Got the riders, first riders getting distanced, and as we head towards the back of the race, it's heading out and stringing out into one long line. It's going to just get harder and harder from here. The longer you're in the wind, the more you're suffering, and the harder it is to cling on. Oh, look, as we go back up the bunch now, everybody is having to work hard to keep in line.
Few words there being spoken between the team of Liverlula Jaco, and it was Millie Cousins and the team of Phoenix Premier Tech here, and you can see that flag just up on the right hand side. You can see the wind direction, the severity of the wind blowing from the coast onto the left hand shoulder of these riders, and Phoenix, Millie Cousins clearly trying to motivate these riders at the front with Steffi Haviland here to come through, to form that echelon, to try and use this wind as an advantage to try and split the peloton with their positioning. We're just going to see a replay here. Millie Cousins coming alongside Steffi Haviland, trying to get her to roll through.
Julia Kopechki, that is, it's the Czech national champion in her new livery for SD Worx.
Course, getting my jerseys mixed up there, but you can see as we spoke about how tough it is at the back. But Kate Courtney doing a brilliant job in her debut World Tour race. This is the first time she's lined up with the best road cyclists, and she is arguably in the best team in the world as part of the FDJ Suez team.
Now, where is Lorena Wiebes in this critical moment? We saw how exposed it is. There's absolutely no shelter from the left-hand side of the riders. And Lorena Wiebes is about 15 riders back at the moment, I think. And we can see that it's the UAE team and the FDJ team who are really pushing the pace on the front. Leah Carinier once again, with Kate Courtney right up there. That's Letizia Borghese on the right-hand side of the screen coming through for AG Insurance Soudal.
Trying to get organised here at the front of the peloton. So Liv Alula Jaco, SD Worx Protime, FDJ Suez, the three teams clearly with the motivation to try and use the wind to try and split the peloton, and there are splits happening. Look at this, a few riders struggling out the back, but also a bigger group that has become detached from the peloton itself. With 105.3 kilometres to go, there's still a huge amount of racing left to come. But this is the chance now to try and use up teammates, to try and get rid of the rivals between the teams. Lorena Wiebes being the favourite for today's stage. We've got the climbs to come. They're not too difficult in the back end, but Eleanor Backstead, she's been a rider that has been on the front for pretty much the entirety of the race, as we see Lorena Wiebes now coming through. So she's in a very safe position. Zoe Backstead as well, just shouting to the riders in front of her to keep it moving. And Lizzie, it's so much easier when you're part of this echelon, this chain gang formation that happens at the front of the peloton versus the back, where you're having to constantly fight for position and put yourself in the wind to move up.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to be right at the front. You want to be in this group of about 8 rotating riders. So we're seeing Zoe Backstead come through now, and Lieke Nooyen, the Dutch national champion for Visma Lease bike behind her. And if you're in this rotating group of riders, you have a bit of time on the front, and then you have a bit of respite from the wind. Whereas if you're behind, you are just suffering all the time in the wind. And sometimes it can take a little bit of time to break the peloton here in these sort of crosswinds like this. And they are just keeping going to see if they can break that elastic. But this is a sure sign that if they don't manage to break it in this run up to the cobbled town of Siloth, then we're going to have to be really careful when we come out of Silloth and we have a direct crosswind, because a lot of teams have a lot of intention today, and people want to split this race apart. We just see Lorena Wiebes pulling off to the left-hand side there.
You have to really hold your own in a situation like this. Be confident in your bike handling skills, get your elbows out, try and become a bigger bike rider, a bigger object on the road to be able to hold that position when it gets hectic in these crosswinds. Sisters here just talking to each other, looking after each other, but also, of course, on opposing teams, so riding against each other when it comes down to it. But look at the focus on all of these riders' faces. They know this is a chance. They know this is an opportunity to split the peloton. And there will be riders in trouble.
Look at that grass on the right side of the road, Danny. We can really see how much the wind is blowing. It's only about 21 kilometres an hour on the forecast, but when you get to that coast, it's always so much more exposed, and it's always so much stronger right on that coastline. Kim LaCourte there on the left-hand side. She is not missing a beat.
Kim LaCourte will have Danny Christmas, our colleague, of course, in the commentary world as the director sportif in the car. And I know that this is a big, big target for Danny, for the team, for Kim LaCourte as an individual, and how much she would have put into trying to come here with the best possible legs that she can have. And 9 days, Lizzie, isn't a very long time between one of, if not the hardest race we've ever seen in terms of the demands of a rider. So it's going to come down to that as we see this peloton in pieces now, as we're still running along this coastline up before we take a right and head back into Cockermouth.
Yeah, you can just see those splits sort of going further and further up into the peloton, deeper into the peloton. And I don't see that these teams are going to take their feet off the gas now until the end of the race, maybe, until they've split things up and shed a lot of the riders behind. There's a group of about 10 riders here, and we've got number 121 from Uno X. That is Marta Berg-Idzeth, who's been distanced there. And there's another group off the back. And Kim LaCourte right on the front here, followed by Kate Courtney and Misha Bredevold.
Misha Bredevold is one of those riders that knows how to navigate the wind. Generally, the Dutch riders are the best in these sorts of conditions. They've grown up with kermesses and using the wind to their advantage, so she'll be very happy here with this situation on the road. And one of another rider who we can talk about as having GC aspirations, but look at the composure of Lorena Wiebes here as she comes through to the front.
We just see Fleur Moors coming through as well, the young Belgian rider for Little Trek. Petite rider, but a powerful sprinter. It's great to see her making that cut right at the front of the race. Be so focused in these moments because you're constantly crossing over your wheels. One touch of wheels with those riders that you're rotating with can really spell disaster.
Good to see Pfeiffer Georgie, the British rider, nicely tucked in around 6th position in the team of Picnic Post NL. As you said, Lizzie, she's had some pretty bad luck, having a really bad injury around 18 months ago in the Tour de France Femme, of course, of Zwift last year. But having spoken to Pfeiffer myself, has been working a lot with a psychologist, trying to find her confidence. And you can hear the screeching of brakes as the riders are desperately trying to move up, get themselves back onto the peloton, but a little bit more cover here. You can see with the hedgerows on the sides of the road. So it's just giving them an opportunity as we're coming into the top section, the most northern section of the race, to get this back together, and it looks like it's not going to do a huge amount of damage here, Lizzie. So we saw that impetus being put into the front of the peloton, a few gaps occurring, but it looks like it's going to be the climbs that could potentially do the damage next.
Well, we saw Ali Wollaston quite close to the back of the bunch there, and the riders have just turned right very slightly, and they've got the wind right in their back now. But in about a kilometre time, they're going to be heading into the outskirts of Silloth. We've got some tight left and right hand turns. We've got a 600-metre section of cobbles, and it's when we come out of Silloth with about 90 kilometres to go that's when the riders really need to be aware of the headwinds, and those teams and those leaders are not going to want to leave the front now. They need to keep their position at the head of the race through Silloth and out as we head into the full crosswind proper on the other side of the town.
You're right, Lizzie, and this is the opportunity now for any riders that were perhaps caught out in that first section of cross tailwind that we had on that coastline up towards Silloth to get themselves to the front as quickly as they possibly can, because for those riders holding the front of the peloton itself, it's easier to be able to hold position. You can see Marta Goossens here, the Belgian rider for AG Insurance Soudal, with number 73 on her back, just struggling to hold on, but she needs to try and get herself moved up, not just for herself, but to be able to, of course, help her teammates in Kim LaCour, who is clearly looking for every single second that she can, having tried to take those intermediate sprint seconds. But as you mentioned, Lizzie, Ali Wollaston, too far back, in my opinion.
Right at the back, yeah, right at the back of the peloton. Not what you want coming into a really critical section. The race is going to get strung out as we go through the town of Silloth. It's the natural thing that happens as we take these tight left rights through the town. Going to be hitting the cobbled section in about 600 metres. Thankfully for the riders, it's dry, or mostly dry today. It's a small chance to get yourself reorganised and get yourself back to the front before the race is going to kick off in about 4 or 5 K's time.
Ali Wollaston, of course, our winner from the 2025 edition of the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women, and we've just hit this cobbled section. Not too gnarly a cobble like we get over in Belgium, but still want to be well positioned, out of trouble. You can see a couple of the riders just trying to dive bomb this right-hand corner as well to try and get themselves moved up a couple of positions on the road, but still Ali Wollaston happy perhaps to be at the back, or maybe is struggling, doesn't quite feel herself. We had that actually in the Giro with Ali Wollaston, where we were questioning her positioning as to being right at the back of the bunch, and then it came to light after a couple of days that she was sick, she had a migraine, and she was suffering with that migraine for a couple of days until she sort of found her legs again. Hopefully that's not the case for Ali Wollaston and the team of FDJ Suez today, because she will be, I'm sure, their protected rider if it comes down to a sprint. And that team, Lizzie, have really impressed me this year, I think, with the presence of Demi Vollering, have really kind of lifted the performance of every single rider on that team.
Yeah, and it's given every rider the opportunity to believe that they can win too. Just saw Ali struggling once again there, and I don't think that she wants to be there. You wouldn't want to be there, and nobody would want to be there coming out of Silloth and knowing what the riders are going to face now. Got a couple of kilometres of a little bit of calm.
92.9 kilometres to go of stage 1 of the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women. Cockermouth to Cockermouth, 158.9 kilometres today. If you're just joining us, I'm Danny Rowe. Alongside me is a former professional rider, Lizzie Banks. And so far, we've had one lone leader off the front. And it's all come back together. This feels to me, Lizzie, like the calm before the storm. You can see all of the teams situated at the front of the peloton, very much together as strength in numbers, but getting ready for that anticipation of this next crosswind section that's coming in a couple of kilometres' time.
Yeah, it's almost come to a halt here, hasn't it? It's definitely the calm before the storm. It's about 90 kilometres to go where they turn right through the little village of Calvo, and then they're going to be in full crosswinds. We're going to have about 25 kilometres in total of crosswinds and some really exposed sections along the way. So they're going to need to keep sharp, keep their eyes open at the front and stay in a really good position.
A little bit of a lull now here as riders are happy to come towards the back of the peloton. A few riders wanting their team cars to assist them, perhaps to get a few bottles for the team, a few more energy gels as we approach this next section. Ali Wollaston just stretching her back out a little bit here with number 1 on her back, riding for FDJ Suez. You can see there's confirmation of sprint 1 in Albany. But that did not look correct for me. So Kate Courtney took the sprint, so we will get confirmation again for you as soon as we have it.
We think it was definitely Kate Courtney who was first across the line there, don't we? And those other 3 places were so tight. So we'll bring the confirmation to you as soon as we can.
Caroline Swinkles and Eleanor Baxter just having a word with each other. A nice little pat on the back there from Caroline Swinkles, obviously telling Eleanor Baxter, I'm sure, what a good job she's doing and really marshalling the front of this peloton, and has been for the last 60 kilometres from when the flag dropped, when Alice Wood, the race director, you can see riders here just fighting to get themselves on.
That's almost the whole of the
whole of the Hansling Albert development team here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of their team, 6 riders per team here who were distanced in those crosswinds. So they will, I'm sure, take a big sigh of relief here getting onto the back, because that would have been a huge day out for them if they weren't able to get themselves onto the back of the peloton. And now it should send alarm bells ringing. They shouldn't relax here, Lizzie. They need to get themselves all the way to the front of the peloton, not just sit on the back, because the chances are, if we hit another dangerous part of the road where there are crosswind actions, they'll be going out the back again.
We're just about to turn right into another crosswind section. You can see how wildly those trees are moving behind. And what you want to do is you want to come up into the peloton with that speed, and you want to use that speed to take you as far forward as you can possibly go. And you want to get into the safe zone. Being at the back, being in the middle of the bunch, that is the danger zone. That is where you are so much more likely to get distanced, to get dropped. And you've just got such a bigger distance to get back to the front when things do kick off. So we're just about to take a right-hand turn any minute now here. And we'll see how sheltered the roads are, how high the hedges are.
It looks to me, Lizzie, like they're pretty relaxed. I think if they were thinking that this was going to split up, this would be going at a faster pace than it currently is right now.
Yeah, they're so lined up. It's like they're ready for it, and they don't know. I think along the coast was a real opportunity because it was so exposed. But look at Liv Alula-Jayco here in those purple jerseys. I think we're just taking that right-hand turn now, and as we hit that section, really depends depends on how high those hedges are. But there's definitely some exposed sections along here. But you're right, Danny, it's very relaxed. It's very bunched together. For the moment, doesn't seem to be any risk.
We just saw Alice Towers in the Great Britain national team colours, rides in the professional team of EF Education Oatley. Nice chance for Alice Towers to ride for the British national team, Lizzie, because her team obviously aren't here representing for EF Education Oatley. Former British national road race champion, of course, from 2022. And perhaps a leader within the team of the Great Britain national team. DS for the team, Matt Bramier, who works closely with the riders within the British programme. And I also believe Lizzie Deignan might be alongside Matt Bramier for a few of the stages. She's, of course, now going to be doing a little bit of DS duties, which I think is brilliant for the sport. She has so much experience, so much to give. As a few of the other riders here, we can just see stopping for a nature break. So clearly don't think anything's going to happen at this point in time.
Reminds me of that time in back in the Vuelta when Demi Vollering lost the Vuelta because she took a nature break at an inopportune time, and Annemiek van Vleuten won it. I think that was back in 2022 or 2023. But yes, Lizzie Deignan taking her DS role in the British national cycling team. I can't think of a better rider really to take that role. She is so experienced, in my opinion, one of the best British riders ever, definitely the best British female rider of the modern era, and so much experience, such a good tactician. So it's great to see her in that role.
So that was not the correct results. Someone's having a bad day with our graphics today, unfortunately. Oh no, there's been a big crash here at the back. A few of the riders from the team of Movistar, the Great Britain national team, number 185, that's Rebecca Garnier. We're just having a replay of this crash. Let's see what happened. We were with the helicopter. You can see it looked like Lieke Nooyen from the team of Visma Lease Bike was the first to go down. That touch of wheels, that ricochet effect. Claire Steels is the British rider from the team of Movistar there. And just getting to her feet.
Rebecca Gardner from the Great British cycling team as well. Lieke Nooyen was holding her head as she went down. It looks like she's had a really nasty fall there.
So, of course, we hope that all riders involved in that crash are okay. They will be seen to by their team, the team doctor. The race has a race doctor as well who will be able to do a concussion protocol with all of the riders, especially their Lieke Nooyen, who did look like she took a bad hit to the head. And you can see at the front of the peloton, the race really isn't on. So for those riders, hopefully they'll be able to get back onto their bikes and won't have too much of a chase to get themselves back into the group. But it's nervous out there, Lizzie, and it doesn't take much for a touch of wheels and then for these crashes to happen.
Yeah, that wind isn't quite strong enough to give us crosswinds, but we are getting gusts. And they're coming from the right-hand side of the bunch. And what we saw was that touch of wheels over on the left and the bike flying in the air. And as the peloton just sort of comes together, that can really then accumulate and sort of, that effect can be felt on the left-hand side of the bunch. And that's what we saw there, that nasty little crash. We're just hitting an uncategorized climb here.
Just reminding you that our coverage is 5G today, so we'll bring you the absolute best pictures that we can. Unfortunately, might have a little bit of coverage breakup throughout the day, a little bit of pixelage here at the front of the peloton. Does allow us to show this incredible line-to-live coverage, though, of what is going to be a spectacular race over the next 5 days, the 2026 edition of the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women. You can see Ava Van Aert for the FDJ Suez team just talking into the radio. Lars Bohm is the DS in the team car. He was one of the DS's for the Tour de France Femmes avec Zwift, of course, with Demi Vollering taking that exceptional victory for the second time in her career. But again, Lizzie, with these hedgerows, it doesn't seem like much is going to happen. So our next point of interest within today's stage is our first categorised climb of the day. That's Kaldbeck. It's 4.1 kilometres at 3.7%. That tops out with 66.3 kilometres to go. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 and 1 points on offer there. And of course, the first chance to look at anyone who might be going for the Queen of the Mountain competition.
Yeah, well, it's certainly relaxed in the peloton, isn't it? We saw Eleanor Baxter having a laugh and a joke with Canyon SRAM colleagues, and nobody's interested. Everybody's waiting. The wind isn't strong enough. We can see the motos trying to get past on the right-hand side here. Nobody wants to give up their position in the punch. This is one of the things I found most frustrating, when the motos wanted to get past and nobody would move out of the way.
Kim LaCour alongside her teammate Alex Manley towards the back. So again, just happy to be more towards the back of the peloton, and sometimes that is the case. We were talking about riders sometimes lacking in confidence, but it also can just be a rider's preference, Lizzie, that they're happy to be at the back of the bunch itself, and they know they can back themselves in navigating themselves to the front when need be.
Yeah, Anna van der Breggen was famous for sitting at the back of the bunch, wasn't she? And she knew that she had the power to just come to the front and win the race when she needed to do it. She has to be a little bit more savvy these days. I think it's a little bit harder now. The women's peloton is just so much stronger. And I am still a little surprised that some of the favourites for the race might be wanting to sit at the back of the bunch, because you just don't know what's coming. We are in a crosswind section. If those hedges sort of open up and we have more exposed section, there is a possibility that the race can split apart. If you're right at the front, like those UAE riders are there, then you're in control. So it's just a bit more of a risk being at the back of the bunch. More crashes, like we've seen. All the crashes today have been at the back of the bunch. And Canyon and UAE are really the ones who aren't wanting to give up their position there on the front. .7 kilometres to go, and the pace has come out of the peloton somewhat. Our average speed so far, though, via Pro Cycling Stats is 40.9 kilometres an hour. So through that coastal road and that section where naturally that pace really increased, it's bumped that average speed right up to over 40 kilometres an hour. Today is the longest stage of the race, and perhaps for teams as well, Lizzie, they'll be thinking about that accumulation of fatigue, what's still left to come, and perhaps today happy to be in a state of following, of course, being in the right position, making sure that they're not in a dangerous position that could be caught out and having to chase, but actually that they are going to wait, that they're happy to back their sprinters. You can see the likes of Kim LaCour on the left-hand side, number 74, who will be, and I believe, the favourite to win this race overall. Just happy here, alongside her teammate, knowing that she can get herself to the front when needs be, and just to save as much as she can. Yeah, you can see Kim LaCour having a chin wag with the Australian rider Alex Manley there, as we have an attack at the front from Hansling Albert Development Team. This is the perfect moment to go. You're far enough ahead of the climbs, because the QOM, the first QOM of Kaldbeck, doesn't start until 70 kilometres to go, and so you've got a chance to get ahead of the race before we get into the final.
Number 176, so this is Arabella Rosalie Blackburn, an 18-year-old from the Hansling Albert Development Road Team. This is brilliant from such a young rider, that she is in her debut of a World Tour stage race, one of the biggest in the world, alongside some of the best riders in the world. And she's not sitting back, she's not just following, she's going out there on the attack. She's tenacious. She's putting herself up the road. I love this, Lizzie. I really think this is brilliant from a smaller team, but also such a young rider that is just learning in every single race that she's, you know, taken to the start line of, taking a look over her shoulder here, and she's putting herself in a great position. Like you said, there could be the chance for her to take maximal points on this Queen of the Mountains, and this is what she did. She just attacked off the front. She looked behind. Oh, no one's chasing. I've got a bit of a gap, and I'm going to commit here.
It wasn't a classic attack, was it? You would normally see someone coming from speed from behind, but the peloton just weren't interested and they let her go. And it was just such a brilliant moment. Like you said, tenacious rider after my own heart, but also you've got to have the timing. Now, she, of course, has got Anna Shackley, the former British rider, back in the team car with Bob Lyons as well. And Anna Shackley will be saying, come on, get to the front. This is the perfect time to get up the road. Anna Shackley was such a good tactician. There you go, easy bottle handing up from her because there's nobody else to fight with. And now she's got a really good chance to get ahead of the race. She needs to get that gap. She's looking back again now. She can't believe that they're not chasing her. And then she just needs to settle into that effort and try and keep it steady at really high power that she can sustain for an hour or so.
That's exactly what she's going to be doing now, really trying to focus on measuring her effort, but also perhaps putting in a little bit more effort because this first Queen of the Mountain is coming up quite soon. And what a way to start this stage race it would be for the young British rider Arabella Blackburn, sorry, if she could take that polka dot jersey, or the jersey that we've got that I believe is not polka dot, but it is just looking at my notes here, it's a blue jersey here in the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women. So we've got the green race leader jersey, the blue Queen of the Mountains jersey, the points leader will be in the red jersey, and the best young rider will be in that grey-white jersey. So best young rider under 23. Of course, the points leader is that accumulation of points. So we've got a move here from one of the Picnic Post-Nl riders. Accumulation of points within the intermediate sprint and the stage finishes. The Queen of the Mountains points on those categorised climbs, and of course that's race leader, which is the rider with the lowest accumulation of time over each stage. This will be good news for Arabella Blackburn. We've got Audrey de Kiesmacher, seems on our graphic here, coming over, trying to bridge across to our young British rider on the road. So Picnic Post-Nl wanting to get themselves ahead of the race, take pressure off perhaps in controlling the race, but also for maybe those Queen of the Mountains points too. So 6 points on offer on this first category 2 climb. The climb starts with 70.5 kilometres to go, so around 10 kilometres before we start that climb. And then it is Audrey de Kiesmacher, the Belgian rider, 27-year-old from the team of Picnic Post-Nl, who's trying to bridge across. This is quite a tough road to get away from the peloton on, one where it's just not technical at all. You're really inside, in the mind of the peloton. But for the young rider out front, this will be a great sight if she can get herself across. That's a lovely shot that we've got here from the back of the peloton. Not conducive to our leaders though, unfortunately, but we will get into a little bit more of a technical parkour in the next few kilometres or so. So hopefully for them, they'll be able to kind of get out of sight, out of mind. You can see the swan ears on the side of the road there as well. So naturally, Lizzie, the peloton, the pace does increase when they come closer to the swan ears, with teams trying to get themselves to the front, making sure they have the chance to grab bottles or musettes or whatever it might be that the team have got for them on the side of the road.
Yeah, that pace increases, but then it slows back down again, and hopefully that's what's going to happen for these two riders out front. I think it's a typical case of the camera foreshortening the gap there, because for Arabella Blackburn, I think she's got about 35 seconds, and at the moment it's a little bit of a chasse patate for Audrey de Keersmacher, who is stuck in the middle of Arabella Blackburn and the peloton, and Audrey de Keersmacher from Picnic Post NL, needs to dig really deep to try and get across now, because if she can use that extra energy to get across to Arabella Blackburn, and they've got 2 riders up the road, that will make both their lives a lot easier.
Arabella Blackburn just taking a glance over her left shoulder. She would have been told, of course, that Audrey de Keersmacher is on her way or trying to bridge across to her on the road, but she will just be really honing in on her own effort. A nice little wipe of the camera screen for us there to make sure we've got the clearest images that we've got here for you in this first stage of the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women. We've had one intermediate sprint so far. That was taken by Caroline Swinkles ahead of Lara Gillespie, Kim LaCourte, Maggie Coles-Lister. So Caroline Swinkles taking the 3 seconds, Lara Gillespie the 2, Kim LaCourte the 1. Already with a little bit of a hierarchy there, Lizzie, especially with those GC riders in Caroline Swinkles and Kim LaCourte, really trying to take every single second that they can on this first stage of the Tour of Britain.
They know it's going to be, or it could be, a race of seconds, and you don't want to get to the end of the race and lose by 1 or 2 seconds, so you've got to take everything where you can. And of course we saw Lara Gillespie just on the shoulder of her teammate Caroline Swinkles, and actually what Lara Gillespie would have been doing is trying to take those seconds away from other riders like Kim LaCourte, trying to prevent those other riders like Kim LaCourte having those bonus seconds. And in the end, of course, Caroline Swinkles got those maximum. And look, you can see Audrey de Keersmacher getting closer to Arabella Blackburn, and a decent gap back to the peloton now. I think it's about 50 seconds from Arabella Blackburn as they just head over this little rise before they descend down to the village of Wigton.
Audrey de Keersmacher, a 27-year-old from Belgium, started her professional cycling career with the cycling team, went across to a club team as well in Belgium before signing for the Lotto Destiny Ladies team, which turned into Lotto Ladies in 2025 before signing a 2-year contract with Team Picnic Post NL. She has another year on her contract in 2027, so no contract worry for Audrey de Keersmacher. And one of, if not the youngest rider in our race is off the front solo, Arabella Blackburn. And as you said, Lizzie, with Anna Shackley in the car, she's got the perfect person to be able to guide her as to what to do, because perhaps she's never found herself in this situation before. Definitely not in a World Tour race, that's for sure.
No, she must have goosebumps thinking about being away ahead of all of these riders. And we saw her on that blackboard, she had 52 seconds, and it was just 15 seconds back to Audrey de Keersmacher. She keeps looking over her shoulder, hoping that she's going to have a mate to ride with and share this pain. Looking over her left shoulder once again, where is she? ...14 seconds back to Audrey de Keersmacher. Now Arabella Blackburn can't really take her foot off the gas, but she does need some help here, doesn't she?
She does, and if you were in her position here, Lizzie, what would you do? Would you sit up? Would you wait for Audrey de Keersmacher here with only a 14-second gap and a pretty sizable one then back to the peloton?
I think if she's now got this 50-second gap and it's a little bit more, you know, it's a little bit more steady, it looks like the peloton's happy with it, I think I would ease off very slightly. Oh, now we can just see that gap's gone down to 6 seconds, so she's coming back in, and there is Audrey de Keersmacher. She's going to make the junction, and we're going to have 2 riders ahead. So perhaps Arabella was advised just to ease off a little by Anna Shackley back in the team car, because once there's 2 ahead, that is going to make their life so much easier.
Yeah, you can see Arabella Blackburn there just looking over her shoulder. Audrey de Keersmacher with more experience will be able to now become almost that captain here in this situation. We talked about road captains within the teams, but also what happens when you get a breakaway is generally you get that captain within a breakaway to guide the riders as to what to do in the wind, where to put their energy, especially with 77 kilometres to go. It's going to be in their best interest now to almost become teammates.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can just see as they made the junction, a few real words were said between them. Audrey de Keersmacher will need just a little bit of a breather on the wheel of Arabella Blackburn here, because she's made a huge effort to make that jump. And we can see that gap is out to 1:10 to the peloton here, so they're doing a really good job to try and pull out a gap as we come out of Wigton and we head towards the first categorised climb of Coldbeck.
With the gap over 1 minute now back to the peloton, the team cars of our leaders will be soon given the nod to come through to follow the two leaders on the road with Arabella Blackburn and Audrey de Keersmacher. So for Picnic Personnel and Hansling Alba Development Road Team, if this gap is sustained over a minute, they will be able to then drive behind these two riders to be able to assist them if they gain a mechanical, if they get a puncture, if they want some fuel from the team car, they'll be able to do just that. Great to see so many fans out here today for stage one of the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women. Always gives me goosebumps seeing the fans out, the flags out, perhaps the posters that the young children have made to celebrate, to support these women as they come through the small towns and the small villages. And we're getting closer now to our first Queen of the Mountain of the day, the first categorised climb, our second category climb. It starts with 70.5 kilometres to go. And will these two riders get the opportunity to battle it out on the Queen of the Mountain, which tops out with 66.3 kilometres to go. It's the climb of Coldbeck, so 4.1 kilometres, not too steep, only averaging 3.7%. So you will gain benefit, Lizzie, of sitting on a wheel of a climb of that severity when it comes to the gradients that we're going to see on this first categorised climb.
Yeah, definitely. We can just see the peloton now as they're coming through the village of Wigton. They look like they're picking up the speed a little bit, or that could just be as you go through those twists and turns and you make those natural accelerations out of the corner. But yeah, as we head towards the tight climb of Coldbeck, of course, on the northern edge of the Lake District fells, actually borders the northern edge of the northern fells of the Lake District, which include the climbs of Skiddaw and the famous climbs of Blencathra, of course. And the riders are going to have some pretty spectacular views out towards the Lake District as well, if they have time to have a look at them, of course. Back to our leaders, settled in really nicely there, sharing the workload. Arabella Blackburn just flicking her elbow as Audrey de Keersmacher comes through to take her turn.
Like Arabella Blackburn there just had an unwanted visitor to her shorts potentially there, just trying to waft away maybe a wasp or a fly, but something was bothering her as they're now seeing that blackboard. So our graphic is spot on, 1 minute and 12 seconds. That blackboard was showing us to the peloton. Still a little bit uncomfortable there, just trying to do something with her left leg.
I wonder if she's had a sting.
Yeah, potentially a wasp sting there. Yeah, it looked like something was bothering her for a while. She was trying to waft it away. So yeah, hopefully she's not allergic. I've actually had that before in a race, Lizzie, where I was stung by a wasp and my whole leg just blew up. I didn't even know I was
Oh my gosh.
allergic to wasp stings at the time. But hopefully that's not the case for Arabella Blackburn. And this sport is hard enough without a little wasp sting along the way, isn't it?
Oh, look at her rubbing her left leg. It's not really what you want in your big moment out in front of a World Tour stage race in your home country to get a wasp sting. I've never had one in a race, thankfully, but I have had them fly in through my helmet and I've had to pull them out of my forehead a couple of times, unfortunately. But let's hope she's not allergic. And look, there we go. It really is a bad day for those guys in the truck today, isn't it? Because it's not Lauren Dixon and Cecilia Uttrup-Ludwig out front, of course. It is, of course, Arabella Blackburn from Hansling Alba Development Team and Audrey de Kiersmacher of Picnic Post NL.
Two riders out front doing a brilliant job in sharing that workload. The cohesive nature of the way that they're riding now is meaning that they're holding this gap of over a minute to the peloton. You can just see a replay here, I think, of what was bothering Arabella Blackburn. So it does look like something, a wasp or fly, something stung her. She's trying to pick something out of her shorts potentially as well, but yeah, seems to have sorted it now. She's just taken to her head unit, and that can be something actually, Lizzie, to talk about, to discuss, because again, it's an individual approach as to what riders like to see on their head units. What did you used to race with?
I remember back in the day, and it was sort of before all the riders had VeloViewer, which is an app, or it's a bit of software that shows the riders everything that's coming up, all of the gradients, all of the important points on the road, the feed zones, the QOMs, the sprints. It even shows the wind direction and where you're going to have those crosswind sections on the route. And although that did exist when I was racing, a small women's team couldn't afford it, so I was using the race book to plot the route on Strava. And I would create my own GPX files, I would send them to our teammates, and I had to actually persuade my teammates that they were something that you would want to use, that it was useful to have this on your head unit to see what was coming. But those days have completely changed. Everybody has the route now. Everybody has VeloViewer available to them. It would be interesting to know, actually, if the small teams like Hansling Alba and the other continental teams that we have in the race do have that technology available to them, because it is such an advantage to be able to read the race ahead of time and work out what's coming.
So we just actually had some inside knowledge from the ground. Unfortunately for Arabella Blackburn, she's asked the moto for antihistamine, which means that she potentially is allergic to a wasp sting, and it's definitely bothered her. For now, it looks like she's okay as she gets onto the drops, onto the back of Audrey de Kiersmacher, but that is so unlucky, Lizzie, isn't it? I mean, the chances of that happening, and then the chances of it happening to a rider that's potentially got an allergy to wasp stings as well. Poor girl, but hopefully she can get that antihistamine and put it to the back of her mind as we are getting closer and closer to this first categorised climb.
Oh yes, poor Arabella. Well, at least she's not asking the moto for an EpiPen, so obviously it's not a serious allergy, but it is something that's bothering her. But so hopefully she can get something that she needs. But we're heading into sort of the pre-rise before we hit the start of the climb, and you can see the peloton just aren't bothered. Do you think they might just switch it on when we get to the start of the QOM, no doubt, because we've kind of got back-to-back climbs once the road really starts to rise.
Yeah, you're right, Lizzie. You can see some nice smiles, some chatters happening at the front of the peloton. They're not worried about these two riders up the road at all. They're happy that they can control these two, perhaps happy even for them to take the points on this first categorised climb, and I think naturally the gap will decrease as we get into the next part of the race, because as we discussed, it really is split into three sections. That first 40k, which we've tackled, was the undulating part of the course between that 127 to 75 to go, that flat piece of road where the riders were riding north up the coastline. They've now taken that right-hand turn. The wind, the anticipation did split the peloton into a few sections, but that has now come back together. We've got one complete peloton as the riders have now taken that right-hand turn. They're heading back towards Cockermouth. We've got two climbs, two categorised climbs at least, because we do have some uncategorised climbs too when we get closer to Cockermouth, and we've got that finishing circuit. The riders actually crossed the line with 27.7 kilometres to go. That's our second intermediate sprint of the day, so that's a nice opportunity as well for the sprinters perhaps to come into play, to test their lead outs, to test when they want to launch their sprint, accelerate, feel the wind, feel the approach to that sprint. It's not a very technical one. They've got a long run in and then a couple of turns within the last 2 kilometres, a left-hand turn that comes with 400 metres to go, and then it is straight to the line. You can see that categorised climb looming ahead for the riders, and that is our next point of interest, but it's looking good for these two out in front here.
Yeah, we can just see the start of the QOM sign, the black sign just starting there, the Omoda QOM, and we saw that hill with the mast on, and that is the climb of Coldbeck that we're going up. The riders are going to sort of skirt around the left-hand side of it as they tackle this QOM, which tops out about 66 kilometres to go. We've lost our ticker, but I can tell you that we're at 70 kilometres to go now at the start of the QOM as the shot just pans towards where the riders are heading.
Now it's going to be really interesting to see what our two leaders in Arabella Blackburn and Audrey de Keersmacher do here, Lizzie, because we've still got a huge amount of racing left to come. And with the gradient on this climb, it's going to be more, I think, advantageous for them to try and stay together. But do they disrupt their momentum and try and battle it out for the top of the climb? When do they do that? Have they sized each other up yet? These are all these sorts of what we call that chess on wheels that the riders have got to try and navigate when they're in these positions on the road. You can see the lovely camaraderie here between the team of Melissa Bike, Picnic Post and Owl, who again are in that kind of lead out formation, but that's just purely to be in a good position for this climb. But for now, these two are deciding to work together, as you can see the road rising in the distance.
Yeah, there's absolutely no stress in the peloton, is there? But for these two riders, there's a really, really big prize up for grabs. There is the Queen of the Mountains jersey, the Armada Queen of the Mountains jersey, and there is a chance to be on the podium. And for Arabella Blackburn, potentially the youngest rider in the race, if she were to be able to stand on the podium and wear a leader's jersey in tomorrow's race for British team Hansling Alba, that would be absolutely huge. So I think they need to really work together, and maybe with about 50 metres to go onto the line to the top of the QOM, maybe they'll start to fight it out. But after that, they're going to need to regroup, get back together, because the second QOM of Parsonbury Brow, that isn't until 39.8 kilometres, so they've got a good 20 kilometres or so to ride together, try to stay ahead of the bunch to get some more points before they hit that second climb.
The peloton just going through the start of the Queen of the Mountains, the Omoda Queen of the Mountains competition. That jersey, as Lizzie said, is up for grabs at the end of today. 12 points available across the stage with 2 Category 2 climbs. It seems that the peloton are happy for our two leaders to take maximal points. And we'll get confirmation of the time gap shortly. But Audrey de Keersmacher is a rider who likes a Queen of the Mountains competition. She was second in 2023 in the Tour de Femina, and also second in the AG Tour de las Samoas in 2024. So hopefully she'll be able to do one better today, but she has of course got the young rider in Arabella Blackburn, who I'm sure will fight, and have been told by Anna Shackley to do everything she possibly can to take maximal points here because of this huge opportunity for a British continental team to have such a prestigious jersey at the end of the race. Could be the race, you know, victory of them for the whole of the stage. If they can have one of these jerseys throughout, that is a big tick in the box and almost takes complete pressure off a team like that for the next 4 days.
Yeah, and also to get this TV time sort of, you know, quite late into the race, you're getting a really good amount of TV time, and it's just such a huge opportunity because the peloton aren't interested. If the peloton were chasing hard, then you would think, well, there's no way, they're probably going to make it to the first Queen of the Mountains point, but there's no way they're going to make it to Ponsonby Brow. And at this moment, peloton having a chat, having a laugh. Look how compact that peloton is, not stretched out at all. Having an easy day. It's all like they're having a Sunday ride, having a little bite to eat for Liv Alula Jaco there. And so, yeah, I think it's out to a minute and a half now for the two leaders in Arabella Blackburn and Audrey de Keersmaeker, and they've got a really, really good chance. And yeah, they need to try and stay ahead of the peloton over this climb of Caldbeck and see if they can make it to Ponsonby Brow before the peloton comes.
Okay, so for Arabella Blackburn, unfortunately, it looks like Audrey de Keersmaeker has decided that she wants to go solo. Perhaps Arabella Blackburn suffering from that wasp sting that she sustained. Only a few kilometres to go. We heard that she asked for antihistamine from the lead motorbike, but Audrey de Keersmaeker is now on her own as we come closer to her. She is going to try and attack this climb. It's a consistent climb in terms of the gradient, so for her it will be easier to kind of measure her effort throughout the climb without that sort of undulation throughout and differences in gradient. She's very much here going to be in time trial mode now that she's alone, having dropped Arabella Blackburn, just attacking here out of the saddle, trying to sustain as high a speed as she possibly can. Our ticker there showing over 2 minutes now, so just shows here, Lizzie, how disinterested the peloton here are about this first classified climb.
Yeah, the peloton are just taking it easy, and Audrey de Keersmaeker has really taken that opportunity. Hopefully Arabella Blackburn can get back on terms as we come over the top of the QOM at Caldbeck. But the problem for Arabella may be that the road rises up again, a steep descent, and then we climb again on an uncategorized climb up to Ellerbeck Common. So it's not at all flat by any means, so it's going to be very difficult for her to get back on terms. Audrey de Keersmaeker looks like she's on a mission here, and it's obviously, stage 2 is obviously a good omen for Picnic Post NL, because Mara Roldan had an exceptional win in stage 2 of last year's race, taking the win there and the biggest victory of her career.
A really big opportunity for Audrey de Keersmaeker, the team of Picnic Post NL. They've got Callum Ferguson in the car as their director sportif. He'll be happy with the situation on the road. Not only is Audrey de Keersmaeker putting herself in the best place to take the maximum points in the Queen of the Mountains classification, but once she's done that, she will just, I'm sure, carry on with her effort, try and measure her effort through the rest of the stage, the undulating parkour that we've got in the final 60 kilometres. It takes complete pressure off the team behind. They can just follow, having Audrey de Keersmaeker up the road, and then look after their sprinter in Josie Nelson, a British rider who I'm sure will have her sights set on today's stage again, having success here last year on stage 3 into Kelso. We know how much of a strong sprinter she is, but it's Phoenix on the front here trying to set the pace. As Lizzie said, we've got a very fast, not technical downhill before we start climbing again on that kind of uncategorized climb. It's actually around 6 kilometers that averages around 2% before we've got a kind of long downhill run into our second categorized climb of the day. So for Phoenix Premier Tech, they've got Millie Cousins, Flora Perkins, Celine Alvarado, Aniek van Alphen, Marta Troyen and Thane van Eden in their team. The gap's gone out though to our leader, in Audrey de Keersmaeker. 2.5 minutes now to the peloton, but it looks like there is a little bit more motivation behind now, Lizzie. But Audrey de Keersmaeker is just going to be really focused on her own effort, what she can deliver, trying to get over that climb. She'll take a huge amount of morale from that, of course, taking the maximum points, 6 points on offer on this Category 2 climb. Of course, the climbs are categorised with the severity of the climb, with the length and the gradients of the climb, ranging from first category to, I think, third category climbs that we've got throughout this Lloyds Tour of Britain Women. Of course, in the world of racing, we have the all category, which is the highest climb, down to the 4th category climb. Now, Audrey de Keersmaeker can see the top of this first category climb in the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women. It's a second categorised climb, the first categorised climb in this race so far in stage 1, and she will take maximum points. Audrey de Keersmaeker from the team of Picnic Post NL will take 6 points over our first climb, cold deck of the day. So job well done there. The first box ticked for Audrey de Keersmaeker, but you can see after that quick drink, Lizzie, she's straight back into that aerodynamic position. She's pushing on.
Yeah, we need to see where Arabella Blackburn is, really, because she was getting distance and seemed to be getting distanced quick, and we haven't seen an image of her, which tends to suggest, there we go now, 48 seconds from Audrey de Keersmaeker, the leader, back to Arabella Blackburn, who of course was the rider who initiated that attack. But we're seeing here that there's nearly 3 minutes from the peloton to the lead of the race of Audrey de Keersmaeker. Although Fenix Premier Tech did lift up the pace a little bit, Audrey de Keersmaeker is going full here. She is in TT mode and she has 1 goal and 1 goal only, and she is pulling out a really good gap.
Nearly 3 minutes then back to the peloton for Audrey de Keersmaeker. 63.3 kilometres to go is a long way for her to try and go solo to the line, but of course she's got that next categorised climb. Just confirmation there on the blackboard, it is a gap of 2 minutes and 55 seconds back to the peloton, I'm sure, and we'll hopefully be able to see with some of the shots that we get that the Picnic Post NL car will be behind her, although as Lizzie Banks discussed at the start of our broadcast today that the teams have only got 1 team car following them, so the team will have to make that call as to what they do on the road. Do they follow their leaders in Audrey de Keersmaeker, or do they let the neutral service assist Audrey and then have the team car behind the peloton who can then look after the other 5 riders in the team?
And another big question, Danny, is can they even get past? Because you can see the peloton here are going up this Queen of the Mountain climb still. Audrey de Keersmaeker, of course, is 3 minutes ahead and well beyond that QOM point, as she actually just crests the rise of Priest Brow, a little uncategorized climb just afterwards. But whether or not the team car can get past is another thing. The riders are spread across this relatively narrow road here, and they're not going to want to let a team car past. So the commissaires would normally wait until we get to a slightly wider road. And as we can see, there's still 4 more points. 4, 3, 2, and 1 more points on offer in the Queen of the Mountains.
Erica Magnaldi here just making a move for the team of UAE Limad to take 3rd over the top. So Arabella Blackburn was not caught. She took 5 points. Erica Magnaldi with the 4 points. There's 3, 2 and 1 points as well on offer, and we will get confirmation as soon as we get that as to who picked up those minor points as they cross the line. This is the replay. Erica Magnaldi just taking a look back. Looked like number 65 potentially as we get closer to that line over the top of our first categorised climb. It looks like actually a number 125. Dixaline Miamont from Team Picnic Post NL there. Just
yeah, she'll be wanting to take the points off the others to make sure that that Audrey de Keersmaeker has the most points available and nobody else is trying to go for that jersey. As we can see that spectacular view towards the northern fells of the Lake District as Audrey de Keersmaeker just flies down the hill on this straight and steep descent into Coldpeg. The peloton aren't even on that descent yet. They're on the little rise just before that. But what a spectacular place to ride a bike.
hitting over 80 kilometres an hour there on that descent for Audrey de Keersmacher. And what you are going to see now here, Lizzie, at the front of the peloton is that fight for position for the descent, because even though it's not technical, it's fast. And the riders are going to want to be in the safest possible position. And yes, crashes of course happen throughout the peloton at the front, middle and the back, but if you can put yourself in a position where you are limiting the chances of coming down, having less riders in front of you, of course, being able to take your own line through a couple of the bends that come at the bottom of the descent itself, then you are going to put yourself at less risk.
Yeah, we've got this steep descent into Coldbeck, and then it's a few tight turns around Coldbeck before the road ramps straight back up again. And we've got another warning in VeloViewer to say warning sheep on the road, so you never know what to expect in these parts of the world.
And we're not even in Wales, Lizzie.
No, well, wait till we get to Wales. There's definitely going to be sheep on the road. And look, suddenly the pace in the peloton has suddenly picked up as we get over this uncategorized climb and the wind starts picking up. And like you said, Danny, they're trying to get that position as we head down into Coldbeck.
Kim Leclerc, Panier being very much looked after by her teammates, and you can see how much the peloton is strung out now because of that fight, because of that positioning before this rapid descent into Coldbeck itself.
Ruby Oakes there, taking up her position in the back of the peloton. She's been there all day, hasn't she?
It's quite tough as well though, Lizzie, because for some of these riders, especially for the continental teams, the Great Britain national team, which is a team you mentioned, as we can see the motorbike,
Wow.
87 kilometres an hour. Hold on, please, because that is fast and we don't want to see any crashes.
You know what it's like to be on the back of a motorbike going that speed, don't you, Danny?
Yeah, I do. I had to close my eyes a few times because it was a little bit scary, but no, these riders know what they're doing. They do this day in, day out, and you can see a 40-second gap now to Arabella Blackburn, who was one of our leaders. She, we do believe, was stung by a wasp, unfortunately, and was dropped by Audrey de Keersmacher, who is the rider nearly 3 minutes ahead of the peloton as they twist and turn their way down into Coldbeck. For these riders at the back, they are going to have to make a few extra accelerations. But what I was going to say, Lizzie, is compared to the World Tour teams that are racing week in, week out, have got a lot more race days in their legs, that experience, this could be, you know, one of only a handful of races that these riders have actually taken to the start of. And it does take time, doesn't it, to find your positioning on the road, to find that ability to hold your own and know actually when the right time is to be at the front versus the back and when to save that energy.
Yeah, I think positioning is really one of the hardest things to master, and even some of the best riders in the world still can't master it. We think of Urska Zigart, who's one of the world's best climbers, but she doesn't like to be in the peloton. She always hangs around at the back, and it really makes her life so much harder. So it's going to be a very steep learning curve for these riders, and to be honest, they're doing a great job to actually hold on to these World Tour riders who've suddenly put their foot on the gas as they head out of Coldbeck.
Back with Arabella Blackburn here, so she is still fighting ahead of the peloton, but the gap is slowly coming down. See on the drops, just glancing at her head unit, trying to sustain the power. I just wonder what effect that wasps thing has had on her, especially if she's had to take antihistamine as well. We know that it can make you drowsy, it can make you sleepy, and that is the opposite of what these riders will be trying to do to their bodies here in the race, especially now as we're getting into the final hour and a half of racing, where there'll be riders taking on caffeine, actually trying to do the opposite of what an antihistamine would do to you. So Arabella Blackburn just taking on a little bit of hydration as well. She doesn't have her team car behind her, and I'm sure she'll be joined by the peloton very, very soon. The gap to Audrey de Keersmacher as well, you can see also coming down as the dynamic is just shifting somewhat in the peloton, of course, because of that descent that we had, but also now, Lizzie, we've got around 6 kilometres of that climbing, that upward trajectory on the road before a kind of long, around 20 kilometres descent as we run into the second categorised climb of the day, which is quite different to the first that we've had, a less consistent climb, a very steep section within the climb itself, which really opens up that chance to use the climb as a launch pad into the finish, perhaps.
Yeah, the climb of Parsonby Brow, which we hit 39.8 kilometres ago, we just see Ali Williston still at the back of the peloton. She is not enjoying her first day out in the UK, and now I wonder if something is wrong or if she just needs to warm up a bit. She hasn't raced actually since the Volta a Catalunya back in June, so she's had quite a period off of racing. It's often a really big problem actually. There's no World Tour racing whilst the men's Tour de France is on, and of course only 7 riders can get picked for the women's Tour de France, and there's a big gap in the calendar really, and we see last year's winner here on the radio. She is really not having a good day, and she is just suffering. She's not the kind of rider we are used to seeing at the back of the bunch. Oh, there's a big slowdown there. Riders getting out of the saddle, and just that concertina moment. Thankfully nobody came down. And Arabella Blackburn is back in sight now. She's just about 20 seconds ahead of the peloton. We just saw her. She's just gone round that corner over the crest of the hill now. But she's going to get swallowed up back into the peloton any minute now. You can hear the birds singing in this beautiful area just outside the northern edge of the Lake District. In the foothills of the Lake District Mountains, Arabella Blackburn looking back now. Well, she can see the peloton coming, but she's still trying to stay away. That is a brave ride from the Hansling Alba Development rider. And all momentum has gone out of the peloton here. They're just rolling along, freewheeling in the back, and that's how you can tell that nobody is on the gas at the front. It's very easy, happy to let Audrey de Keersmaeker go, as they're very close to swallowing up Arabella Blackburn. But she's still managing to stay away. She's not quite in sight yet. Few tricky corners for the peloton to navigate here as we head up. Oh, just another concertina, and Arabella Blackburn, she is holding them off. She's actually pulled out that gap. They saw her coming, they saw her, they had her in her sights, and then they backed off again, and she is keeping going, and she is doing a really, really brave ride. I thought she was going to get swallowed up there, but she's managing to stay ahead of the bunch.
A really brave ride from Arabella Blackburn as she again looks over her shoulder. She can see the peloton hot on her heels. The gap definitely not 48 seconds, but she's still pushing on regardless as we've come into this real open section here as we get closer to that next categorised climb of the day. And this is really tough here now for the riders, Lizzie. They would have done their homework. They would have known, as you mentioned at the start of the race, that it's not only the categorised climbs as part of these races, but also other climbs that can cause damage, potentially be opportunities for teams to take things up. And this is perhaps one of those, albeit I think they'll be happy with the situation, only having one rider up the road to try and control with still, you know, over 50 kilometres of racing left.
Yeah, they've got this draggy climb now up over Ellerbeck Common, and they're riding straight into a headwind, and no doubt that is why the peloton said, no, all right, I'm fine, you can go then, because they don't want to be using more energy than they need to. Well, we can't see Ali Williston at the back anymore, so that is a good sign, but we can see Cecilia Uttrup-Ludwig from Canyon Tram there, number 42 at the back. She also hasn't raced for quite a long time.
Just see riders trying to almost do a little bit of cyclocross action there on the right-hand side, looking at gaps that aren't even there to try and move themselves up on this part of the course. But for Audrey de Keersmaeker now, you can just see how focused she is and what will be going through her mind. It can be quite lonely out there, but she needs to just focus, I guess, Lizzie, on the things that she can control, things like taking the fastest line, trying to stay fueled, because that's something that I think within a race, especially when you find yourself in this position off the front, you can easily forget to do, and that can come back and bite you.
Yeah, you need to be trying to fuel every 20 minutes. That was my rule, and I always sort of looked at the time that had passed on my Garmin or my head unit, and if it had reached 20 minutes, and no doubt it usually had, it was usually half an hour, but if I had that rule every 20 minutes and I saw it was more than 20 minutes, then I would always make sure I would eat something. And now for Audrey de Keersmaeker, she's nearly at the top of this uncategorized time climb. She's just going to turn right here onto the final part of Ellerbeck Common, which is actually the steepest part of this uncategorized climb. And once she's over there, she should at least hit the foot of Parsonbury Brow before the peloton do. But Parsonbury Brow does have a steep kicker in the middle of it, and hopefully she can keep that lead before the top of the climb to secure that QOM jersey and take it into tomorrow's stage.
That will be the big goal for Audrey de Keersmaeker here. We've had another move, though, from a rider from Phoenix Premier Tech, it seems. As this rider gets closer, we will be able to see exactly who that rider
Flora
is.
Perkins, I think. Is it Flora Perkins? It's difficult to see. It looks a bit like Flora Perkins.
I mean, you can see the intent on the face of the rider here from the Phoenix Premier Tech team, trying to bridge herself across. It is Flora Perkins, Lizzie, you're right. So, young British rider from the Phoenix Premier Tech team. One of two British riders as part of the Phoenix Premier Tech team alongside Midley Cousins. They've got a strong team with options, I think, looking at the riders they've got in their roster. No standouts in terms of real pure sprinters or GC riders who they would look to protect. So perhaps they're looking at ways in which they can take this on, race aggressively, using the parkour to do something a little bit different.
Yeah, she's looking for that opportunistic moment to take her chance. She was obviously bored in the peloton, thought, right, get me out of here. I can get up the road, and this is my chance. 55k to go now, and she could get ahead of the race. But is that Kate Courtney on the front of the bunch chasing behind? I think it might be. As I was saying before, this is actually the steepest bit of this uncategorized climb, and it's really got some quite steep ramps up to 10% here, so a little spicy one.
See a lot of action happening in that peloton behind, using these really steep ramps of this uncategorized climb to do some damage behind. It looks like the team of Uno X Mobility were the team at the front of the peloton there, but as Lizzie said, potentially Kate Courtney trying to race as aggressively as she can. It's her debut World Tour stage race for the team of FDJ United Suez. We believe they'll be riding for British rider Lauren Dixon, but perhaps Kate Courtney will see what she can do on stage 3 on that summit finish. She's got big aspirations. You can see that time gap now, though, coming down to Audrey de Keersmaeker because of that attack that we had in the peloton behind, and it looks like Flora Perkins is going to be swept up. It is Kate Courtney. She's in, of course, the national colours of the USA, national champion in the road race this year, which was another remarkable victory for Kate Courtney, having only ridden a handful of road races ever in her career. A counter-attack move, though, here coming from the team of Liv Alula-Jayco, though. And Flora Perkins is about to be swept up. The rider from Liv Alula-Jayco is going to go straight past. And you can see behind here, Lizzie, this is causing a lot of damage. Lorena Wiebes is wise to it, though, on that back wheel and not giving it up at all.
Oh, and Fleur Moore's just hit the back wheel of Lorena Wiebes there. Did you see? She looked, Lorena Wiebes looked behind to say, what was that? Lorena Wiebes is making sure she is at the front for those climbs, and she is not going to get dropped. And here we see Eva van Aert. Oh, she looked like she was going to make a move, but she decided not to, as we go back to Audrey de Keersmaeker, who's still got 1:42 as she heads down now. She's got about 10 kilometres really until 10-15 kilometres until she hits the start of that Parsonbury brow climb. And as the riders come over the top of this uncategorised climb over Ellebeck Common, they're going to hit a short section of crosswind, and I think that might be one of the reasons why they're wanting to hold that position in the front. They know how narrow these roads are, and they know how important it is to keep that position with this potential crosswind section for the next 10 kilometres or so.
Fast descent here, and the potential for crosswinds has meant that the speed in the peloton has increased. We're seeing teams trying to hold their position at the front, but back to Audrey de Keersmaeker, and you can see how steep these sections of road are. Great to see the youngsters on the side of the road as well. We always talk about it, don't we? If you can't see it, you can't believe it. And now it's an opportunity for the youngsters in the UK to come and watch the biggest bike race that we've got here in England, into Wales, across 5 different counties and 5 stages. The longest race we've had in the last couple of years. Now the race has been taken over by British Cycling race director Alice Wood has obviously worked really hard with event director Jonathan Day, the assistant race director Johnny Clay, to bring us some of the best racing that we can possibly have here in the UK. Audrey de Keersmaeker, though, still pushing on as Misha Bredevold has now come to the front for the team of SD Worx Protime, but she's constantly looking over her shoulder, making sure her teammates are also present as Kim LaCour is now moving herself up. She doesn't have a teammate here with her. I'm sure they're not too far away, but this is that, again, Lizzie, anticipation of the potential of crosswinds. And that, even that anticipation can do damage, can't it?
Yeah, we've only got a 5-kilometre section here, really, where we've got a cross headwind as we head into Fletchertown, because after we get to 47 kilometres to go, we're back into a block headwind again. So if you want to do the damage, you've got to do it in this section. And as you can see, Audrey de Keersmaeker is on this long descent. It's not a fast descent, it's more like a draggy descent where you still need to be on the power. She's really tucked down and doing everything that she can to stay away, but there's clear intent, particularly from SD Worx behind, who really want to try and split up the race and do something in these crosswinds. They love the crosswinds, the Dutch. They were sort of born knowing how to ride them, weren't they?
They were, and it was always something I really struggled with. I don't know about you, obviously you moved out to different parts of the world, obviously were in Sheffield, I believe, if I'm correct. But
very windy in Sheffield, so thankfully we had plenty of... pretty windy in Wales as well, actually.
That's true, but a lot of our racing was done on closed motor circuit, so we never really had that opportunity to have to use the wind as part of our kind of racing and the way that we were brought up on bikes, versus those of the Dutch, which I believe, you know, they had the kermesses week in, week out, multiple opportunities actually within a week to race, so they've really learned that racecraft early.
Yeah, it's really part of the cycling culture over in the Netherlands, in Belgium, to know how to ride the wind, to know to stick your rivals in the gutter and really make them suffer and break up the race, because of course they don't have the hills that we have here. Now look at Audrey de Keersmaeker go. She's absolutely flying down this descent. She's going to be holding her gap quite well, I suspect, because it's quite difficult to make inroads when you're going that fast, because the speed differential can't be as big because of the speed that you're traveling at. Of course, if she's traveling at about 65 kilometers an hour, they would have to put in so much more effort behind to be going significantly faster. So I think we're going to see her safely get down into Fletchertown, about 49 kilometers to go, but then she's going to turn left into that block headwind, and that is going to sting.
It is going to sting, Lizzie. 48.7 kilometres to go is that left-hand turn that you're talking about, where she will then hit that block headwind of around 20 kilometres an hour. And we know that that's not conducive to anyone that's ahead of the bunch trying to ride solo into the finish. few little gaps towards the back, but nothing dangerous here. The riders will just be happy that they'll be able to gain that sort of connection as we get onto the more flatter roads. Number 105, Marit Rijmakers on the back for the team of Human Powered Health. We had Maggie Coles-Lister, who was 4th in that first intermediate sprint of the day. And Maggie Coles-Lister will be, I'm sure, their rider to look out for at the back end of today's stage, if she makes it over the next categorised climb, of course. But Maggie Coles-Lister had a really impressive Giro where she took 2nd on stage 6 on quite an uphill finish, actually. Nice to see a little Welsh flag there on the side of the road.
Marit Rijmakers, of course. Marit Rijmakers, of course, has just come back from the Tour de France, and you know, we were talking earlier, the riders they all react so differently. Only 9 days of racing, only 9 days of rest, sorry, after 9 furious days of racing at the Tour de France. And I know for me, I needed 2 weeks really to recover from a race block like that. You needed a week to just almost do nothing, and then a week to get your legs back. And now we're seeing that the gap down to Audrey de Keersmaeker is just 50 seconds. See if we can get a few shots back to the peloton and see if we can confirm that gap. Because it seems to have dropped a lot, but hopefully for Audrey de Keersmaeker, as the peloton heads into the headwind as well, they may sit up. So although it will be difficult for her, there's every chance that the peloton don't want to work into that headwind either.
I think we might have fireworks on this next climb, Lizzie. I think because of how steep that section is, which comes with around 38.2 kilometres to go. It's about 400 metres, but it averages over 10%. That could be a real chance for those teams that don't have sprinters perhaps in their lineup, that they want to try and do something within that final hour of racing. But you talked about only 9 days between the final of the Tour de France Van Marwijk Zwift and the start of this tour. What typically would the riders be doing in that time to try and recover, but also to remain sharp, to keep on top of their form for a race like this?
If you've got a race coming like this, you need to keep your legs moving, but you also need to keep it really easy. You know, definitely have a day off the bike, maybe 2 days maximum. We'll see Phoenix Premier Tech at the front of the race again, trying to push up the pace. But you need to keep your legs turning over. Just slow, easy rides to maybe just an hour for maybe 5 days, and then you'd probably want to do some efforts, maybe 3 or 4 days out. Try and get those race legs back. Maybe a longer ride, and then an easy day before the race with a few high-paced efforts thrown in to get your legs used to it. 45 seconds now down to the gap to Audrey de Keersmaeker. It's not looking quite as likely that she's going to make it to to the bottom of Paasenby Brow, sorry, and it's looking even less likely that she's going to make it to the top in front.
And this poses another question, I guess, because what does she do in this instance is, if the Queen of the Mountains classification, that jersey is a big target for her, does she sit up, try and recover, and then try and be within that top 6 that are going to take points? Does she try and hold on here, but with then the knowledge that the peloton are going to come up to her fast, and then perhaps she's used up all her gas, all her energy, and then isn't even able to race for those points at the top? What do you think she's thinking at this moment in time?
I think she's just got to keep on pushing, and she's got to try and believe that she can get there, because the problem is, Danny, that she took those 6 points at the top of the Colbeck climb, and there's another 6 points available at the top of Paasenby Brow. Now, if those two riders are tied on points in the competition, the rider that takes the jersey will be the rider that finishes highest up in the general classification. If Audrey de Keersmaeker gets swallowed up now, she almost certainly won't make it to the finish with the bunch, and she will probably get a lower general classification result than the rider who crosses Paasenby Brow climb first. All she's really got to do is get the 6th place, which is 1 point, and then she secures the jersey. But we'll see. I think that there are some intentions in the peloton to try and catch the break and try and get ahead, because that's where the race is going to kick off. Because of course, after Paasenby Brow, we head straight into the finishing circuit in Cockermouth.
We do indeed. So the finishing circuit comes with 35.8 kilometres to go. The riders will take a right-hand turn onto that finishing circuit. We'll then be able to see the approach to the finish, which is always advantageous for the peloton to be able to then communicate with their team, the DS perhaps, but because it's a line to line, as in Cockermouth to Cockermouth, I'm sure, I will know actually that the teams would have been out. They would have recce'd this anyway. They will know what's coming. They would have done their homework. There was a lot of riders that travelled over a couple of days ago. They've had their pre-race rides on the circuit. They would have really had the chance, Lizzie, to really look in great detail of what the finish looks like on today's stage.
Yeah, Danny, it's a luxury position for the sprinters to be able to see the finish line multiple times. Started there, rode there yesterday, racing there of course today in another 20 kilometres time as we hit the finish circuit with 27 kilometres to go. And so they're going to have the best opportunities to set up their sprint and get everything right, and they've really got no excuses come the finish line, have they? As the pace in the peloton is still quite high here. 40 seconds to go to the lone leader, Audrey de Keersmacher from Picnic Post NL.
.9 kilometres to go. 45 seconds is the gap between Audrey de Keersmacher and the peloton. We are coming up to that second categorised climb of the day. 39.8 kilometres is the start of the climb. Tops out with 36 kilometres to go. We've then got a long run into our second intermediate sprint of the day. A very straightforward run in, slightly downhill for around 7 kilometres. That second intermediate sprint then comes with 27.7 kilometres to go. That's on the finish line. And you can see now the peloton are a lot more relaxed. The pace has really come out. So this is going to give Audrey de Keersmacher now the opportunity to extend that gap again, Lizzie.
Yeah, it's exactly what we said could happen when they turned into that headwind, although actually the wind has dropped a lot. It's a lot less strong on this bit than it was earlier. So Audrey de Keersmacher, she has got about 7k to get herself to the bottom of Parsonby Brow and try and pull out a little bit more lead, because I think really her DS is going to be telling her to just try and get over the climb, and the top of that finish, the top of that Queen of the Mountains point will really be her finish line today. This isn't about the finish, this is about getting the Queen of the Mountains jersey and having something to show with the leader's jersey in tomorrow's race.
Eleanor Baxter again on the front for UAE Team Limad. This is a really important part of the race with around an hour's racing to go. The riders know that the pace is going to increase. They've got the climb to contend with. They've got different roles individually and also as a team, depending on what sort of rider they've got as their leader, whether it's going to be a rider like Rhiannon Marcus to try and do something in the final, perhaps it's SD Worx Protime looking after Lorena. All they're trying to do, they know that their best opportunity to win this bike race is with Lorena Wiebes at the finish, so they are going to be looking after her, nurturing her, getting her over these climbs to make sure she's there and in contention to sprint. How has she recovered off the back of the Tour de France Farm avec Zwift? We saw her go in for that points jersey, which she did take, but she had to ride incredibly hard, turn herself inside out to take those intermediate sprint points on the final day in Nice.
It could have gone to Demi Vollering, in fact, in a little funny turn of events, and that was why Lorena Wiebes had to push so hard on that final day, because if she didn't take those points, then Demi Vollering could have won not only the yellow jersey, but actually the green.
And this is probably one of the last opportunities now for riders to be able to go back to the team car if they need to
That's some storm clouds we can see in the distance, Danny. I know that there were some showers scheduled for around 3 and 4, but they were very localised and very hard to predict. The riders will certainly be hoping it stays dry for the run into Cockermouth, but thankfully it's not a tricky finish.
Yeah, no, it's not, and we've spoken about the finish a little bit, haven't we? So it's a very long, fast run into the final couple of kilometres. The riders have a left-hand turn with around 1.8 kilometres to go. They will then take a final 90-degree left-hand turn with around 500 metres to go before a straight run into the line. It's very much a covered finish in the town of Cockermouth itself. The riders would have been able to look at it, of course. I don't think the wind will play too much of a factor there, but positioning again will be crucial. And actually sometimes, Lizzie, if it's less technical, it can actually be more messy. It could be more chaotic and more nervous coming into a finish like this.
Yeah, you're right, absolutely. The less technical it is, the more riders there are to fight for it. When it's twisting and turning, it's all lined out, and it's a sort of self-selection process. But you mentioned a minute ago about Rhiannon Marcus, and that's actually a really, really good shout for today's stage for Little Trek, because she's been so aggressive at the Tour de France Femmes, and we know Little Trek are looking for opportunities. They don't really have a GC leader, but they do have a sprinter in Fleur Moors. And the finishing circuit, the 27-kilometre finishing circuit around coming back into Cockermouth is lumpy. And so if a rider like Rhiannon Marcus can get up the road, she can profit off the peloton, looking at each other into the headwind sections. She could have a really good chance of going for the stage win today. I didn't think about that myself, Danny. So very good pick there.
Thanks, Lizzie. No, I mean, I think she was one of the standout riders for me in the Tour de France Femmes avec Zwift, and for that team of Little Trek, I think they always do kind of look at ways to race aggressively, and they did. They put themselves in the position to try and take stages, didn't they? And
they had to.
Unfortunately, they did have to, yeah, but it didn't quite pay off. And I think for Rhiannon Marcus, who was fourth, we could just see a few riders just fighting through the team cars to get back on here. Fourth in last year's edition, but it's, I feel, making steps forward every single year and really kind of coming into her own when it comes to stage races like this. Actually, a couple of years ago she was really focusing on the Grand Tours and being a Grand Tour GC specialist after kind of that real specialisation within the time trialling discipline. But now I feel like this is her bread and butter, these sorts of races, the races that, yes, are hard. She can get herself over climbs, but it's this hard, grippy roads that really suits her attributes as a rider.
I think so too. I think that she could become a real opportunist and breakaway specialist. The only difficulty is that the women's peloton is so strong, and so strong across all the teams now, that there is so much more impetus to chase than there used to be, and there are so many fewer successful breakaways, which really doesn't play in her favour. But I do think in a race like the Tour of Britain, when we don't have clear teams that want to control, you know, in the Tour de France it was so obvious that FDJ United Suez were going to control, Movistar would take the opportunity to control, whereas here it's not really clear who's going to do that work, and she could profit off that, and she has a really, really great chance to take what would be her first World Tour stage victory, or first World Tour victory this year.
Something else that is always intriguing about stage one of any stage race is that responsibility. There's no one with that race leader's jersey on their back. There's no team that has to control this race. Yes, Lorena Wiebes is here. Yes, she's the fastest sprinter. So you could argue that it is SD Worx Protime's responsibility to control into the final today. But we know that they don't always do that. And what are other teams going to try and do?
Don't always, or don't ever.
Well, that's arguable, I guess. That's,
actually, I mean, I should give them their due. They did work in the Tour de France. They knew what the opportunity was. They knew that they were the ones who had everything to lose, and they did put everything on the line, and they won with the best rider in the world, or the best sprinter in the world. But in a race like this, I think that they would play their cards. They would sort of shrug their shoulders and say, well, it's not my responsibility, even though it was 59 seconds now, nearly back up to a minute for Audrey de Keersmacher. What a good job pulling that gap back out. Just got a couple of kilometres now until the start of the QOM.
Movistar as well is a team that we can see on the front of the peloton. Bianique, so experienced, road captain Claire Steele's a British rider who unfortunately came down earlier in that crash. I believe she is back in the peloton. Francesca Barali, Liana Lippert, who could be good on a stage like today.
I was just thinking, Danny, I was looking at their start list and I was thinking I haven't actually seen Liana Lippert at all today, which is often a really good sign. She's kept out of sight, out of mind, and out of the wind as well.
You're right, Lucia Ruiz Perez and Sarah Martin make up the team of Movistar, but yeah, she's just there actually on the right-hand side of the road. A few rain spots though, Lizzie, so you did mention those dark clouds looming, and unfortunately for the riders, or potentially fortunately, because actually some riders relish the rain. Some riders actually enjoy racing in the rain and feel that it's an advantage to them because of maybe their technical ability and their ability to be able to take risks, navigate through the undulation that we've got, the fast run into the finish. So it's not all bad maybe.
Yeah, it's very, very light rain at the moment, which I think is actually the worst conditions because like we were saying earlier, it can make the road greasy and you can think that you can take a corner fast, but actually, you know, you haven't quite got that same grip. But yeah, I do. Oh, look, we just see a quick acceleration from the peloton as we come out of the bottom of that climb. Sudden change. Oh, look there, we got on the right-hand side of the road AG Insurance and Picnic Post NL, who are obviously trying to protect for their rider Audrey de Keersmacher up front. Actually, it's Picnic Post NL who are coming to the front and riding hard here, which is pretty surprising to see, as you'd think you'd think they'd want to be blocking the race rather than pushing on the front.
This is all down to positioning now for the start of our next categorised climb. So for Audrey de Keersmacher just taking that corner quite gingerly there with these wet roads that we've now got. This fast descent, the fast approach into the start of our next categorised climb. We know there's a steep section. We know that all the riders are going to want to and will be being told to be at the front of the peloton, but the road is only so wide. So we are going to have a fight on our hands. We're going to have those elbows out and that fight for positioning here as we come into the start of the climb itself. A few riders just really struggling under this pressure here. Looks like Ruby Oakes from the Great Britain national team, 183. Again, just reading into her body language, sometimes we can sense how much a rider is struggling with that sort of body movement.
It was a bit of a nasty climb on this, nasty descent, sorry, on this left turn out of Aspartia. And of course, Audrey de Keersmacher got to take it alone, but at the bottom of that descent, it sort of kicks up a little bit and you've got a chicane over the railway lines. And that's going to be a little bit tricky in the peloton with these wet roads as they're fighting for position with just a kilometre to go now, or less in fact, to the bottom of the start of the climb of Parsenby Brow. 1 minute 10 seconds still for Audrey de Keersmacher, and she is nearly at the start of the climb. But can she make it to the top? 3.7 kilometres with an average gradient of 3.9%, but that does not tell the whole story. With a serious kicker in the middle, a little false flat at the top, and then another little kick up to the top of the Queen of the Mountains.
Just remind you about the first Queen of the Mountains of the day. That was taken by Audrey de Keersmacher ahead of Arabella Blackburn, Erica Magnaldi in third, Dilexine Miamont, Eleonora Gasparini and Marta Troyan took those points. So again, points for the first 6 riders to cross the line in this second and final categorised climb of the first stage. So we will soon find out who will be wearing that jersey, as she's shown 1 minute and 18 seconds on that blackboard from the race directors here in that first stage, the first stage of the Lloyds Tour of Britain women. So you can see now just ahead of her the start of this Queen of the Mountain classified climb on the left-hand side, just through these bushes. Just a reminder that this coverage is 4 and 5G. So brilliant that we can bring all this race coverage to you, and we will bring you the best pictures that we possibly can throughout the day. But it is just our 4 and 5G coverage that we've got. You can see how narrow these roads are becoming as well. It's almost impossible here to move up. Audrey de Keersmacher really attacking this second categorised climb of the day. You can see how steep it is as she's battling out of the saddle, trying to gain as much momentum, as much speed and power as she possibly can. But look at her face. She looks so composed. She looks so focused here. She's got one goal, and that is to get over this climb in the lead, to take maximal points. That will give her 12 points. And the real kind of start of what I think would be a big target for her going forward to try and take this classification. The start of the Amoda, Queen of the Mountains, here on stage one of the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women. This is a second categorised climb in the race as the peloton pass the classified start. It is 3.7 kilometres at 3.9%, tops out with 36 kilometres to go. But as we've already talked about, Lizzie, we've got this steep section which comes very, very soon after the start, which could rip this race to pieces depending on what teams are trying to do here.
Yeah, we can see the riders getting out of the saddle here for this little kick, but this is by no means the steepest section of the climb. Now, Audrey de Keersmacher is just closing in on the little hamlet of Parsonby, and that is really the marker for where the climb is about to kick up. Just as she comes out of that village, the road starts getting steeper and steeper before a false flat, thinking that you're at the top, but no, there is another kilometre to go. Can she make it to the top before the peloton? She's only got 48 seconds now. And once the peloton hits those steep slopes, see our lovely supporters and nice little doggy on the side of the road. Once the peloton hit those steep slopes, that pace will naturally increase. Just coming into the village of Parsonby now for Audrey.
So not a huge amount of action here in the peloton behind. All teams just happy to just try and hold their position on the road currently. So a pretty high pace, but no attacks happening at the peloton, in the peloton. Looks like everyone's pretty comfortable too towards the back.
Some very dark clouds above Audrey de Keersmacher there.
Go on, lasses.
Go on, lasses. That's what we like to see. And as she's just coming out of the village, as I was saying, really heading towards those steep pitches, you can see the road ramping up in front of her. She can see the road ramping up in front of her, and she knows what she's got to tackle with, riding into those black clouds.
And we know, Lizzie, just quite how quickly the gap can come down on such a steep, long gradient that we've got here. So for Audrey de Keersmacher, she's going to really have to try and put as much power down as she can, as the ticker has just gone up though to 55 seconds. So definitely giving herself a little bit more of an opportunity to take maximal points here, as we can see all the teams now jostling for position, trying to keep their riders in the best place that they possibly can, not just the GC riders, but perhaps more importantly the sprinters that are going to try and make it over this climb. But Liv Alula-Jaco have got different ideas. Kate Courtney is straight on it, as is Kim LaCourte, who doesn't have any teammates around her here. So a little injection of pace by the team of Liv Alula-Jaco. So we're getting some really nice close-up shots of Audrey de Keersmacher. Really trying to inject pace on this steep sections, invest time and pace. Now, this is very different to what we've just had. You can see the way that the peloton are now almost in one long line, that this pace is doing a lot of damage here, Lizzie.
Yeah, that was Lorena Wiebes in about 10th wheel. She started at the front and she's slipping back. Her teammate Misha Bredevoort in second wheel behind the UX rider. And that's exactly what Wiebes needed to do here. She needed to start at the front. She needed to give herself a little bit of sliding room. We can still see her about 8th wheel as we pan back to Audrey de Keersmacher, who's on the steepest slopes, being supported by the dinosaur. Still got oh no, not 45 seconds. We can see the peloton right behind. They are breathing down her neck. That's probably 20 seconds maximum. It's going to be 15, 10, 5 and gone before you know it. Now that is Visma Leasebike on the front. Is that Femke de Vries who's pushing the pace there? I can't quite see, but it's Kim Lecourt-Pioneer right behind her. And it's Kim Lecourt-Pioneer who's making an attack out of the peloton behind. She is going for it.
We know how fast Kim Lecourt-Pioneer is in a reduced bunch kick. So for Kim, for the team of AG Insurance Soudal, they are clearly coming into this race wanting to leave no stone unturned. She feels she's the strongest in this bike race. She's come out of the Tour de France Femme avec Zwift in great shape. She finished 9th on general classification. She took a stage victory on stage 6. She's looking over her shoulder as to who's there. One of the riders from Movistar is right on the back wheel of Kim Lecourt-Pioneer, and it looks like there's a few bike lanes that are opening up as Misha Bredeval just takes a bottle from a soigneur on the side of the road. She bows her head, which says to me that she's really struggling under this pressure as Kim Lecourt again out the saddle attacking the steep section of this climb. Is it Laliana Lippert on her wheel?
There's no German, there's no German stripes on her shoulder, but it looks, it is Liana Lippert, and it's Misha Bredevold who is trying to close it down. Now there's a gap, and I believe that Lorena Wiebes is still in that front group. I think I saw her. Kate Courtney is definitely there, but there's a big split now. Fleur Moore's getting distance behind. Oh, and Hugh, look at this. It is blowing apart at the back. Alex Manley there, number 75 from AG Insurance Soudal Quickstep. Now we need to get back at the front of the race now. Oh, look at that. Select group. There is Lorena Wiebes, 6th, 7th wheel.
Yeah, this is a really select group now, but you can see Lorena Wiebes is just trying to get Steffi Haberlin to go in front of her. She wants a little opportunity to try and recover, to take a breath. That's taken a lot out of her, but she is here, and that is dangerous for all of these riders in this front group. She is so versatile. We had Femke de Vries opening up the gas. We had Kim Lecourt, but still she is there. But Liverlula Jaco obviously mean business. They're a team that have been riding aggressively as Picnic Post-Senel go again. Is this...
That is Lauren Dixon from FDJ United Suez on the wheel. And that is Josie Nelson, is it?
No, it's Pfeiffer Georgie, the British rider. Pfeiffer Georgie is now looking to try and ignite some speed into this front group as Lauren Dixon now comes through for the team of FDJ Suez. 500 metres to go to the top of the second categorised climb.
Lorena Wiebes out of shot now.
Ponsonby Brow is the second categorised climb, so around 400 metres left. And who is going to go for it? Who has got their eye on the points for the Queen of the Mountains? No seconds on offer here, but 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 and 1 points available as this select group now is spread across the entirety of the road. It looks like Shirin Van Anrooy has made it for the team of Little Trek. Rhiannon Marcus doesn't look to be here though, Lizzie, which I'm quite surprised about, but it did look like there was a rider trying to bridge across from the team of Little Trek.
Yeah, you're right, Danny. It's Fleur Moores and Ricardo Bauernfeind, and we have another attack from Picnic Post-Senel. Is that Audrey de Keersmacher once again trying to go again to secure those points in the Queen of the Mountains? Lauren Dixon on her wheel, and Steffi Haberlin coming round on the right-hand side. And Audrey de Keersmacher secures, I think, 4 or 3 points, meaning she will take the leader's jersey at the end of the day. And now Lauren Dixon is carrying on, trying to see if she can make this into a move that's going to get up the road.
Lauren Dixon now trying to motivate this group to keep rolling through. She has sensed this opportunity. She's got Steffi Haberlin behind. She's really willing these riders on. Femke de Vries is coming through. She's a rider from Visma Leasebike who had a fantastic Tour de France Femme avec Zwift. This is the replay of the Queen of the Mountains there. So it did look like Lauren Dixon taking maximal points ahead of Steffi Haberlin. And then looked like Caroline Anderson, perhaps, or was it Audrey de Keersmacher? Audrey de Keersmacher there taking points again. So if that was the case, Lizzie, then she will have that jersey at the end of stage 1. So brilliant brilliant display of form here by Audrey de Keersmacher, who was out in front for a huge amount of time, got caught and was then able to hold on to that select front group.
That's a very impressive ride, and you know, she got caught at exactly the right time. She managed to get over the really steep section of Parsonby Brow, and as the climb sort of, you know, plateaued out and rose again, she managed to get onto the wheels, have that 30 seconds, minute of recovery, and kicked again. All she needed was a single point at Parsonby Brow to assure herself of the blue Queen of the Mountains jersey, and she's done that.
Our next intermediate sprint then comes with 27.7 kilometres to go, and we've got this fast run into the line, and there has been chaos. This race is split to pieces now, so we've got our front group of around 15 riders, and we'll try and get confirmation of those riders. We know Lauren Dixon is there, we know Lorena Wiebes is there, Steffi Haberlin, Ninka Veenhoven, Cecilia Chubb-Ludwig, Millie Cousins, Audrey de Keersmacher, who of course took more points. We've got a group of 4 riders in between in that no man's land, trying to fight with everything they've got to make that front group, and then that peloton behind. These are the 4 riders chasing that front group, and now we're coming into the section of the race where it is that fast, long downhill section and run into the line, Lizzie. So it really does depend on the composition of this front group and who is chasing here, and they've made it onto the back. So Erica Magnaldi is the rider with number 12 on her back, Francesca Barali for the team of Movistar. 53 is Margot van Pachterbeke for Little Trek. And this is good news for the teams now with a little bit more strength and depth. But you would say the huge winner or winners of this race situation so far is SD Worx Protime, having Lorena Wiebes here in this front group.
Yeah, there was a perfect moment as those 4 riders, including Erica Magnaldi, came back to use that momentum and attack. And I was so frustrated when they just slowed down and sat on the back of the bunch, because they could have used that as an opportunity to leap forward. There does seem to be some pretty good cohesion in this bunch, but we've got some passengers, and Lorena Wiebes is one of them.
So Little Trek and FDJ Suez are the 2 teams that are really motivated here to keep this one going. They know that there's some uncategorized climbs coming too. So it's not just a case of now towing Lorena Wiebes to the line. They want the opportunity with this reduced bunch to try and attack from this group. There's less riders to control here with the situation that we've got on the road, but it did look like with that helicopter shot that we just had that it looks like that peloton are closing in quickly.
Yeah, it does. You can see Sharon Van Anrooy here on the front now, and I think that's Eva Van Acht just coming through for FDJ United Suez. She was just flinging her arm, frustrated that more riders weren't coming through to help, because of course that was the big chance to shed a lot of riders. There are more hills coming, but that was by far the hardest point on the course.
You can see here the peloton about to make that junction with that front group. But it does set ourselves up for some spectacular racing, doesn't it? Chances are this is going to come down to a group sprint, perhaps, but now this is also a dangerous position, Lizzie. You might have riders coming back and going straight through.
Yeah, that's Rihanna Marcus just coming around the outside, looking like she wants to go straight over the top. Femke Heritzer straight on the wheel of one of the Liverlula Jayco riders for her team SD Worx. UAE team Limad marking it behind, and the race is really kicking off now. We're just 2 kilometres from the finishing circuit, where we meet the finishing circuit for 1.5 laps back into together. There is no cohesion.
No cohesion, and the team of Uno X, the team of Movistar have missed this move, so they are now coming across. This looks like Katrin Allerud that's about to make a move on the right-hand side of the road. To see, she sensed this opportunity, and let's not forget there's 3, 2 and 1 seconds on offer on the line here with 27.7 kilometres to go. So looks like Katrin Allerud has recovered well, but Lorena Wiebes is straight on it, isn't it? She knows how to read a bike race, and will she use this opportunity to try and gain these seconds here on the line?
I wondered for a second if that was Misha Bradeveld taking that move, but no, Lorena Wiebes was on it, and she is not missing a beat. She is there on every single move. She's starting the climbs at the front. She wants this race, and she has clearly recovered very well from the Tour de France Femme, and that is an ominous sign.
Riders will be able to compose themselves somewhat now as we head closer to the finish line. We've got our second intermediate sprint of stage one. A few riders just coming back after being dropped on that climb previously, but Viz Melissa bike again are trying to attack to try and split this race up, but to no avail. As you can see, no other team are helping right now, but Uno X are on the move. Movistar are wise to it though.
Uno X are being really aggressive, and you can see that Human Powered Health are trying to get on terms, and it's one of those situations where it goes and comes back and goes and comes back, and eventually the elastic is going to snap. When you get to the point that you think that you cannot make another attack, that is the point that you have to go.
Ali Wollaston, though, still at the back, and it is quite surprising because we know as sprinters you have to be almost the most courageous. They can be chaotic, they can be brutal in terms of really trying to thread the needle, find gaps that aren't even there. So generally what that means is the sprinters are very, very confident in their ability to be able to position themselves. Lotte Kopecky though is here, she's ready, she looks calm, she looks focused for the team of SD Worx. What will her role be today? I imagine, looking at how Lorena Wiebes is climbing and got over that last categorised climb, that she'll be that final lead out woman for Lorena Wiebes, and they are a force of nature, the two of those. If you've got Lotte Kopecky leading you out, the chances are, especially if you're Lorena Wiebes, you are going to win the bike race. But we know that bike racing is unpredictable, and there are going to be teams that want to try something, do something different. Again, the rain is starting to fall here. This is that left-hand turn with around 1.7 kilometres to go, I believe, as we're coming closer to that finish line. And it's still slightly downhill, Lizzie, until we get into that final sort of 1.5 kilometres to go where it flattens off. Fife for Georgie, though, again on the attack.
Yeah, it's a really nice road coming down into Cockermouth over the River Derwent, a little bridge to navigate as we turn left onto the finishing straight. Just about 2 kilometres to go till we take the first passage of the finishing line. Mostly downhill and then a little bit flat. There we go, we can see the 1 kilometre to go to the finishing line here, just on that last descent into the town.
So 1 kilometre to go, and you can see how fast this approach to the line is. This first finish line of the first stage of the Lloyds Tour of Britain women. This isn't the finish line though, this is the intermediate sprint that they will pass through the finish line of. Fife for Georgie just leading out, but she's got Kim Lecourt-Panier on her wheel. Kim Lecourt wanting to take every single second that she can. She was third in the first intermediate sprint of the day, so she's taken 1 point. Lara Gillespie was ahead of her, and it was won by Caroline Swinkle. So let's see where they are. 500 metres to go now in this final left-hand turn that will take them straight to the finish line.
That's Erica Magnaldi for UAE winding it up on the front. She's going to be seeing if Caroline Swinkles can take more points after taking 3 seconds and 3 points. Ali Wollaston is holding on at the back. That's Imogen Wolf trying to lead out Femke de Vries there.
Looked like Misha Bradeveld was there on the right-hand side. Misha Bradeveld battling alongside Caroline Swinkles and Kim Lecourt-Panier. Misha Bradeveld, though, taking maximal points for SD Worx Protime. So again, it's just opening up this narrative, Lizzie, as to the GC riders all trying to pick up as many seconds as they possibly can. So I believe that was won there by Misha Bradeveld ahead of Kim Lecourt-Panier and Caroline Swinkles for the team of UAE, Team Limad.
We talked a little bit about Misha Bredevold and her possible chance of having a leader's role at this race. And look, there's Fleur Moores on the front. She has been so impressive so far. Always exactly the point that she needed to be. Narrow left-hand turn out of Cockermouth on onto this nasty little unclassified rise. Look who's on her wheel, though. It's Kim LaCourt in second place. Ali Wollaston still at the back, but still clinging on. She needs to nurse herself around this stage and see if she can come around for the sprint stage into Blackpool tomorrow.
Yeah, she doesn't look right to me. Ali Wollaston spent the majority of the day on the back of the peloton. But look at this now, injection of pace. It is not flat, it is really undulating now until around 7.5 kilometres to go, and that's where we really do have that fast running again to the line. So this is that anti-clockwise loop that we've got through Cockermouth, back down. And Kim LaCourt-Pania means business, doesn't she?
Yeah, you can see the fourth rider in the line, the UAE rider, shoulders starting to rock. You can see how high the pace is, and it's Kim LaCourt who's pushing it. She really wants to try and make a split here because she knows that if she can reduce that bunch down, then she has a chance of not only winning the stage, but taking the first Lloyds Tour of Britain leaders jersey as well. It's really shattering at the back here. There's one long line. That's probably about 100 metres long, that peloton now.
Few riders going out the back, and this is going to be, I think, impossible to get back on now because we are in the final 26 kilometres of the race, and you can see how strung out it is. A few of the continental teams just struggling. This is Shirin Van Amroy, and we talked about how we knew that Little Trek were going to be aggressive. Looking at the riders that they've brought here to this race, they need to try and use that card, that aggression in the final, make it as hard as they possibly can. 1-2 with the strength in numbers that they'll have at the front of the peloton, though.
I saw a Little Trek rider coming around the outside, and I wondered if Rhiannon Marcus was going to go for an attack there. You can just see her. She's just behind Flora Perkins in the orange jersey on the left-hand side there. Has she got anything to try and make a move? But it's really being strung out up this hill now at such a high pace, and there is not an inch of flat on this final 27-kilometre loop. It's up, down, left, right, and every which way.
Caroline Anderson from the Liverlula Jayco team as well has been another one of those riders that's really impressed me today, trying to make things really hard. They've got Georgia Baker in their team. We know that she sprints well, but also off the back of a harder race. So again, trying to damage the legs of those sprint rivals. Kim LaCourt, though, at the front. She's looking for her teammates too. Just talking into the radio. As we've got a move from Movistar.
Now this is what the riders need to be careful of. They've been on the front. You've had Kim LaCourt pushing the pace. She lifts her foot off the gas and somebody goes. This is a really, really dangerous moment here if the peloton start to look at each other. Look at that, just getting shattered at the back of the bunch. There is a little bit of a chance to come back together, but before you know it, they're going to be going up again.
Audrey de Kiersmacher, who is in the virtual lead in our Queen of the Mountains competition, is one of the riders just suffering under the pressure, as is Ali Wollaston, who we have been talking about a lot today as that surprise of how much she's been riding at the back of the peloton. And look at the rain now. The rain is pouring down on these riders. So again, positioning is going to be even more important. The way they tackle these few final corners, bends, a fast run into the line, into Cockermouth. Welcome to the UK, ladies. We've had the hottest summer that we've probably ever had, and now it's raining.
Well, the UK is in desperate need of rain, but I think the riders were hoping it would take 5 more days to come, weren't they? But it's timed itself perfectly. It was due right on cue at 3 o'clock for the final 25 kilometres of this Lloyds Women's Tour of Britain, as the riders go up and yet another climb before they're going to descend down and back once again over the River Derwent.
Some of the riders just able to get themselves onto the back here. but the attacks are going to come thick and fast now into the final. We've got so many teams motivated to try and do something to not come to the line with Lorena Wiebes, to try and use their strength in numbers with their multiple cards to play. The first ever stage race, fresh opportunities, clean slate for all. Zoe Baxter here, Lizzie, just more towards the back. And again, I just wonder how these riders should a rider like Zoe Baxter, who is a young rider, only 20 years of age. It was a day France summer. The demands that the race had on the road like no other ever, with the heat, with the sprint. A long time for the rider to actually be fully cover after the race.
She's never going to have a training input like that. Every race is training input as well, really. It's taking long to recover. And not only it's a hilly stage, passing was steep, and that is a difficult line for a rider like a power rider. Riders to navigate these twists and the lens round curve. SD Worx with her once again, just keeping it together. Courtney, very attached she's been today, impressive as well.
Impressive ride. Another win in from Mike for Georgie. British rider from Picton Post now.
And who's on the way? Brianna Mark is a little track, the railway specialist.
And Nick just behind her. So a really experienced trio of riders. This alarm bell's ringing. You can stick ahead of her straight on whilst this one. She cannot let this trio of riders go anywhere up the road, especially not with only 22.5 to go as we're coming into the final half an hour of run in the Cockermouth.
And straight after it could be another really, really good place to attack. To see it in about 500 metres as the ride down and then across the river, up again.
Would be a neat. Just taking right hand corner a bit faster than the rest, and as she looks at the shoulder, she sees she up the gap and use that momentum to carry on with this move. Georgie again really trying to do something in this race. Personella had a storming race so far as the Audrey to take the Queen of the Mountains classification, and now with Howard caught Caitlin will go on the left side of the road is a move everybody's going to want to get back on. Is it going to break the path on Steffi Haviland straight? Kim Courtney really attacking every single bit of undulation here in the end of the stage. She doesn't have a huge amount of teammates around her, though, so she's not going to put herself in a position where she has to chase everything. If someone was to the back of this move as well, just try to look down the group. It looks a bit of a break. There's a break to Courtney is trying to get on the group, all in one line. There's a few bike lengths, gaps back to Kate Courtney, and then another couple of bike lengths. Can she keep the pressure and split this? That's what she's going to try and do. She's just put her shoulders. She'll be able to. She's injected here. She's got that feeling on her wheel. Lippert is there. To Reese, it looks like Carolyn Allison, Kate Courtney. So, ahead, look to see. She over her shoulder. She can see coming into these twists covering here in the first stage for Britain women, and after every corner she's accelerating. She's absolutely flying.
She's not going to be getting any help. Steffi Haviland on her wheels. Steffi Haviland is not going to be coming. If she's another 500 meters out, the riders do have a tailwind, so this is the chance to make the break and get away. What a beautiful rainbow we've got over the foothills of the Lake District here. What a spectacular sight. With the rain brings the rainbows. Beautiful sight. I wonder if the riders will get a chance to have a look at that. Look at Kim LaCourte, sorry, digging deep there. She's making that split just behind.
They're going to be hoping there's a pot of gold at the bottom of that rainbow, and hopefully that'll be the finish line. But Kim LaCourte is just persisting with this move. And Femke de Vries is a rider from Visma Lisa Bike, though, who is happy to assist with this move. Will Liana Lippert give anything on the front? Zoe Backstead just losing a few bike lengths, as is Lara Gillespie. And these are two riders we've spoken about as the fast finishers, the sprinters, that if they can hang on at the end of today, could be riders to take the victory. But it all depends what happens at the front of this bike race and if it does come back together.
And now they're not just dropped, they're way off the back, Danny. And if I remember rightly, we need to get back to the front now, because I think it was Lorena Wiebes just behind. Yes, it's Lorena Wiebes who has made that group of 8 or 9 riders. It is chucking it down with rain and beautiful sunshine just behind.
Lorena Wiebes, again, showing us just how versatile she is as a bike rider. These are some of the best climbers in the world that have made this split and made this front group, and she is there yet again. And that is not a good sight for the others to have her there, of course, as we're coming into the final 20 kilometres. And it does look like now this group is going to swell. Who is the team that are chasing? It does look like it is SD Worx Protime, to me, perhaps wanting that strength and depth, those numbers to play with as well, so that Lorena Wiebes is not isolated in this front group.
Well, Lorena Wiebes is in a luxury position, isn't she? Because if she's in the front group, she can win from it. And she doesn't need to work, because if the group comes back, she can be pretty confident that she will win from that group as well. As we see an attack from Visma Lisa Bike, is that Femke de Vries who's making a move? Perfect timing there. Got a couple of bike lengths gap. Steffi Haviland behind.
It is Femke de Vries. Steffi Haviland, though, straight on it. She knows for Lorena Wiebes that she has to be there. But this group now of around 25 riders, perhaps a few more, just in one long line under that effort of Femke de Vries. So
riding through the rainbow there, Danny. How beautiful is that?
It is beautiful. But as I mentioned before, the real kind of peak of this undulation comes with around 8 kilometres to go. So there's only about 10 kilometres of road left as a viable option for these riders who we've seen time and time again put an effort in on the front, whether it's Femke de Vries, Kim LaCourte, Caroline Anderson, who are a few who have really injected the power and the aggression into today's stage, that have got that opportunity to do anything. Because when we hit that 8 kilometres to go, it really is all kind of downhill into the finish, and that makes it a lot easier for riders to be able to hang on. Number 181.
That's Anna Morris, who has made the cut. One of the top British domestic riders, bronze Olympic medalist on the track, of course. And now it's Lauren Dixon who has made the move. Flora Perkins is the third wheel there. Ricarda Bauernfeind from Little Trek. Letizia Borghese from AG Insurance, Soudal just behind. But they haven't got a gap.
They're not going to give up, though, are they? They're going to just really keep trying to snap that elastic as we come into the final of this stage. Riders trying to move up on the right-hand side of the road. A few more riders here for Kim LaCourte. Looks like Letizia Borghese is alongside her now.
Is that Ninka Wienhoven on the right-hand side? I think Ninka Wienhoven is still there for Jumbo Visma, who's got a very quick finish on her.
Ricarda Bauernfeind is the rider on the front for Little Trek, and you can see actually the pace has come out now, how this this front group is just swelled, and you can almost see it, can't you, Lizzie, how the pace is just decreased somewhat. But this is now opening up a chance for riders to come from behind. It looks like a rider from Little Trek who's making a move.
I think it might be Margot van
side.
Patchenbeek. Let's see.
Kim LaCourt is so impressive. She is on to everything, isn't it? She's not using her teammates. She is just jumping on every single thing that moves up the road. She doesn't want to leave any amount of gap to try and have to control this. She wants this so badly.
But how much energy is she using, Danny? She has used a lot of energy with the riders on her wheel, because she could get a really good result even in a bunch sprint finish. She really wants to try and get away and make it a small group or even a solo move. But so far, she cannot shake the rest of the bunch. The riders are just too closely matched. Even the cows are watching the bike race. Change their mind now.
So we've got confirmation of that second sprint. So that was won by Misha Bredevold ahead of Caroline Swinkles, Kim LaCourt. It was Imogen Wolf, the rider from Visma Lisa bike. So the young British rider, good to see her back in top form after a crash that she had earlier this season, and Ninka Veenhoven taking the 1 point. So again, for those three that crossed the line first, a few seconds ahead of the rest. So that virtual points classification now stands with Caroline Swinkles 17 points ahead of Kim LaCourt Pania with 10, Misha Bredevold as well with 10, and Laura Gillespie with 7. Now 16.4 kilometres to go. Rihanna Marcus is the rider on the back, wearing number 54 for the team of Little Trek. So you can just sense a little bit of fatigue still with these riders. But Anna Morris, what a ride from her. We knew she was strong. She doesn't have the experience on the road to navigate herself, but now she's in this front group, she is going to be a lot more comfortable, a lot more confident. And it looks like for Georgie again here, a massive attack on the right-hand side of the road.
What a perfect timed attack, just as the peloton lifted off the pace as they hit the main road, and Pfeiffer hit the gas and got a gap. And as FDJ United Suez behind chasing, is that Lauren Dixon? Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is Lauren Dixon, just sensing that danger of Pfeiffer Georgie, but it looks like she's going to try and go straight over the top. Lauren Dixon going straight over the top of Pfeiffer Georgie, but Pfeiffer Georgie out of the saddle, and SD Worx Protime are there. So it looks like Julia Kopecky in third position. It is Julia Kopecky, so again all coming back together as the rain is falling. But Lauren Dixon doing the right thing, just sticking to that one side of the road so she can just...
Kate Courtney going up the right-hand side here. She was just a couple of seconds late to make the most of that attack, but as Lauren Dixon lulled, Kate Courtney went. Steffi Harberlin once again on her wheel. Teammate of the Day award, I think, and Femke de Vries there in third wheel. Femke de Vries coming round to take that turn.
No one's going to let Kate Courtney up the road. She is a slight unknown quantity, but with her palmares in the world of mountain biking, and the fact that she signed with FDJ Suez means that she is definitely one with a target on her back already, with only a few race days under her belt. Femke de Vries just looking over her shoulder as the rain is pouring hard. Aude Bianique was a rider from Movistar to close that gap, and that looked to me like Josie Nelson, Lizzie. Now, Josie Nelson, we know, is a very fast finisher, a British rider, so perhaps this race meaning more to her than other races that she's taken the start line of. And another attack, another move coming from Liv Alula-Jayco. Is this Caroline Anderson again? She's been really, really aggressive. Well, just no, it's not. It looks like Amber Pate, perhaps the Australian rider for Liv Alula-Jayco, but not managing to snap the elastic. Ricarda Baumfine just setting that really strong tempo, almost nullifying the opportunity for riders to be able to attack here.
Little Trek must be really believing in Fleur Moores today, because I thought Ricarda Baumfine might go straight over that attack, but no, bringing it back, like you say, nullifying it. And we're going to see another attack. See, we've got a crosswind here. Once the riders turn left in a few more kilometres time, they're going to have a headwind, so this is a really good point to get away.
It was Quinty Ton, the rider from Liv Alula-Jayco. So a couple of riders here for the Liv Alula-Jayco team. Caroline Anderson and Quinty Ton, representative. Lotte Kopecky straight on the back wheel here of this Little Trek rider. Is this Margot van Pachterbaker, I think?
It's Margot van Pachterbaker, I think it is. Lotte Kopecky straight on it. You can see how hard they're racing now. Look at the gritted teeth of the UAE Team ADQ, Team Limad rider behind. Oh, and that's a couple of bike lengths there. Oh, that's going to be hard to close that gap.
It has been closed, though, by the team of UAE Team Limad. It looked like Erica Magnaldi to me from that helicopter shot, perhaps Gasparini. But we know that Lara Gillespie is not in this group, so they now need to move to their plan B, and I think we'll be even more aggressive here in the final. Only a couple of kilometres before that fast run into the line now too. Who is going to be the next rider to make a move? It's Little Trek on the outside, trying to come from behind. That's Shirin van Anrooy. So Shirin van Anrooy is now making a move. Steffi Hamelin, what a ride she is doing today for SD Worx Protime, on everything straight away. Jumping, trying to close the gap down to Shirin van Anrooy. Shirin is trying to grit her teeth, put the power down, takes a look over her shoulder, and Steffi Hamelin, within around 30 seconds, just closes that gap straight away. She'll then try and recover and go again. And you can see Lorena Wiebes around the middle of this group. So happy with the amount of teammates I'm sure that she's got here. A couple of them behind her though. As long as she's got one or two ahead of her to control this group though, that's okay. Shirin still pushing on. Steffi Hamelin is there. Picnic poster now having a really good race. That is 124. Juliana Londono. Picnic poster now.
Lorena Wiebes is being able to keep her powder dry while the attacks are going and coming back at the front, and that's Margot van... Oh no, that is Rihanna Marcus, I think. Yep, that is Rihanna Marcus, who has made potentially a killer blow. And Steffi Hamelin once again is trying to close that down.
She's got her teammate behind her in Misha Bredeveld, and Ord Biernik is the rider for Movistar that's managed to get on the back wheel of Rihanna Marcus. And Rihanna Marcus is one of the most dangerous riders to let go in a final of a race like this, but she has got company. So Ord Biernik is coming through, and who is chasing? It looks like Lauren Dixon, perhaps from FDJ Suez. They cannot afford to let these four riders up the road. Lorena Wiebes can just follow. Misha Bredeveld happy to come through. Misha Bredeveld, I believe, the protected rider for SD Worx Protime with the general classification, especially now we've seen her going for those intermediate sprints, and she's got a teammate in Steffi Hamelin. So again, advantage SD Worx Protime.
I'm a bit surprised that Steffi Hamelin didn't get straight to work on that, because this is actually a great situation for SD Worx Protime. Misha Bredeveld, the protected GC leader, up ahead, Lorena Wiebes behind, and we saw Bredeveld come past Steffi Hamelin on her right-hand side, have a quick word with her and say, let's do this, and then immediately they started to work. But it was a bit too late, and you can see Lauren Dixon from FDJ United Suez is pulling that gap back now as we're on really wet roads on the last 12 kilometres back into Cockermouth. Margot van Pachterbaker there on the back, number 53 for Little Trek.
You can hear the screeching of the brakes as the riders take that left-hand turn. It looks treacherous out there. Ord Biernik happy to just take the lead, take control of the pace at the front of this very select group that we've got now. We haven't had any time gaps back to our second group. Femke de Vries looks like she's about to make a move on the left-hand side of the road, closely followed by Movistar's Liana Lippert and Julia Kopecky for SD Worx Protime. Wise to it as well, but we've still got a big group here. Lizzie, is now it's the turn of Liana Lippert, who's putting a few bike lengths in between herself and Femke de Vries, who can't hang on. Is Kim Lecourt going to just try and go straight over? Yes,
she went on the gravel to try and get over to Liana Lippert there, and we've got a headwind all the way back into Cockermouth now. So although it's harder to get away, it's also harder behind. It's harder to chase. Everybody's tired. Look, they've got that gap. And who is it chasing on the front? Is that Misha Bredeveld? I think it is.
It is Misha Bredeveld, but Liana Lippert and Kim Lecourt are two of the world's best, and they are going to work as hard as they possibly can together. There's only a couple of kilometres now of uphill before we hit that long run in back down to Cockermouth. But especially with these conditions, it definitely opens up that opportunity. Misha Bredeveld, though, wow, what a ride she's done there to control and close that gap down. Uno X on the wheel, and I think it was UAE Team Limac that were also present here in this group of 6 now that have got themselves off the front of the group.
But they need to keep this moving, damn it, Danny. They've got a gap behind. Once again, Bredeveld is there. She has the opportunity to win this race, but Kim LaCour is also there, and that's going to be the problem for Misha Bredeveld, and that might be why Misha Bredeveld won't work. But look, Kim LaCour's pulling through, and it looks like Misha Bredeveld, no, she's sitting on the wheel of Kim LaCour. She is saying, no, I'm not going to do this, and it's all going to come back together yet again.
You can feel how tired the legs are, though, aren't they? You can really see that elastic snapping, as it looks like FDJ Suez have missed out on this one, so they're going to have to, and you can see them at the front of that group behind.
Yeah, that's Kate
really
Courtney on the back of that group,
close
on
this
front of that
gap
group.
down. Yeah, you're right, and Lauren Dixon is still in this group behind. But they've got a big job on their hands. It looks like they're going to get assistance from Visma Lisa Bike, though, who have also missed this move. Movistar, though, are not going to help. They're on the wheel of Femke de Vries, so I believe that's Aude Bianique. As Lauren Dixon, though, now makes a move for FDJ Suez. Lauren Dixon just trying to bridge the gap. She doesn't want to pull this group across. She's going to do that, but she's just made a big injection of pace, and she is going to close this gap, and we're going to have a bigger group on our hands again.
Now there's a real opportunity for a really good attack here. Just as Lauren Dixon manages to close this down, the pace will drop slightly, and if someone can come from the back, then that could be a really good move.
10 kilometres to go then in stage 1 of the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women. We've just gone past that sign on the right-hand side of the road. So 10 kilometres until our first
Letizia Borghese coming around the right-hand side of the peloton. Is she going to make the move? Oh, she looked like she was going to do it, and she just took the speed off at the crucial moment. But Margot van Patchenbeeker for Little Trek goes again, and who is on her wheel? It's Steffi Harbelin.
Steffi Harbelin has done a huge amount of work here as Margot van Patchenbeeker just attacks again for the team of Little Trek. We know their objective. They are really trying to snap that elastic. They've got to strengthen numbers. They've got Sharon Van Amroy. They've got Rihanna Marcus, and you can see this is split again. So now we've got a group of around 10 riders in the lead, and we actually saw one of the Little Trek riders here on the front talking into the radio, saying there's a gap, really push forward with this. So now you're going to see the 2 riders that I believe have made it in this front group for Little Trek, Sharon Van Amroy coming to the front and really trying to put the hammer down. Lotte Kopecky is there, Steffi Harbelin is there, Anna Morris has made this split. So fantastic ride from the Great Britain national team rider Anna Morris. Caroline Svinkels is there. That looks like Imogen Wolf potentially for the Visma Lisa Bike team. We'll just try and catch the number of that rider there in yellow. Letizia Borghese is there for AG Insurance. Kim LaCour is, it's swelled again. So all come back together, Lizzie. This is fascinating stuff.
But you can see how the riders are really on the edge of what they can cope with, because every time an attack goes, a gap goes too, and they're going to keep attacking. Look, there we go on the left-hand side. Is that Quinty Ton going for it for Livaluda Jaco?
Maud Oudman was a rider from Visma Lisa Bike, as Quinty Ton goes again, but straight away SD Worx Protime wise to it. They really do want the opportunity to sprint with Lorena Wiebes, who I'm just trying to pick out in this front group. We believe she is still there on the left-hand side, just in front of the Phoenix Premier Tech rider, just behind Kim LaCour. So Kim LaCour in those Mauritian national champs colours. Lorena Wiebes is just behind her to the left-hand side. Behind now Lauren Dixon, and it is Julia Kopecky, who is now going to try here, Lizzie, and just set a strong tempo. She is trying to deter the attacks of the other teams so that Lorena Wiebes can recover as much as she can as we come into the final 10 kilometres.
Yeah, and SD Worx clearly want a sprint for Lorena Wiebes now, and if Julia Kopechki can keep that pace high, then nobody has the ability to attack off it, because it's just, you can't go any faster than that. If the pace drops by just a kilometre or two, then somebody else needs to take that opportunity, and if anybody wants the chance to beat Wiebes, they've got to go now, just 7 kilometres to go to the line.
So stage one is really split to bits. We've now got a situation on the road where we have around 20 riders in the front. This was decimated by an attack of Kim LaCourt. It was then countered multiple times by different teams trying to get rid of Lorena Wiebes. We got really heavy rain falling now into the final few kilometres into Cockermouth, where this race started a few hours ago. The longest stage of the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women, 158.9 kilometres, and it's SD Worx Protime that are trying to set a strong pace on the front to make sure no one can attack, to try and set Lorena Wiebes up for what would be her 134th professional victory of her career. You can just see her actually moving up on the right-hand side of the road, just ahead of her teammate there, so doing all the work herself. She wants to get onto the wheel of her teammate in Misha Bredevold. And another move comes there by Quintiton from the Liverlula Jayco team, and Steffi Hamelin, who is on it again, Lizzie.
And is that Pfeiffer Georgie on her wheel too from Picnic Post NL? And there's a gap straight away, and is that Caroline Swinkles who goes up the right-hand side for UAE Team ADQ? Now she's just dragging the peloton with her. There's a small gap here for Pfeiffer Georgie. I think it was Eleonora Gasparini from UAE Team ADQ. Misha Bredevold on her wheel. And who's on her wheel? Kate Courtney in the Stars and Stripes. And Margot van Patchenbeek goes again. Or is that Fleur Moors?
I believe that's Fleur Moors for Little Trek, but SD Worx Protime straight away again. They are really attentive in the final few kilometres of today's race. Let's see, that's Lotte Kopecky with the world champ stripes around her arms, of course. Lauren Dixon is there. See who else is here, who the fast finishers are, because it looks like this is going to come down to a reduced bunch sprint here. But that's not going to be without the fight of, I'm sure, a few riders that are going to try and attack in the final. Femke de Vries on the left-hand side for Visma Lease bike,
with Flora Perkins from Phoenix Premier Tech on her wheel. And who's on her wheel? It's Misha Bredevold. SD Worx is letting nothing go. They are sniffing out every attack and getting straight on it. We can't say that the riders haven't tried to get away. It's been attacks non-stop for the last 15 kilometres.
has indeed, and these gaps being closed straight away. Who will be the next to move? Who is going to come from behind, try and catch the riders at the front by surprise, open up that gap, force SD Worx Protime to chase yet again? But it is Julia Kopecky who's coming to the front, just trying to again set that pace. Steffi Hamelin as well is doing her job fantastically, just slotting onto the wheel of Julia Kopecky. Lorena Wiebes just nicely sat in third position here, just putting all her trust in her teammates, and that's what she talks about time and time again, isn't it? When she crosses the line first, it's not just down to her own skill, but that of the whole team that worked tirelessly throughout these stages to make sure she's looked after.
We've just been through the 5K to go banner there, Danny. And it looks like at this point, riders are starting to think about the sprint finish rather than more attacks. We haven't seen any attacks from Kim LaCourt for the last 5 or 10K, who was so attacking coming out of Cockermouth. So she's going to be thinking that she needs to save some energy and see if she can get a top 3 position off on the line into Cockermouth.
Another attack by Rihanna Marcus. So Rihanna Marcus does not want to go down without fighting. She's opened up a few bike lengths, but it's Misha Bredevold again for SD Worx Protime with Caroline Swinkles on her wheel, trying to close this one down. And who's controlling at the front? Is it SD Worx Protime? Will they give Misha Bredevold here the opportunity to sprint? Rihanna Marcus knows she has to commit But again, the lull, the pace is coming out, it's going to come back together, and who is going to be the next to move?
Eleonora Gasparini from UAE Team Limad looking behind, seeing where her leader Caroline Svinkels is, checking what she can do, checking whether she can come through, and the answer is no. She's not sure what to do, but now look, she's looking back, she's got a gap. Hopefully she's going to hear over the radio if she gets the go-ahead to go for it.
Looks like Julia Kopecky was the rider to close that one down. So even with Misha Bredeveld in the lead, Quinty Ton is that's going again for the Liverlula Jayco team. Is the elastic going to snap, Lizzie, or is this going to come down to a bunch sprint as we're coming into the final few kilometres? Kim LaCourte-Pannier senses that danger. She wants to try and come across. She wants to be there for the fight. She wants those seconds. She wants a stage victory, of course. That's going to be tough with Lorena Wiebes. Lorena Wiebes there in the middle of the road, just looking around her.
Lotte Kopecky going from the front now. She looked back, she had a gap, and she went for it. Kim LaCourte senses the danger here and is straight onto it, doing the work herself to close that gap, bringing everybody back. SD Worx have thrown everything at this today. 3 kilometres to go.
Lotte Kopecky now starting this lead out for SD Worx Protime. Kim LaCourte is the rider on her wheel for AG Insurance Sudal. Just playing with her radio mic there as Misha Bredeveld now comes to the front. Again, this pace is really, really high now as we run down into the last few kilometres. It only flattens off with around 1.5 kilometres to go. We've got that left-hand turn that comes with 1.7 kilometres to go, and the final left with around 400 metres in that fast run to the line. So Movistar are getting poised and ready here. They've got Aude Bianique. They are trying to lead out Liana Lipper. Anna Morris is on her own for the Great Britain national team, just in the wind on the left-hand side of the road, trying to fight for her own position.
It's going to be hard for any riders to make a move now. 2 kilometres to go, and it's going to be a fast downhill. They're about to hit the roundabout and take a left-hand turn. We'll drop straight down to Cockermouth on the big roads, and there is no room to move here. We're going to have a bunch sprint, a small bunch sprint coming into Cockermouth.
We are indeed. So the team of UAE Limad with Eleonora Gasparini just takes that left-hand turn. She's looking behind her, though. Where is her teammate, Caroline Svinkels? She's right back in around 10th position. Kim LaCourte is on her own. She's trying to fight for the wheel of Lorena Wiebes, who is moving forward onto the wheel of Misha Bredeveld. So we've got Lotte Kopecky leading out for SD Worx Protime. Misha Bredeveld is on her wheel, and Lorena Wiebes is poised and ready to sprint. Josie Nelson is there, though, for the team of Picnic Post NL, who is a really quick finisher in her own right.
Fleur Moore's on the left-hand side, just got a little bit boxed in as her teammate came around her. She's trying to find her way around. Letizia Borghese for AG Insurance Sudal there, trying to find her leader of Kim LaCourte to lead her out. Absolutely flying down this hill now as Lotte Kopecky is controlling it for SD Worx. Picnic Post NL with 5 for Georgie right behind her.
We've gone through 1 kilometre to go now, so we are in the final 1 kilometre of this race, and one more turn to contend with. That left-hander that comes with around 400 metres to go. 5 for Georgie is on the right-hand side of the road. She is trying to lead out her teammate in Josie Nelson. What can they do? Can SD Worx Protime hold on to this lead? No, they can't. 5 for Georgie has taken this final left-hand turn. She's got Josie Nelson on her wheel, but where is Lorena Wiebes? She is on the wheel of Misha Bredeveld. So Misha Bredeveld opening up the gas out of the saddle on the right-hand side of the road. Look at Lorena Wiebes, though. She's launching her attack. She's out of the saddle. She's sprinting for the line with 100 metres to go. Chiara Consoni is there for Canyon Tram team, but it's Lorena Wiebes that takes the first stage of the Lloyds Tour of Britain women. That was spectacular yet again. That is raw speed right there at exactly the right moment. Lorena Wiebes has done it again, her 134th professional victory in stage 1 of the Lloyds Tour of Britain women, and that is a winning margin This says everything, Lizzie.
Well, SD Worx were all over that. They had every single move under control in the last 27 kilometres. They believed in Lorena Wiebes. Even when Misha Bredevold got away, they wanted to go for Lorena, and she finished it off. I have to say, though, Danny, the margin of the win today is not quite what we're used to seeing, and Chiara Consoni was right on her wheels there. And was it Josie Nelson from Picnic Post NL who was with her on the line?
I believe so. We'll get confirmation of that as soon as we've got it. But what a sprint we had there, and it was SD Worx Protime. They were in control of the race. They always had something following. Let's take us through this sprint. So we had Pfeiffer Georgie on the right-hand side of the road, leading out who we believe was Josie Nelson. But look at Chiara Consoni. She's fighting for the wheel of Lorena Wiebes, who launches on the right-hand side of Misha Bredevold as she opened up that sprint. It is number 26. It was Julia Kopecky there, but for Picnic Post NL,
it was Josie Nelson for Post NL, and she was taking the 3rd spot across the line. So Josie Nelson will go in to be the best British rider. Chiara Consoni getting a very strong 2nd place there. I think that's one of the smallest winning margins to Lorena Wiebes we've seen in a long time. So that was a very, very impressive sprint after a hectic and furious day of racing at this first stage of the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women.
Smallest margin, yet it was still a few bike lengths, which says a lot about the calibre of her sprinting, doesn't it? But what an exciting first day we've had here in the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women, from Cockermouth to Cockermouth. We've had it all. We've had the anticipation of crosswinds. We've had splits in the peloton, really tough climbs that decimated the peloton, which gave us this select front group. But as you said there, Lizzie, Chiara Consoni, a fantastic ride to be there after a really tough final 50 kilometres, and she was somewhat isolated in that front group. We believe that Cecilia Tripp-Ludwig was there as a teammate, but fantastic to take 2nd behind Lorena Wiebes, and we hear it, don't we, time and time again from riders, that if they come 2nd to Lorena Wiebes, it's like a victory to them. I think she'll be happy with that. Take us through this final last kilometre.
Well, we've got Lotte Kopecky just drilling it on the front for SD Worx Protime there. Now she wants to take them down across the bridge, and then she wants to let Misha Bredevold take over after the left-hand turn. Picnic Post NL are trying to come up on the right-hand side. There's Pfeiffer Georgie, who's piloting Josie Nelson behind her. Now Fleur Moores, you can see slightly further back on the left. Now she just can't get on terms. Lotte Kopecky is heading here into that final left-hand turn, and she's about to pull off and let Misha Bredevold take over.
Misha Bredevold then was doing her final job into this left-hand turn, but Pfeiffer Georgie did such a spectacular ride to pilot Josie Nelson to be in the best possible position that she could be. But Misha Bredevold just had the edge over Pfeiffer Georgie as she accelerated out of the saddle, and Lorena was so patient. She's still in the saddle here as Misha Bredevold is given everything that she's got. Chiara Consoni was coming up on the left-hand side of Lorena Wiebes as she then accelerated out of the saddle, and no one could come close. Lorena Wiebes again taking another professional victory in her career.
Lorena Wiebes only launching at 200 metres to go then, despite it being a tailwind sprint, and Chiara Consoni desperately trying to get on terms, having to come around her lead-out rider of Misha Bredevold, but to take a very good 2nd place there.
Lorena Wiebes' 8th win in the Tour of Britain. Punches the air. Number 1 in the sky for Lorena Wiebes, ahead of Chiara Consoni and Josie Nelson. It was Quinty Ton in 4th. Again, for Liverlula Jaco, they rode a really storming final 50 kilometres. Caroline Anderson was there, constantly attacking, trying to 1-2 the race. Letizia Borghese in 6th place. Caroline Swinkels for UAE Team Limad, without Lara Gillespie being present in that front group, did a brilliant job to navigate herself through the constant attacks that we had. Liana Lippert in 8th, Misha Bredevold in 9th. So, Lizzie, what a first stage we had there.
Wow, what a first stage. We had a bit of everything, didn't we? Brilliant breakaways, crosswinds, unpredictability, attacks. Now, interesting for me that Letizia Borghese was given the card to go ahead and sprint for AG Insurance Soudal, when Kim Lecourt, who we know has such a fast finish, was in that group. Did she burn herself out in those attacks in the last 27 kilometres on the finishing circuit, do you think? Because I would expect normally to see her sprinting up there. But of course, she was against really the fastest sprinters in the world in Lorena Wiebes, Chiara Consoni, and a brilliant ride from Josie Nelson to take third, and Quinty Ton as well to take fourth across the line for Liv Alula Jaco.
Some beautiful helicopter shots here over Cockermouth. The first stage won by Lorena Wiebes, ahead of Chiara Consoni and Josie Nelson. And that has set us up fantastically, Lizzie, for 4 days to come. And what have we got on the menu for tomorrow? It's another sprint stage deemed by the race organisers, but it's quite front-loaded in terms of the parkour and undulation.
Yeah, it's very heavily front-loaded, Danny. We start in Clitheroe and head up to the famously hilly Forest of Bowland in the Ribble Valley. And the riders will have 2 first category climbs to contend with. So there are actually 20 Queen of the Mountain points on offer tomorrow. So I expect to be there to be another battle for that jersey, which of course Audrey de Keersmaker from Picnic Post NL will be wearing tomorrow. And then really we're going to have all of the major climbing over in the first 50 kilometres before a sort of 70 kilometre run flat and slightly undulating run down into Blackpool, where we expect there to be another sprint. Can anybody beat Lorena Wiebes? Who knows? We shall find out tomorrow.
We shall indeed, but I guess for the team of SD Worx Protime now, they've got the momentum, they've got that pressure somewhat off their shoulders now, and that's what we find, don't we, and what we saw in the Tour, that Lorena Wiebes now will have that almost success breeding success nature into tomorrow's stage. She knows she can tackle the climb. She knows that she was never really put in much danger, even with the blow-in moves, the attacks that we had from the likes of Kim Lecourt, Femke de Vries. She was still there, so it's going to be really difficult to beat her, I think, Lizzie.
Yeah, I mean, they were so strong in that final part, having 5 out of their 6 riders in that move. And of course there were only actually 32 riders that made that final move, so that's a pretty impressive statistic. The only rider not being there is Femke Heritzer, who would be she was used up earlier in the race. They knew that it would be difficult for her to get to the finish on a course like this, but they were just so strong, and we just see the finish once again here, how strong Kopecky was, being used as the penultimate lead-out rider, not even being used as the last lead-out rider. And that's because if there was a chance for Misha Bredevold to also take those bonus seconds on the line, that's what they would have wanted to do. They've got all the cards. They've got a GC leader in Misha Bredevold. They've got a stage winner in Lorena Wiebes, and we just play this last 500 metres of the sprint once more.
Just look how far back Chiara Consoni comes from, though. She really threads that needle and finds a small gap in between Picnic Post NL and SD Worx Protime to be able to use that to run off into this last left-hand bend where she's already found the wheel there of Lorena Wiebes. She passes the rider from Movistar. She's got that gap to rush on Lorena's wheel there. And then on that right-hand side, Pfeiffer Georgie doing exactly what she needs to do. Looked over her shoulder, make sure Josie Nelson was there and ready to do what she could in the sprint, and ultimately that's the leg she had. Pfeiffer couldn't have done anything more, and that was a brilliant third place from her. Also there, Chiara Consoni, you can see they're just battling behind us. Lorena Wiebes once again opens up those right legs.
I mean, Lorena Wiebes, of course, took the win, but look how much help she had. She had Julia Kopecky, she had Steffi Harbelin going time and time again for her an ultimate lead out with Lotte Kopecky and Misha Bredevold, and Chiara Consoni for Canyon SRAM was doing that alone. She had to do all of the positioning alone. She had to, like you say, thread the needle between her Movistar rider on the left and the Picnic Post-NL riders on the right, and she managed to get to where she needed to be, and she managed to be second, which really almost is a win, coming second behind Lorena Wiebes. I think she'll be pretty happy with that. I was perhaps a little bit rude about her at the beginning of the stage, where I said I didn't know if she would even get over these hills and make it. But after 9 days of suffering around the Tour de France Femmes, she has obviously recovered well. She has taken that sort of training impetus on board, and she's come into the Tour of Britain really firing.
She's indeed firing on all cylinders once again. The 27-year-old from the Netherlands, 134 professional victories to her name. It's quite astonishing. If you look at her win rate, it is absolutely remarkable.
Well, that's actually her 8th win here at the Tour of Britain, Danny. She was already the most successful rider the Women's Tour of Britain the Tour of Britain Women has ever seen. And now she's just put herself one more step out of reach for anybody who's thinking that they might be able to take that title away from her.
Very, very impressive indeed. We're just waiting for confirmation of the top 10, our jersey wearers as well. Of course, we've got the best British rider, who will be Josie Nelson, of course. Our awards and competitions of every day as we just run through this sprint once again. Lorena Wiebes, just so powerful. Put so much trust in her teammates, but has got the strength and depth within the team to have those numbers there. As you said, Lizzie, they were on absolutely everything. Every single move that went up the road was not given many more than a couple of bike lengths before there was a teammate of Lorena Wiebes straight onto that back wheel and then setting her up perfectly in the final to be able to do what she does best, unleash that power and prove once again that she's the fastest sprinter in the World Tour peloton. But the awards and competitions that we'll have throughout this race will be, of course, that stage winner, the race leader. That will be Lorena Wiebes, the Queen of the Mountain, the points leader, the best young rider, and we will have a combativity award every day and for the overall. This is the rider that displayed the most courageous and attacking display of riding. Who would your rider be, Lizzie?
It's got to be Audrey de Keersmacher, I think. Look at that beautiful shot over the River Derwent, which of course comes out of Bassenthwaite Lake, the only lake in the Lake District. Did you know that, Danny?
I didn't know that, no, so I'm glad that you're here with me to give me these lovely fountains of knowledge that you've come prepared with. I definitely enjoyed the Cumberland sausage information that we had earlier on in the stage.
Bassenthwaite Lake, of course, the only lake in the Lake District, despite many bodies of water, but most of them are meres or tarns, and Bassenthwaite is the only one that's actually named a lake. So it's a very, very good pub quiz fact there.
I know who I want on my team. Lorena Wiebes quickly pressing her head unit, making sure she gets all that data collected for her team. God, I'd love to know what Lorena Wiebes can hold in terms of that sustained power in a sprint. Obviously, she's got that huge amount of explosive power when she does launch a sprint. Probably over 1500 watts, I would imagine, but it's her ability, it's her ability to hold it, I think, that's most impressive. Yeah, for sure, over 1500 watts.
That's track sprinter territory, that is, and that's why she's so much better than everybody else, because she's got something that really specialised track riders can do, but she can also do it all on the road. Oh, look at the crowds here outside the Brown Cow in Cockermouth, just waiting for the riders to appear on the podium. What a throng of spectators we've got who've waited it out in the rain here. So lovely to see.
Repping the merch, those nice caps, having a bit of a boogie. We love to see it, and it was fantastic to see so many fans out on the roadside supporting these women out there today. And what a thrilling final that we had here in Cockermouth. Loving that statue there, by the way.
very well dressed up for the Tour de France, I think, rather than the Tour of Britain.
Got the wrong colour on, hasn't it?
Yeah, it needs a green cape. Nonetheless, love the effort there. It's a very British thing to come out in force and stand in the rain and support a bike race for an hour, and it's so great to see that despite the weather, everybody's come out and stayed for the podium ceremony to see the best sprinter in the world.
Just waiting for confirmation again of our top 10 in today's stage. But as Lizzie said earlier, there were 32 riders in that front group, and behind that was a gap of 2 minutes and 28 seconds to Ninka Veenhoven, who was the first rider to cross the line in that group behind. Just having a little look down through that group, Lizzie, to see if there's anyone that I'm surprised is there potentially out of the running for the general classification. Katrin Allerud from the Untitled Mobility team was there. She's one rider that I had kind of highlighted as a potential for the general classification. And there were 8 riders actually that DNF today did not finish, unfortunately. Riders caught up in that crash. Just looking at the podium here. So the riders that didn't finish today: Kaya Rees from the High Tech Products Fluid Control team, Jessica Roberts riding for the Great Britain national team, Gladys Verholst Wild, that's a real blow for the AG Insurance Soudal team. Gladys Verholst had a bad crash on stage 2 of this race last year, so unfortunately DNF today. Linka Nguyen, who we saw hit her head pretty hard in that crash. Unfortunately, in the world of professional cycling, Maeve Plouffe from the O'Shea Red Chili Bikes team, Connie Hayes as well from O'Shea Red Chili Bikes. They've lost 2 riders today. Lydia Cusack from the Smurfit West Rock cycling team, and Rebecca Garnier from the Great Britain national team.
Of the Lloyds Tour of Britain for women. First presentation.
We've got our first presentation now coming up.
We'd like to welcome onto the stage.
This is for the stage winner,
Councillor Mark Fryer.
It's going to be a few trips to the podium for Lorena Wiebes today. Winner of the stage, the general classification, of course,
the rider who is the winner
and points jersey
of
too.
Stage 1 of this Lloyds Tour of Britain. She rides for the team of SD Worx Protime. Please welcome the fastest sprinter in the world, Lorena Wiebes.
Lorena Wiebes' first trip, and it certainly won't be the last today, and I'm sure on stages to come in this first stage of the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women.
And we will present the winner of this stage with a magnum of Night Timber, the English sparkling wine.
Feels bizarre to see riders wearing a woolly hat after having seen them at the Tour de France last week. Look at that.
It is Lorena Wiebes.
Night Timber is one of the sponsors for this year's Lloyds Tour of Women Britain, so I'm sure they'll enjoy some of that tonight in their celebrations.
With those sparkling performances that match the wine that she's just taken. We're going to invite now onto the stage the winner of the most combative rider of the day. That's the most attacking rider of the stage. We'd like to welcome onto the stage for this presentation Marcus Campbell-Sabers, MP.
Some of the VIPs coming onto the podium presentation to present the awards.
The most combative rider of today's stage. She rides for the team of Picnic Post NL, Audrey de Kersmacher.
What a race that Audrey de Kersmacher had out there today to go into the lead as well in the Queen of the Mountains competition. So she'll be back on the podium shortly, but very well deserved for that combativity award, Lizzie.
That was a very, very good ride. Very well timed from her to manage to get over that steep bit of Parsonby Brow before the peloton caught her, and digging deep into those reserves to go again and secure a few more points. Put herself into the leader's jersey, Queen of the Mountains.
We might see her in a few moments' time back here on the stage. We're going to move on now to present the first of our leaders' jerseys of this year's race. So we're going to present the points jersey first of all. I'd like to invite onto the stage Josh McAllister, MP, to present the points jersey.
Hello, Josh.
Please now show your appreciation and welcome onto the stage the leader of the points classification in this Lloyds Tour of Britain, riding for the SD Worx Protime. Please welcome Lorena Wiebes.
Lorena Wiebes then back again onto the podium to take the points jersey. She has 25 points ahead of Caroline Swinkle's 21 points. Chiara Consoni taking 18 points.
Lorena Wiebes.
So we'll see Caroline Swinkles in that jersey tomorrow, wearing it on behalf of Lorena Wiebes, of course, because Lorena Wiebes will be in that leader's jersey.
With the person next to you as well. We welcome onto the stage our next presentation for the Omoda Queen of the Mountains. We'd like to invite onto the stage the CEO of the Combined Authority, John Barradell. Welcome, John, onto the stage. Let's now welcome the winner of the winner of the Combativity Prize of today's stage. She is now the Queen of the Mountains after stage one, riding for the team of Picnic Post NL, Audrey de Kerschmacher.
Audrey de Kersbacher back again, now in the lead of the Queen of the Mountains competition.
And the trophy handed over by John Barradell. Ladies and gentlemen, the Queen of the Mountains into stage two tomorrow.
With 10 points, ahead of Stevie Hamlin, 6 points. Arabella Blackburn took the 5 points. Lauren Dixon as well on 5 points. It's always nice, Lizzie, as well, to see these competitions start to evolve over the first couple of days.
Yeah, there's a lot of points on the line tomorrow, and I think we saw Steffi Harbelin second in that classification today. Of course, she was working hard for her SD Worx teammate, but hopefully that competition will set alight throughout the week. Arabella Blackburn taking third place.
The leader of the Best Young Rider classification and the recipient of the Elixir Challenger Award. Please welcome onto the stage, riding for the team of Lidl Trek, Fleur Moors. Councillor Andy Settle hands over the trophy.
Fleur Moors then in the lead for the Young Riders competition, and there's actually only 3 of them who were in the front group of the 32 riders we had come into the line today into Cockermouth. Juliana Londano from the Picnic Post NL team, and Julia Kopecki for the team of SD Worx Protime.
Chris Parker. Lloyds, the headline sponsor, of course, of the Tour of Britain. We're now going to present to you the leader of this race after one stage. She was, of course, the stage winner. She rides for the team of SD Worx Protime. In the leader's jersey, please welcome back Lorena Wiebes.
Lorena Wiebes looking resplendent in the green race leader's jersey. I'm sure will be very complimentary of her team, but again, the fastest sprinter on 2 wheels, taking the victory here in Cockermouth.
Congratulations, we'll see her on the start line of this race.
So there you have it. That is the stage 1 result from Cockermouth to Cockermouth. Lorena Wiebes taking the victory ahead of Chiara Consoni, Josie Nelson, Quinty Ton, Caroline Anderson, Letizia Borghese, Caroline Swinkles, Liana Lippert, Misha Bredeveld and Fleur Moores topping out the top 10. What a stage we had then of this Lloyds Tour of Britain Women. Lizzie, thank you for joining me in your debut of commentary. What did you think?
Well, it was a thrilling race and a great day to start. And I can't wait to do it all over again tomorrow from Clitheroe to Blackpool, Denny.
Absolutely. Please do join us for tomorrow's stage 2 of the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women. We will be bringing you more spectacular racing.